Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 42-19. Oh. Is there such a magical technique in this world? Quickly, let me take a look. The green-robed Xiaohua was overjoyed. He hurriedly received the jade eyes and sat down cross-legged to study them. Buddha Subhuti asked from the side, Tanyu, what about Dragon Vein Tanyu and Phoenix Physique Tanyu? How are they? Why haven't they come out? Xiaohua answered indifferently, they were injured in the imperial palace and are still in seclusion. Maybe they will come out in a few years. Namo Mithreya. Buddha Subhuti chanted, then sat down cross-legged without saying anything else. Half an hour later, the black jade Qilin silhouette appeared on the distant horizon. The dark green flames around him looked very strange in the dark night. The black jade Qilin's soul force swept over the surroundings, and when he saw so many humans, he was shocked. He was even more respectful when he saw Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned when he heard the black jade Qilin's words. Master, if you don't accept this lowly one as your disciple, this lowly one is willing to be the demonic beast guarding Master's cultivation dwelling. Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi behind the black jade Qilin and asked, do you know what guarding a cultivation dwelling is? The black jade Qilin didn't seem to understand Xiaohua's words. It pondered for a moment before stammering, I don't know. Obviously, the black jade Qilin's first sentence was taught by Lu Yi. The black jade Qilin could recite it very well, and its flattering tone was similar to a black bear's. Xiaohua only wanted to kidnap a demonic beast to be his mount, and Lu Yi wanted to trick the black jade Qilin into guarding the fortune gate. Like teacher, like disciple Xiaohua chuckled, waving his hand, we'll talk about this later, you wait at the side. Yes. The black jade Qilin pondered for a moment, then stood not far from Xiaohua. Several hours later, the moon gradually set, revealing the first glimmer of dawn in the distance. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out and saw a group of Fortune Gate's disciples flying back, but there was no sign of Yuanya. Xiaohua's brows furrowed as he ordered, Lu Yi, Jiang Hong, Wang Bianfei, go greet Yuanya, they seem to have run into trouble. Yes, disciple understands. Lu Yi didn't dare to be negligent. He took Jiang Hong and Wang Bianfei and prepared to fly away. However, Xiaohua's heart stirred. He looked at the ink jade Qilin and sent a sound transmission, if you have nothing to do, you can also go with them. You are extremely familiar with the desolate continent. All right. The ink jade Qilin was standing in midair, feeling bored. Hearing Xiaohua's words, it hurriedly flew to Lu Yi's side and followed the three of them to step on the clouds and leave. In the following days, Fu Jiwen and the other Fortune Gate disciples returned to the Fortune Gate. The group of Fortune Gate disciples organized themselves and handed over the spoils they had plundered on the desolate mainland to Fu Jiwen and the others. Fu Jiwen then distributed the medicinal pellets, secret techniques, and other treasures that Xiaohua had given him according to each disciple's harvest. After a few more days of work, Xiaohua finally took out the Kunlun mirror and sent all the Fortune Gate disciples into his space. I'm afraid there's trouble again. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiaohua had not returned for a long time, and Lu Yi and the others had not returned, Xiaohua already had a plan in mind. He asked Fu Jiwen, have all the Fortune Gate disciples returned? Other than the fallen disciples and the disciples who followed junior brother Yuanya, the rest have returned to Xinhua mainland. Fu Jiwen knew that Xiaohua was soft-hearted, so he obediently avoided mentioning the number of fallen disciples and answered. N. Xiaohua nodded and asked again, do you know where Yuanya and the others went? Disciple knows. Fu Jiwen replied, our respective locations were arranged by Martial Uncle Bodhi and Martial Uncle Wenxiu, we all know each other's location. Then you lead the way. Xiaohua stood up and urged, Master just happens to want to gain experience on the desolate mainland. Why don't you take a look at what kind of powerful opponents your martial uncle Bone Honing encountered? Fu Jiwen was Xiaohua's eyes and ears on the hidden immortal mainland. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's words, he naturally understood Xiao Hua's meaning. He pointed in the direction Lu Yi and the others went and respectfully said, "Master, let's go there." Fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua looked at the green-robed Xiao Hua and the others who also stood up and said with a smile, "How about following I to explore the desolate mainland?" "Good." Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua and Buddha Bodhi responded. One went to the mysterious dark clouds, while the other went to the Naiwan Palace. On the other hand, the green-robed Xiao Hua did not rush to enter the space. Instead, he went to Xiao Hua's lower dantian. However, just as his figure entered his dantian, a purple light shone and a wave of profound energy rushed into his body. The green-robed Xiao Hua was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly escaped from his lower dantian and cried out in alarm, "Fellow Taoist, what did you do to our invisible nascent soul?" "He, fellow Taoist, don't worry." Xiao Hua replied with a smile, "The invisible nascent soul had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a wisp of purple qi. This purple qi was not recorded in the Tao Gate's ancient records. It should be an item from the upper realm. The invisible nascent soul just came into contact with this item and has already stepped into the late stage of the Mahayana realm. It can enter the tribulation at any time. Oh, it should be said that it is not too far away from the ninth tribulation. You are still not familiar with this purple qi, so you naturally can't control the invisible nascent soul." The green-robed Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, do you think our luck is too good? This kind of divine item is rare even in the upper realm, but we actually obtained it so easily. Don't tell me you don't know that this item is related to the heavenly Tao. Even if our luck is good, it is also a blessing in disguise." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "If not for the heavenly prison's tribulation, how could you and I come here? For us cultivators from the lower realm, everything on this desolate mainland, including the stones under our feet, is precious." "That's true." The green-robed Xiao Hua said. Xiao Hua's mind entered the space. "I will first modify this sound transmission technique and see if I can comprehend the profound meaning released by the invisible nascent soul. Then, I will try to control the invisible nascent soul." After arranging several clones, Xiao Hua's mind came out of the space. He looked at Fu Jiwen who was flying in front of him and said, "Just fly like this." "Yes." Fu Jiwen replied, "It should be in this direction." "All right." Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and covered Fu Jiwen with the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Then, his figure swayed, leaving behind a string of afterimages. Xiao Hua teleported into the distance. Unfortunately, after a few times, Xiao Hua had no choice but to let Fu Jiwen out and let him point out the direction again. That Fu Jiwen indeed had this ability. No matter how complicated Xiao Hua's teleportation was, he could still find the direction without any sign of getting lost. In fact, Xiao Hua couldn't be blamed. The entire desolate mainland was filled with incomparably huge mountain ranges. On top of the mountain ranges were craggy rocks and occasionally huge trees. There wasn't much greenery, most of them were needle-shaped leaves that were greenish-yellow in color. Any cultivator who flew thousands of li and took a closer look would find that the scenery was not much different from before. Other than the blazing sun in the sky that allowed them to identify the direction, other aspects were really hard to identify. "Master." After flying for several days, Fu Jiwen said in a low voice, "This desolate mainland is a little strange. Disciple feels that wherever it is called a lower realm, the 5 elements of heaven and earth are abundant and balanced, and the yin and yang energies are clearly separated. Why is the water element energy here so scarce? How did this desolate mainland form?" Xiao Hua had naturally thought about it. He smiled and said, "Master also thought about this that day. But this place is different from the hidden immortal mainland. It is a higher realm, and there are many mysteries that we don't know. Anyway, we won't stay here for long, and the Fortune Gate won't establish a sect again. Why should we care so much?" "Yes, disciple understands." Fu Jiwen was already used to Xiao Hua's laziness. While nodding his head, he thought of something and hesitated slightly before saying, "Master, disciple doesn't know if junior brother Lu has reported to Master." "Oh. What is it?" "When Master met him earlier, he told Master a lot of things." "I don't know which one you're talking about." Xiao Hua urged his body and didn't pay much attention to it and casually replied. Fu Jiwen sighed and said, "AI, it seems like Lu Yi didn't mention it to Master. After this guy got married, he started to have many thoughts." "Hee, isn't that normal?" Xiao Hua secretly laughed and replied with sorrow in his heart, "There is a saying in the ancient times, after getting married, one forgets his mother." Although Jiang Hong's character is very good, she is after all a dragon and also a woman. Her heart is definitely small. Lu Yi must have discussed some things with you and the other senior brothers and also reported to Master. Now, the first person he wants to find is Jiang Hong. Some things involve the interests of the family. Jiang Hong will think a lot, and he may not report to Master. Hee, don't worry, when you marry Bai, and I'm afraid it will be the same. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua's heart naturally thought of Fairy Hong Xia who was far away in the Xiaoyu continent. Wasn't it because of Fairy Hong Xia's small heart that things got to this point? After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, what was the difference between her and Xue Xue? Some things can be left unsaid, but some things can't be reported. Fu Jiwen had never seen Xiao Hua's dual cultivation partner. Seeing that Xiao Hua's words were full of experience, he knew that Master felt something and smiled slightly. Moreover, women are different from women. Bai An is a female official of the Immortal Palace, so she should be very clear about this. Xiao Hua knew that the woman Fu Jiwen was talking about should be Xin. He didn't explain and asked, "What does Lu Yi want to report? Is it the dispute between the Yu family and the Lu family?" That kind of small matter happens every day in the Shenhua continent. What kind of trouble could the elders of those two families cause with them keeping watch in their families? Fu Jiwen's face turned serious as he replied, "This kind of small matter is not worth mentioning." "Oh. Then what is it?" Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Previously, Lu Yi mentioned to Disciple that when he just came out from the Shenhua continent, he had a feeling that he was being spied on. Fu Jiwen replied, "It's just that this feeling of being spied on was really vague, and even disappeared in a flash." Lu Yi wasn't sure, so he didn't dare to report it to Master. Chapter 42:20. Fu Jiwen peeked at Xiao Hua's reaction and continued, "However, Disciple feels that we should be careful since we are far away from home. Although Master's magic power is boundless, even a wise man can make mistakes. If Disciple finds anything, it's better to tell Master as soon as possible." Therefore, Disciple asked him to report to Master, but he felt that if he could find it, Master would definitely find it too. Moreover, there are many strong people in the great desolate continent. It's normal for some strong people to spy on us. What? When Xiao Hua heard this, his figure suddenly stopped. The feeling of teleportation was like a stormy wave crashing into Fu Jiwen's Naiwan palace. Fu Jiwen suddenly felt dizzy. Of course, with Fu Jiwen's cultivation, this dizziness only lasted for a moment. When the secret technique circulated, Fu Jiwen immediately returned to normal. When did this happen? Later, did Lu Yi find anything else? Xiao Hua naturally knew about Lu Yi's talent. This kind of strange talent was innate, not acquired through cultivation. What Lu Yi could detect, he really might not be able to detect. Moreover, after he arrived in the great desolate continent, he did not find any consciousness secretly spying on them. If there was a great enemy nearby, Lu Yi found such a strange situation and did not report it, it was really a crime worthy of death. Fu Jiwen saw Xiao Hua's face change greatly and hurriedly comforted, "Master, don't worry. This is something that happened when we just started to educate the strange beasts. It has been more than 10 years now, isn't there nothing wrong?" Presumably, Louis did not find anything unusual and did not report it to Master N. Xiaohua nodded and did not speak much. His face was a little gloomy. Fu Jiwen said again, when Disciple and Louis went in different directions, I asked him again. He was a little hesitant. He should not have that kind of feeling again, right? Otherwise, he would definitely report it. I hope so. Xiaohua had some indescribable feelings in his heart. It was like a child that he had painstakingly raised, who had always listened to him, suddenly grew up one day and had his own ideas. He did not particularly listen to his words and began to have his own secrets. The 10 spirit clones began to gradually become independent. Now, these children like disciples began to have their own forces. However, Xiaohua immediately smiled again. Even though the Fu Jiwen in front of him didn't look any different from the Fu Jiwen he met in the past, he was still thousands of years old after all. Wasn't Louis the same? How could he possibly ask her to be the same as before? Can't you let her have her own thoughts? He was changing, and so were his disciples. As long as they were loyal to the Fortune Gate and were filial to him, what else could he ask for? Humph. Xiaohua snorted coldly from his nose and scolded, Lu Yi's wife is from the Dragon Clan. I won't say anything, but your wife is a female official of the Immortal Palace. When you marry her in the future, paying respects to her in the morning and evening is indispensable. Otherwise, I won't give any betrothal gifts. It can't be, Master. Fu Jiwen's face was full of bitterness. Momo was controlled by the princess in the imperial court. Can't she be free at home? Heaven, earth, monarch, family, teacher. Xiaohua curled his lips, and said word by word, teacher has taken up quite a few. If you want to marry me, you have to be obedient. All right. Fu Jiwen naturally didn't understand the true meaning of Xiaohua's words, but seeing that Xiaohua's mood had improved, he could only agree with a bitter face. After a few more days passed, Xiaohua's divine consciousness swept across the mountain peaks in the distance. He narrowed his eyes and said, Disciple, go back to Shenhua continent. Master will help your uncle Master. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen had long been used to being carried around, so he casually agreed. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror, and in a flash of light, Fu Jiwen was sucked into the space. 10,000 li away, there was a plain rarely seen in the desolate continent. The land stretched as far as the eye could see, and at this moment, it was covered in thick vines. These vines were bronze in color, and there were faint cloud patterns on them, as if they were natural patterns. They emitted faint fluctuations, and when these fluctuations fell into the air, they actually flickered with sparks. The vines were scattered with broken stones and wood, and it looked very messy. Among the broken stones, there were many bones and flesh. Some of these bones were very big, while others were very small. Occasionally, there were a dozen or so human skeletons hidden among these bones. These human skeletons were without a doubt Fortune Gate's disciples. In the sky above the vines and bones, within a radius of several hundred li, there were loud battle cries. Thousands of lizard-like beasts surrounded and attacked several hundred Fortune Gate's disciples. At this time, the Fortune Gate's disciples were in a battle formation, each of them holding a magic artifact and spirit artifact. They circulated their magic power and fought against the lizard-like beasts. Outside the group of Fortune Gate's disciples, there were several dozen lizard-like beasts surrounding a cultivator, and they were also madly attacking. These cultivators were none other than Lu Yi, Jiang Hong, Yuanya, and Wang Bianfei. At this time, Jiang Hong had already revealed her true form. Dragon patterns flickered all over her body, and her huge dragon claws could tear a mountain apart. However, when such a powerful attack landed on the lizard-like beast, sparks flew everywhere. The lizard-like beast fell 100 zhang in the air, but it immediately flew back up as if nothing had happened and blocked Jiang Hong's attack. This was also the strange part. The several dozen lizard-like beasts only surrounded Jiang Hongna and did not take the initiative to attack, as if they were afraid of her. The other Fortune Gate's disciples were not so lucky. Yuanya was surrounded by the most lizard-like beasts, and his physique was the largest. Yuanya had already activated his avatar, and a bronze luster surrounded his body. He held the devil hammer with both hands, and every time he swung it, the void cracked. When the lizard-like beasts saw the devil hammer coming at them, they dodged to the side, not wanting to meet the devil hammer head-on. However, when the devil hammer missed, the surrounding lizard-like beasts either spat out wind and fire as they pounced on Yuanya, or swung their tails at him. It looked like they were evenly matched. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were no match for Yuanya, as they could not win by brute force. Although Lu Yi had just obtained the copper coin of treasure fall, it could not be used in this battle. Like Wang Bianfei, he had no choice but to use his previous treasures. Although those treasures were sharp, when they landed on the lizard-like skin of these lizard-like beasts, they could only produce sparks, unable to cause any real damage. However, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were relieved that they had the black jade Qilin by their side. This Qilin was well versed in the desolate continent's way of fighting. While fighting against the lizard-like beasts, it did not forget to help Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, greatly reducing the pressure on them. The battle between the group of Fortune Gate disciples and the lizards had already caused a change in the heaven and earth's origin energy. Gusts of wind rose within 1,000 li radius, and countless pillars of origin energy fell into the battle. Countless pillars of origin energy condensed and exploded in mid-air, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling light. However, all of this paled in comparison to the battle taking place several thousand li away. On the ground several thousand li away, Tempering Bones Xiaohua had revealed his 10,000 zhang tall avatar. Although it was only 10,000 zhang tall, standing on the ground, his momentum pierced through heaven and earth, more impressive than the desolate continent's giant mountain peaks. Around Tempering Bones Xiaohua, there were several lizard-like beasts that were several thousand zhang in size, standing on demonic clouds as they attacked ferociously. These lizard-like beasts' bodies were covered in lightning and fire patterns. Between their attacks, not only were there surging lightning and blazing flames, but there were also endless thunderclaps. Especially these lizard-like beasts, and when they opened their mouths, their roars sounded like dragon roars. The space within several thousand li was under the control of these lizard-like beasts. Countless lightning bolts and blazing flames tore the void apart. Chaotic energy fluctuations rushed out from the void, rushing towards Tempering Bones Xiaohua like a tempest. Tempering Bones Xiaohua did not use any magic tools, he merely clenched his fists. As his fists danced in the air, the space within 100 zhang exploded, and everything within the space turned into nothingness. Perhaps the energy fluctuations could pass through the void, but when they landed on Tempering Bones Xiaohua's body, they could only extinguish a small amount of light. However, there were too many energy fluctuations. At this time, Tempering Bones Xiaohua's body was already mottled with light. Many parts of his body were torn apart by the lizard-like beasts, revealing his green body. Seeing that Tempering Bones Xiaohua's fist had missed, a huge lizard-like beast pounced over and bit his arm. Tempering Bones Xiaohua's wrist hooked and hit the lizard's chin in a split second. The lizard's body was flipped over, and the lizard's tail swept across Tempering Bones Xiaohua's waist with a paw. Tempering Bones Xiaohua's body was unstable, and he staggered slightly. Beside him was a hill that was several hundred zhang tall. This hill in the eyes of ordinary people was just a pellet in Tempering Bones Xiaohua's eyes. With a sweep of his left foot, he broke the hill with a boom, and the entire hill flew up. Tempering Bones Xiaohua's left foot did not stop, and it bounced smoothly like flowing water. Woo! With a piercing wind, the hill flew and hit the lizard that attacked Tempering Bones Xiaohua just now. In the end, that lizard was no match for Tempering Bones Xiaohua. The hill hit the lizard's abdomen with a boom. Although the several hundred zhang tall hill turned into powder under the lightning of the lizard's abdomen, Tempering Bones Xiaohua's strength still pierced deeply into the lizard's abdomen. The dark golden abdomen split open with a bloody scar that was several hundred zhang long, and the lizard let out a mournful wail like a dragon's roar. Humph! Seeing that several huge lizards were about to attack at the same time, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. A huge, suffocating aura came from afar. Then, light and shadow distorted, and Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the sky along with a stream of light. Master, be careful. Xiao Hua's figure had yet to completely reveal itself when Jiang Hong immediately sent a sound transmission to the group of lizards. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, several lizards opened their mouths and roared, actually shaking Jiang Hong's sound transmission and scattering it. At this moment, the vines on the ground suddenly moved. Shwa! The vines were 100 times fiercer than the lizards. They flew up from the ground and headed toward the space where Xiao Hua was. Chapter 42:21. Not only that, as the rattan vines shook, the ground shook as well. In places where Xiao Hua's gaze could not reach, more rattan vines emerged from the ground. The originally flat plains were now covered in deep ravines, and the rattan vines in these ravines soared to the sky, leaving behind several hundred zhang deep pits. The rattan vines covered an area of 10,000 li, each of them resembling a ferocious horned dragon, emitting a strange energy fluctuation that completely sealed off the space. Not only was the heaven and earth origin energy unable to enter, even sunlight was unable to pass through. These tens of thousands of rattan vines exuded killing intent, and at the end of this killing intent, was Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sneered. As soon as he saw Lu Yi and the others being besieged by the lizards, he had already understood. Yuanya might not be so scheming, but people like Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei would immediately think of countermeasures when they saw the slightest disturbance. With so many lizards besieging them, as long as they saw that the situation was not good, they would definitely escape first and send a message to him. Since they could not send a message, then they must have been trapped before they could send a message. Since that was the case, other than the lizards, the only thing that could trap them was the rattan vines on the ground. Since Xiao Hua dared to show himself, he had already paid attention to the rattan vines and had come up with a countermeasure. While Xiao Hua was sneering, he had already released his divine sense. Wang Bianfei and the others could already hear Xiao Hua's voice in their ears, "Don't resist, Master will send you back to Shenhua mainland first." Therefore, before the rattan vines could reach them, the group of Fortune Gate disciples surrounded by lizards had already disappeared. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, there were actually some lizards that were able to attack his mind when his mind passed by. Just as the Fortune Gate disciples disappeared, the rattan vines had already reached them. Some lizards were unable to dodge in time and were caught by the rattan vines. The lizards' bodies glowed brightly as they resisted the rattan vines' attacks, but the rattan vines twisted in a strange way, firmly entangling the lizards. As the rattan vines streaked across the sky, a powerful force was generated. Although the lizards' bodies were unharmed on the surface, the insides of their bodies were unable to withstand the rattan vines' force. Their bodies were forcefully twisted, and large chunks of flesh and blood flowed out from the lizards' bodies. Amidst a series of dragon roars, the lizards were ground to death by the rattan vines. The black jade qilin didn't care about the lizard siege, but when it saw how powerful the rattan was, the lizards that were besieging it scattered. Flames immediately surged around its body, and it opened its mouth, spitting a scarlet flame at the rattan that was pouncing at it. At the same time, its two front legs danced, and several sharp rays of light flashed, slashing at the rattan that was sharper than flying swords. Woo! When the flames landed on the rattan vines, the cloud patterns on the rattan vines flickered, and strands of lightning appeared, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Moreover, the lightning did not slow down, and continued to attack the black jade qilin's attack. Clang, clang, clang. When the lightning struck the black jade qilin's attack, it actually emitted a metallic clanging sound. The black jade qilin's attack only lasted for a few breaths before it was extinguished. However, as the lightning was extinguished, the rattan vine's force had already sealed the space around the black jade qilin. Seeing that it was no match for the rattan vines, the black jade qilin's body surged again, forming a ring that expanded outward. A void passage was quickly formed within this ring of light. Boom! Just as joy appeared in the black jade qilin's eyes and it was about to jump into the void passage, a rattan suddenly stretched out from the void. When the rattan pierced into the void passage, the entire rattan coiled around the passage. Under the huge force, the void passage shook violently with a rumble and suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the passage caused the black jade qilin to be blown away, and the ring of light was also scattered. Woo! At this moment, another rattan strangely appeared and hit the black jade qilin's back. Layers of lightning and flames appeared on the black jade qilin's back to block the rattan, but the rattan coiled around the black jade qilin and was about to trap the black jade qilin. The black jade qilin turned pale with fright. It naturally knew that if it fell into this trap, it would not be any better than the lizards. Almost without hesitation, the black jade qilin transmitted its voice, "Spiritual Master, save me." Xiao Hua originally wanted to take the black jade qilin, Lu Yi, and the others into Shenhua continent, but when he saw the black jade qilin using its divine ability to resist, he could not take it in. Therefore, his consciousness stopped near the black jade qilin. After seeing the black jade qilin speak and transmit its voice to not resist, his consciousness swept towards the black jade qilin and took it into Shenhua continent as well. Just as Xiao Hua took the black jade qilin, the rattan came across the sky. This rattan was really strange. Not only did it sweep across the sky and kill another lizard around the black jade qilin, but it also flashed with lightning-like brilliance and cut off Xiao Hua's consciousness. Xiao Hua was shocked and rubbed his hands. Boom! Tens of thousands of thunderbolts were like raging tides. They appeared in the void within 1,000 miles and roared as they drowned the rattan. However, where the lightning surged, the rattan within 1,000 miles was hit until it trembled violently. The cloud patterns on it quickly dimmed as if it was in pain from being hit. The rattan shrank and hid in the void. Of course, it only hid in the void and was not destroyed. Even after the lightning within 1,000 miles was annihilated, the rattan once again rushed out. Roar! Not far from Xiao Hua, the situation of the bone-honing Xiao Hua was not good. He was originally fighting with the giant lizard on the ground. The rattan had already wrapped around his bare feet. The bone-honing Xiao Hua dodged the rattan while fighting with the giant lizard. What surprised him was that the giant lizard was not afraid of the rattan. The rattan also avoided the lizard. Therefore, when Xiao Hua just took the black jade qilin, the rattan had already wrapped around Xiao Hua from all directions. This rattan was very difficult to fight. Not only was the surface tough, even harder to break than the lizard, the rattan's strength was also swift and violent. When it waved, it sealed the entire space. What gave the bone-honing Xiao Hua the most headache was that the rattan was extremely soft and flexible, like a python. Although the bone-honing Xiao Hua tried his best to dodge, the rattan still wrapped around his waist, hands, and arms. Big head and no brain. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiao Hua was entangled by the rattan, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and scolded, "Can't you take back your avatar? With such a big body, other than showing off, what else can it do? Isn't it just being entangled by others?" Although Xiao Hua was angry at the bone-honing Xiao Hua's slowness, when he saw that the bone-honing Xiao Hua could not break the rattan with a wave of his arm, he naturally could not ignore it. He raised his hand and a golden light flashed. The soaring dragon scissors appeared out of thin air, turning into a golden dragon and chopping at the rattan entangling the bone-honing Xiao Hua. Ka ka. The soaring dragon scissors was extremely fast and nimble. It dodged the rattan that filled the sky and landed on the rattan around Xiao Hua's body. The sound of metal rang in an instant, and several feet deep cracks immediately appeared on the dozens of rattan. Of course, it was only these few feet of cracks. The soaring dragon scissors could not completely cut the rattan. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that this rattan was a foreign object from the desolate continent and was not easy to cut. However, he still did not expect that this rattan was so tough that even his sharpest magic treasure, the soaring dragon shears, could not cut it. However, with the help of the soaring dragon scissors, the bone-honing Xiaohua waved his hands rapidly. As if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he broke the rattan entangling him. The avatar hurriedly shrank. Just as the bone-honing Xiaohua's figure moved, the lizard's huge tail fell from the rattan shadow. The bone-honing Xiaohua was caught off guard and hit the left side of his ribs. Boom! With a loud sound, the bone-honing Xiaohua's left side produced thunder and fire, extinguishing the golden light protecting Xiaohua's body. The huge force even threw him into the trap of the rattan. At this time, Xiaohua was also surrounded by dozens of rattan. For the time being, he could not find an effective way to stop the rattan. He could only urge the soaring dragon scissors to dance in the air and block the attacking rattan. Then, he relied on the imperial thunder technique to cut the rattan. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiaohua was once again thrown into the rattan, Xiaohua was shocked and cursed, "Damn it." His mind hurriedly urged, wanting to put the bone-honing Xiaohua into the space. Unfortunately, the rattan was really fierce. It sealed the entire space. When Xiaohua's mind was released, it was immediately blocked by the rattan. Not only could it not touch the bone-honing Xiaohua, it was also swallowed by the cloud patterns of the rattan. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and waved. The Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, the Kunlun mirror produced a 5-colored beam of light. The beam of light fell into the air and gave birth to a fist-sized vortex. The vortex rapidly expanded and tore the void apart. The beam of light fell into the void and disappeared. Looking at the space around the bone-honing Xiaohua, there were wave-like ripples. A void passage was about to appear. Boom! Within the vortex, several rattan appeared and frantically stabbed into the void passage. However, the 5-colored brilliance of the Kunlun mirror blocked the rattan. The void passage steadily took shape in the void, swoosh. Just as a similar vortex appeared above the bone-honing Xiaohua's head, the sound of flowing water suddenly came from the top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and hastily raised his head. He saw a pitch-black crack appear in the void. The sound from the crack was like the sound of flowing spring water. At the same time, a vast and terrifying aura that made Xiaohua's body tremble suddenly appeared along with the sound of flowing spring water. Xiaohua almost didn't hesitate and slapped his head. Woo! 5-colored true energy mixed with the power of starlight gushed out. A huge executioner's hand condensed from 50 true energies grabbed at the aura. But in the void crack, a dozen rattan flashed with golden light and emitted a terrifying aura. It was like a huge hand grabbing down. It collided with Xiaohua's executioner's hand. Boom! Qi waves surged into the sky. Xiaohua's executioner's hand was grabbed by the huge rattan hand and turned into 5-colored true energy that drifted in the air within 1,000 li. This huge wave of qi not only swayed the light protecting Xiaohua's body, but also sent the dozens of rattan flying. Chapter 42-22. Suffering the backlash of the rattan's power, the true qi in Xiaohua's dantian churned violently. The flying sword that was about to condense and attack also stopped in the middle of the true qi. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Lightning flashed around his body as he prepared to retreat. At this time, the dozen or so rattan once again imprisoned the space within 100 li. The lightning that Xiaohua had just activated was instantly annihilated. Even the domain power activated by magic power was defeated. The rattan was even more unexpected to Xiaohua. It ignored the space and fell towards the Kunlun mirror. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Seeing the Kunlun mirror's five-colored light beam being crushed by the golden rattan and the void passage that rescued bone-honing Xiao Hua was also annihilated in the void, Xiao Hua suddenly woke up and cursed angrily. It turns out that all this trap was just to seize this Xiao's Kunlun mirror. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't let the rattan succeed. His divine sense hurriedly urged the Kunlun mirror to retrieve it. However, the space was already imprisoned by the rattan. This imprisonment was so tight that it was comparable to a seal. Xiao Hua's domain power couldn't be used. How could his divine sense contact the Kunlun mirror? Seeing the Kunlun mirror's brilliance disappear, it slightly flipped and was about to fall into the rattan's hands. Humph! At this critical moment, Xiao Hua coldly snorted. His hands suddenly formed seals and the clear water bottle appeared in his hands. Swish! With the sound of flowing water, the clear water was like a sword. A water light like a shadow streaked across the sky and chopped at the dozen or so golden rattan. Whoosh! A subtle sound was almost inaudible in the air exploding. However, following this almost negligible sound, the dozen or so golden rattan were actually cut off. Lightning and fire poured out from the cut rattan. Swish 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 swish. The dozen or so golden rattan seemed to be in pain and rapidly trembled. This trembling shook the world. At the same time, the rattan within 10,000 li also began to tremble. The sealed space showed signs of collapsing. Withdraw. Seeing a flaw in the rattan, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. With a sweep of his mind, the Kunlun mirror in the air immediately disappeared. At the same time, the soaring dragon shears rushed out and once again chopped the rattan around Xiao Hua's legs. Aoo! The bone-honing Xiao Hua roared angrily and broke the vines around his legs. Then, he spat out a four-colored light beam from his mouth and sent another lizard flying. His body shrank again. Seeing that his guess was right, Xiao Hua sneered. His hands formed a seal again, and the Buddhist seal was mixed with the sword-controlling technique. Swish swish. Hundreds of small swords rushed out from the clear water bottle. These small swords flew out silently and pierced into the pitch-black crack above Xiao Hua's head. Boom! 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 Strange noises were produced in the void, as if the void was exploding and collapsing. The space near the pitch-black crack began to ripple rapidly, and a strange phenomenon of wind and thunder appeared. Immediately after, the dozen golden vines retreated into the void crack. The pitch-black crack also disappeared. As the earth trembled, the vines within 5,000 kilometers also slowly retreated into the ground. The lizard seemed to be puzzled when the vines retreated. The lizards besieging the bone-honing Xiao Hua pounced on him again. Even the hundreds of lizards that were hiding at the side when the vines were flying also attacked Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua defeated the vines with the help of the innate true water. How could he dare to stay here for long? At the same time, he used the soaring dragon shears to force back several lizards and put away the bone-honing Xiao Hua. The ink jade Qilin immediately shook its head. This little one has never heard of any ancient variant beast that can drive the profound heaven thunder vine. How many variants like the profound heaven thunder vine can there be on the continent? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, asking thoughtfully. This. The ink jade Qilin hesitated and replied, Master, this little one usually lives in an area of several million li. No matter how far it is, I've only heard about it from other ancient variant beasts. I've never been there. I'm afraid no one knows how big the continent is. Who knows how many powerful variants there are on the continent? Hee hee. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, In that case, are you willing to follow this old man to the depths of the continent to take a look? The ink jade Qilin's eyes lit up and said happily, If Master has such thoughts, this little one will definitely follow Master. This little one has always wanted to go to other places to take a look, but unfortunately, this little one's strength is really not enough, so I don't dare to go far from here. You go to the Kunlun paradise and wait for a while. After this old man has arranged everything, we'll go and take a look together. Xiao Hua said and took out the Kunlun mirror. The eyeball looked around and saw that there was nothing unusual, so he put the ink jade qilin into it. After putting away the ink jade qilin, Xiao Hua immediately took Lu Yi out. Lu Yi saw Xiao Hua's face was not good and hurriedly bowed, "Disciple greets master." Xiao Hua stared at Lu Yi and did not speak, making Lu Yi's hair stand. "Master, you." Lu Yi really did not understand and asked tentatively, "Is there something you want to ask this disciple?" Xiao Hua nodded, "Master wants to ask you, is there anything you are hiding from me?" Hiding? Lu Yi was stunned, obviously, he didn't know what Xiao Hua was talking about. He thought for a while and said with a smile, "This disciple really has nothing to hide from master. If master wants to know something, can you give me some hints?" Seeing that Lu Yi's expression did not seem to be fake, Xiao Hua asked, "Think about it again, did you see anything strange after arriving here?" "See." Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Lu Yi thought of the ambush just now. How could someone as smart as Lu Yi not know that he had made a big mistake? He sucked in a breath of cold air and fell to his knees in front of Xiao Hua with a plop, and said, "Master. This disciple was wrong. AI." Xiao Hua did not help Lu Yi up and sighed, "Do you know where you were wrong? This disciple took things for granted." Lu Yi's face was filled with guilt as he answered, "When this disciple left the space that day, this disciple had a vague feeling that something was spying on my Fortune Gate's disciples. However, this feeling was fleeting, and when this disciple checked again, it was gone, so this disciple did not pay much attention to it. After that, although there were some scattered feelings, this disciple was not sure. Later, this disciple discussed with Jiang Hong, and Jiang Hong felt that master's magic power is incomparable. Whatever this disciple knows, master must also know. Moreover, at that time, master was busy assigning tasks to disciples, so this disciple. Confucian cultivators have a saying, "What you know is what you know, what you don't know is what you know." Xiao Hua said earnestly, "There are many things that cannot be taken for granted. You can't rely on your own subjective assumptions, and believe whatever you think is the truth. Didn't master tell you clearly when I accepted you into the Fortune Gate? Everyone has their own cultivation path, and everyone has their own unique talent. This is something that others do not have. You may be able to sense this kind of warning, but master may not be able to. If you had said it earlier, perhaps, those Fortune Gate's disciples who died in the lizard's mouth would not have to stay in their hometown." Lu Yi's eyes were brimming with tears as he kowtowed, "This disciple understands, this is all this disciple's fault. AI, it may not be all your fault." Xiao Hua helped Lu Yi up, master was too careless, not understanding the situation on the desolate mainland, and rashly sending Fortune Gate's disciples to the desolate mainland to teach. "Master." Lu Yi hurriedly said. "Master is not wrong. This disciple likes to help the desolate mainland's variant beasts, and this disciple knows that all Fortune Gate's disciples also like to do this. Although we have encountered many difficulties along the way, and lost some disciples, these disciples did not have any complaints. They felt that, everything they had sacrificed, was worth it." "That's right." Xiao Hua raised his head, looking at the floating clouds in the sky. "Your thoughts are very correct. Giving spiritual herbs to others, leaving a lingering fragrance in your hands, as long as you can help others, your heart will be at peace. This time, the virtue of teaching on the desolate mainland is not only for your Confucian martial uncle, but also for my Fortune Gate's disciples. This will definitely play a very important role in your future cultivation. The heavens are kind, and will not let virtuous people like you suffer losses." Chapter 42-23. Disciple understands master's painstaking efforts, so we gladly agreed. Lu Yi bit his lower lip and nodded. "Let's not talk about this. Xiaohua asked, let's talk about your warning signs. Yes, master understands. Lu Yi answered, other than when disciple first arrived at Shenhua mainland, I sensed something, but I have never encountered it again. At this point, Lu Yi hurriedly added, oh, about 10 days ago, I came with the black jade Qilin to look for Yuanya and Master Quenching Bones. I seem to have this feeling again, but, this feeling is too faint, I dare not be sure. In other words, Xiaohua pinched his chin, frowning as he said, this prying consciousness is not targeting you. It's targeting other people, which is why you are not sure. And, it's definitely not targeting disciple, otherwise disciple would have sensed it. But, it's definitely targeting Fortune Gate disciples, otherwise disciple would not have sensed it. Lu Yi nodded affirmatively. Disciple even feels that it's targeting Martial Uncle Yuanya. Because Martial Uncle Yuanya was always close to disciple. Martial Uncle Yuanya? Xiaohua asked curiously, if it's targeting him, when your Martial Uncle Tempered Bones went to rescue Martial Uncle Yuanya, wouldn't that prying consciousness have many opportunities? But the first time disciple sensed it, Martial Uncle Tempered Bones was not by disciple's side. Lu Yi shook his head and said, perhaps, that consciousness as target is master. In the beginning, master was by disciple's side, and disciple sensed that consciousness spying on master. And this time, the consciousness spied on us in order to set up a trap for master to fall into. But why is that consciousness spying on master? What's its goal? That consciousness's goal is the Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua answered, master revealed the Kunlun mirror on the desolate mainland, so that consciousness might be interested in the Kunlun mirror, right? Hearing this, Lu Yi's face paled. He did not know about the secret of space and thought that Shenhua mainland was inside the Kunlun paradise. He hurriedly said, then master must be careful. Our Fortune Gate disciples are all inside the Kunlun mirror. Master naturally knows this, you can rest assured. Xiaohua chuckled. I'm afraid it's because that consciousness is spying on master, wanting to obtain the Kunlun mirror, and you, as a Fortune Gate disciple. At this point, Xiaohua suddenly froze. It was very simple. Lu Yi wasn't in the Kunlun mirror at all. Even if that consciousness wanted to seize the Kunlun mirror, it had nothing to do with Lu Yi. Lu Yi shouldn't have sensed that consciousness as prying. Could it be that consciousness wants to exterminate all Fortune Gate disciples? Xiaohua was baffled. But, if that's the case, this Xiao should be terrified. Could it be that this Xiao's karma law formula didn't take the threat of this consciousness seriously? That's not right either. That rattan is obviously a trap. To be able to control the rattan, what kind of almighty being is that? How could this Xiao possibly be a match for him? Xiaohua scratched his head when he saw that the situation was getting more and more confusing. He looked at Lu Yi, who was also confused, and said with a smile, forget it, we don't know anyone except the black jade Qilin in this great desolate continent. It's useless to think about it any further. Why don't we deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo? Yes, master is right. Lu Yi nodded, then suggested, why don't this disciple follow master? Forget it. Xiaohua laughed, master didn't notice it before, but now that master knows, do you think master won't notice it? You'd better return to Shenhua continent. Disciple will follow master's arrangement. Lu Yi didn't dare to say anything else and let Xiaohua put him into his space. His granny, something strange. Xiaohua grumbled as he looked around. He wanted to use his karma law formula to investigate, but thinking that there was a powerful enemy beside him, how could Xiaohua dare to use his karma law formula casually? Fellow Taoist. At this time, green robe Xiaohua's voice sounded, your disciple is looking for you. My disciple? Who? Xiaohua answered casually, then came to a realization and said, fellow Taoist green robe, come out and talk. Oh. What's the matter? Green robe Xiaohua flew out from Xiaohua's dantian and asked curiously. Did fellow Daoist just return to Shenhua continent? Xiaohua asked with a faint smile. Green-robed Xiaohua was surprised and answered, yes. I just went back to check on the Fortune Gate's disciples. How did you enter the space? Xiaohua asked. How did I enter? Green-robed Xiaohua was puzzled, just like that. Green-robed Xiaohua's figure flickered and disappeared, but reappeared a moment later. When can fellow Daoist enter and exit the space freely? Xiaohua asked. Green-robed Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a moment, then answered with uncertainty, it seems, before the heavenly demon's ambush? Or after? I can't remember clearly, I don't know when I can enter and exit the space freely. Xiaohua nodded. Green-robed Xiaohua had stayed in the space for the longest time, so it was normal that he could enter and exit the space the earliest. Since green-robed Xiaohua was like that, then Phoenix Body Xiaohua, Bone-Tempering Xiaohua, and other clones would be able to enter and exit the space freely sooner or later. How far can you enter the space? Xiaohua thought of something and asked. The earliest is from my Dantian. Green-robed Xiaohua didn't hesitate and immediately answered, right now, I can enter within 100 zhang from fellow Daoist. He, good. Xiaohua smiled and said, it seems that after a long time, fellow Daoist will be able to enter the space at any time from thousands of li away. It should be possible. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded and answered. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this, because he had always been in the space since he had intelligence. In his impression, the space was his home, so wasn't it normal for him to be able to enter and exit the space? Which disciple is looking for I? Xiaohua didn't point it out and asked with a smile. Wang Bianfei. Green-robed Xiaohua rolled his eyes and replied, this little guy has been looking a bit strange these days, he's been acting mysteriously. He. Xiaohua understood and asked, did you teach him that secret sound transmission technique? Green-robed Xiaohua nodded, that thing is quite difficult to comprehend, I had some gains and wanted to find someone to try it out. Wang Bianfei is quite suitable, so I told him a bit, why do you think he's suitable? Xiaohua asked curiously. Green-robed Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said with a smile, when I entered the space, Wang Bianfei was right in front of I, so I naturally felt that he was suitable. AI, it's fate. Xiaohua was helpless and could only use these two words to sum it up. Xiaohua pulled Wang Bianfei out of the space and asked, Wang Bianfei, did you get any information from the Phoenix hairpin? Master. Wang Bianfei replied somewhat anxiously, that female cultivator isn't inside the Phoenix hairpin, she's trapped somewhere in the Great Desolate Continent. The Phoenix hairpin contains information about that place. Give me the Phoenix hairpin. Xiaohua said with a stretch of his hand. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei obediently gave the Phoenix hairpin to Xiaohua. Xiaohua probed for a moment, but still couldn't get anything from it, so he returned the Phoenix hairpin to Wang Bianfei and asked, where is that place? Do you know how to get there? Tongtian Peak. Wang Bianfei replied, that place is millions of li northeast of Tongtian Peak, there's an extremely powerful forbidden technique. Tongtian Peak. Xiaohua was shocked. If Wang Bianfei said the path to that place, Xiaohua would suspect that there was something wrong with the Phoenix hairpin. After all, that female cultivator couldn't have known where the Phoenix hairpin would end up, she couldn't have said the specific path in advance. If other places were mentioned, Xiaohua might not believe it, but when it came to the names of places in the Great Desolate Continent, this Tongtian Peak was the first to bear the brunt. After all, he had a crystal stone, and it also had Tongtian Peak written on it. It seems that Tongtian Peak is very famous. Xiaohua sighed, moreover, it's also fated with us, we have no choice but to go to Tongtian Peak. Wang Bianfei was somewhat puzzled, he didn't know what Xiaohua meant, but he still bit his lips, bowed and said, disciple doesn't dare to have extravagant hopes of forming a relationship with the so-called female immortal. However, since disciple obtained this phoenix hairpin and also received a sound transmission from that female, disciple can't ignore it. I ask for master's help. He. Xiao Hua laughed and said, Wang Bianfei, don't worry, Fu Jiwen's karma is shouldered by master alone, so your karma is also shouldered by master. Actually, while accomplishing your karma, master also obtained quite a bit. Master also has some expectations, don't know what kind of surprise this Tongtian Peak can bring to master. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei responded and stood at the side. Xiao Hua raised his hand and patted the Kunlun mirror, taking out the ink jade qilin from the space, and said with a smile, let's go, you follow me to the depths of the great desolate continent, and also see where Tongtian Peak is. What? Master wants to go to Tongtian Peak. The ink jade qilin's expression changed greatly. Tongtian Peak is going, but it might not be within 100 years. Xiao Hua said with a smile, moreover, I also don't dare to have extravagant hopes of that so-called divine artifact, you can rest assured. That's good. The ink jade qilin nodded, this little one grew up in the great desolate continent and has never heard of Tongtian Peak's name. It must be a dangerous place, it's best if we don't go and join in the fun. Master. Wang Bianfei said from the side, disciple's phoenix hairpin seems to be able to guide the way, but disciple doesn't know how to activate it. Don't think about it. Xiao Hua waved his hand, if that thing doesn't have the divine ability of the immortal world, it's extremely difficult to activate. You and the phoenix hairpin are fated, otherwise, you won't even be able to see the primordial spirit projection inside. Yes. Hearing this, Wang Bianfei carefully hid the phoenix hairpin close to his body. Xiao Hua said again, moreover, the phoenix hairpin has been wandering in the great desolate continent for who knows how many years, we don't need to be too anxious. First, we should focus on gaining experience and seeing the great desolate continent. If nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely be able to find Tongtian Peak on the way. I will listen to master's arrangement. Wang Bianfei naturally didn't have any objections. Immediately, Xiao Hua put the green-robed Xiao Hua and Wang Bianfei into the space, and himself sat on the back of the ink jade qilin, heading towards the depths of the great desolate continent. Chapter 42-24. The untainted land seemed to be boundless. It was far larger than what Xiao Hua could see from the time turbulence. In the past few decades, Xiao Hua had traveled to many places with the black jade qilin. He had seen many secret places in the untainted land and searched for many exotic flowers and herbs. Not to mention that Xiao Hua couldn't identify these exotic flowers and herbs, he didn't even dare to casually touch the secret places in the untainted land. Because when encountering such a place, there would be an extremely dangerous aura coming from the secret land. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to react, the ink jade qilin first retreated. Born in the wilderness, the ink jade qilin had an innate instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. The ink jade qilin knew where it could go and where it couldn't. Encountering this kind of situation, Xiao Hua generally didn't insist. He first let the ink jade qilin stay in place, and he himself probed deeper. However, the results were mostly the same. The ink jade qilin couldn't go deep into these secret lands, and Xiao Hua also couldn't go deep. Often, under the pressure of that dangerous aura, Xiao Hua had to give up. Although Xiao Hua was clear that this kind of dangerous aura was the danger of the secret land itself, and there might not be any powerful opponents inside, his current strength was only around the 9th level of essence energy. Before the wilderness secret land, he couldn't even be considered an ant. Of course, merely probing wasn't useless. Xiao Hua sharpened his mind and broadened his horizons. This was something that the Dawn Rain continent didn't have in the 3 continents. However, the decades of experience made Xiao Hua more and more puzzled. Because he encountered many dangers, but most of them were from the secret land itself. They were naturally formed by heaven and earth, and he hadn't seen too many beasts in the wilderness. Even if there were beasts, they weren't much stronger than Xiao Hua's strength. Strange existences like the mysterious sky thunder vine were few and far between. This was too different from what Xiao Hua thought, and it was also too different from what the ink jade Qilin knew. Even the ink jade Qilin was somewhat regretful. It should have come out earlier to take a look, maybe it already had some opportunity. While Xiao Hua was puzzled, he also kept paying attention to the water element energy of heaven and earth. It wasn't out of his expectations. Wherever Xiao Hua went, the water element energy of heaven and earth was scarce. Except for a few mysterious ice, there were almost no water droplets, let alone rivers and lakes. Of course, these places were not suitable for the human race to live in. Perhaps, this great desolate continent is a fragment. The green-robed Xiao Hua's thoughts were the most active. He was the first to speak to Xiao Hua. At this time, Xiao Hua had just left a secret area. The back of his Daoist robe still had a hole in it. He had been injured by a dangerous situation in the secret area. Xiao Hua took a medicinal pill and urged his magic power to repair his body. When some lightning surged on his back, he said, "I'm afraid that's the case." Otherwise, why was there only water element among the 5 elements in the world? Also, there are very few prehistoric beasts on this continent. No. The green-robed Xiao Hua said, there are many low-level primordial mutant beasts, and they can be found everywhere. However, there are too few mutant beasts with extraordinary strength. The fact that there aren't too many powerful beasts means that the primeval continent isn't complete. Xiao Hua frowned and said, "This also explains the time turbulence that we saw before we entered the primeval continent. It's not necessarily true that there aren't any powerful exotic beasts. Perhaps they're hiding behind these dangerous secret plains. It's just that we haven't seen them yet." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua had already come out of seclusion a few years ago. At this time, he said, "Besides, the primeval continent is really too big. We haven't been to many places in the past few decades. If we only use what we saw in these places to generalize about the entire primeval continent, then we're blinded by a single leaf." Scholarly fellow immortal has a lot of idioms. Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua said with a smile, "No wonder the human race can prosper in the 3 continents, but my dragon race can't. It's because my dragon race has never attached importance to education. TSK, fellow Taoists, take a look. The power of education is crazier than any other power. We've been traveling the primeval continent for several decades and have also witnessed the education of the primeval continent for several decades. Since these low-level primeval mutant beasts have already been enlightened, I presume that it won't be long before experts that even we have to look up to appear, right? Fellow Taoist dragon bloodline, there's no need to envy the human race." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said with a smile, "The dragon race is born to be strong. This is something that the human race can't compare to. This kind of education is useful for low-level primeval mutant beasts, but it's useless for high-level ones. You might as well ask fellow Taoist Phoenix Body whether or not he needs education." "That's right." Phoenix Body Xiao Hua also said, "Every race has its own reason for reproduction. If they're all the same, this primeval continent is unavoidably too boring. Then what about I?" Bone-honing Xiao Hua's bell-like voice sounded from within his body, "I extremely like the aura of this primeval continent, but why can't I's strength improve?" Xiao Hua naturally knew that bone-honing Xiao Hua was besieged by those lizards and then defeated by the profound sky thunder vine. He had always been brooding in his heart. He answered with a smile, "Although those primeval mutant beasts have innate divine abilities, their potential is limited, and their achievements are even more limited. Fellow Taoists' current divine abilities are limited, but they're all from your own cultivation. Each step is very solid, and your future achievements are limitless. This is something that other primeval mutant beasts can't even envy." Very good, very good. Bone-honing Xiao Hua didn't think much, and after hearing Xiao Hua's consolation, he was very happy. However, When Phoenix Body Xiao Hua heard this, the corners of his mouth secretly revealed an indescribable smile. Although this kind of consolation couldn't be considered as self-deception, it wasn't a universal truth. Phoenix Body Xiao Hua didn't think that an ordinary hen could cultivate to his level. Several decades, After all, it's still a short time. It's difficult for us to see the entire primeval continent clearly. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the distant dawn. The previously blurry starry sky was increasingly expanding, as if there was a blurry mirror covering that place. He reminded in a low voice, however, there's not much time left for us to wait. Although this Xiao doesn't know what that warning sign is, but this warning sign is far stronger than before. At this point, Xiao Hua asked again, fellow Taoist soul cultivator, is there? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, soul cultivator Xiao Hua said somewhat unhappily, fellow Taoist, you've already asked this over 10,000 times, right? If there's any unusual movement, presumably you'll know, so why do you have to ask? Alas! Xiao Hua sighed, this Xiao is also somewhat helpless. If it weren't for this indescribable warning sign, we could freely cultivate in this primeval continent. It wouldn't matter if we returned to the hidden immortal continent or not, Master. At this moment, the ink jade Qilin beneath Xiao Hua sent a voice transmission, there seems to be some unusual movement tens of thousands of miles ahead. This little one can't see clearly, but that aura is piercingly cold. This little one doesn't dare to move forward. Oh. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Previously, when they encountered dangerous places in the primeval continent, the ink jade Qilin would also warn him, but it wasn't so serious. Generally, it would only speak when it was right in front of him. It had never warned him in advance from tens of thousands of miles away like this. However, when Xiao Hua released his divine sense and saw everything in the distance, his brows raised again, and he said curiously, what's going on? Could it be that there are primeval beasts fighting here? Then, Xiao Hua put the ink jade Qilin into the space, and his figure turned into the wind and flew towards the distance. This was a place that was tens of thousands of miles in size, and this place was completely different from the primeval continent that Xiao Hua had seen. Not only was the ground in this place 1,000 feet deep, but there were also numerous large and small cracks that cut the ground into countless small pieces at the depths of the pit. These cracks were similarly extremely deep, and one couldn't see the bottom at a glance, and they were filled with a kind of vicious aura. When Xiao Hua flew to this place, a fierce wind was blowing, and the entire heaven and earth was covered by earthen yellow sand. When the fierce wind blew past the cracks on the ground, it emitted a shrill howl that wasn't inferior to the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Moreover, this shrill howl had already formed a kind of sound attack, and various kinds of fluctuations drifted in the air. Xiao Hua fell into it, and only by urging the brilliance around his body could he barely resist it. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and when the fierce wind passed through the cracks on the ground, it formed a kind of very subtle wind blade. This wind blade cut Xiao Hua's divine sense to the extreme, and it scared Xiao Hua to hastily withdraw his divine sense. His figure didn't dare to stay here for too long, and he flew towards another direction. Xiao Hua's figure had just landed, when the hurricane expanded again, forcing Xiao Hua to fly another 1,000 miles, and stand on a mountain peak, only then was he able to avoid it. Xiao Hua stood on top of a mountain rock, and lowered his head to look at the huge mountain rock. The rock that was commonly seen in the primeval continent was covered with deep lines, as if they were engraved. It must have been caused by the hurricane for many years. Looking at the chaotic flying sand and rocks in the distance again, it was like a huge restriction that sealed off this place for tens of thousands of miles. Xiao Hua's heart unconsciously moved, and he thought to himself, this Xiao has been to so many places, but I have never seen such a strange phenomenon in the primeval continent. This strange phenomenon is completely different from the dangerous place from before. Rather than saying it was natural, it's better to say it was man-made. Could it be, that this is the immortal world's forbidden technique that Wang Bianfei mentioned? Of course, the hurricane at this moment was too powerful, so Xiao Hua didn't dare to let Wang Bianfei out of the space. Thus, he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, slowly released his divine sense, and carefully sensed the havoc of the hurricane. Sure enough, in just a few breaths, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth revealed a smile. The hurricane here had already weakened, and the wind blades inside were no longer enough to cut through Xiao Hua's divine sense. Moreover, within the wind blades, Xiao Hua had already sensed a faint magic power fluctuation. Of course, this magic power fluctuation was different from what Xiao Hua usually saw, and it was also different from the ruins' restrictions. It wasn't something that Xiao Hua could comprehend and break with his current cultivation. However, this fluctuation gave Xiao Hua a very faint and familiar feeling. Xiao Hua was already sure that this was the Tao sect's forbidden technique without a doubt. Thus, Xiao Hua's spirit shook, and he hurriedly released his domain, enveloping the surrounding 10 miles. When the wind blades fell into this domain, their speed immediately slowed down, and the fluctuations within the wind blades also emitted a faint brilliance, beginning to resist Xiao Hua's domain. This was not outside of Xiao Hua's expectations. Under the wind blades, Xiao Hua's domain quickly began to collapse, but Xiao Hua was not alarmed, and instead was happy. While urging his magic power to maintain his domain, he carefully sensed the fluctuations of the forbidden technique. Chapter 42-25. Although Xiao Hua couldn't figure out whether this forbidden technique was the immortal world's forbidden technique or the so-called primitive world's forbidden technique, it was rare for him to see it. It was also a subtle opportunity for him to comprehend the forbidden technique and come into contact with the immortal world's cultivation methods. This comprehension lasted for over a few months. Xiao Hua's figure was originally seated cross-legged on the mountain, but once the forbidden technique and violent gales restrained slightly, he simply urged his figure to descend to the edge of the gales, and he allowed the forbidden technique to tear apart his domain piece by piece. In the end, when the gales weakened to a certain extent, Xiao Hua simply withdrew his domain and allowed the forbidden technique to descend directly onto his body. And he was more like a falling flower in the wind, slowly drifting down with the storm. Good. When Xiao Hua's feet landed on the collapsed ground, the hurricane and the entire forbidden technique completely disappeared, even the whistling between the cracks in the ground was faintly inaudible. Xiao Hua opened his eyes and praised. Confucian cultivators have a saying, pay attention to everything and learn. It's really like this. This Xiao didn't think that the forbidden technique of the immortal world could actually allow this Xiao to comprehend so much. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept around, roughly looking around, then pulled Wang Bianfei out of the space. Greetings, Master. Wang Bianfei first respectfully saluted, then swept the surroundings with his divine sense. He immediately understood Xiao Hua's meaning and said with some surprise, Master, is this where the fairy is imprisoned? However, after a moment, he was bewildered and asked curiously, what about the forbidden technique of the immortal world? He. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this place is already somewhat different from the sound transmission in the Phoenix hairpin. The forbidden technique of the immortal world may have already been destroyed. Previously, when I came here, the forbidden technique was still very powerful, even I didn't dare to approach it. But now, the forbidden technique has actually weakened and disappeared. I'm afraid, the fairy has already escaped. When Wang Bianfei heard this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He looked around and said, that's the best. This is just my guess. The real situation may not necessarily be the case. Xiao Hua said, maybe the fairy is still waiting for you somewhere. Disciple, take out the phoenix hairpin and take a look. If there is any reaction, wouldn't it save you and me a lot of trouble? Yes, Master. Wang Yifei hurriedly took out the phoenix hairpin. Sure enough, without waiting for Wang Bianfei to activate any magic power, the phoenix hairpin immediately emitted a fluctuation that was extremely similar to the one in the hurricane from before. Then, the entire phoenix hairpin emitted a four-colored light. Within the light, the phoenix hairpin gracefully took shape and flew towards the center of the sunken earth. Let's go. Xiao Hua rolled up his big sleeves and followed behind Feng Chai with Wang Bianfei. The phoenix hairpin flew for half an hour, and directly rushed into a huge crack, flying towards the ground. However, after flying for half the time of a meal, the phoenix hairpin pierced through the mountain rocks and directly hit the ground. Oh! Xiao Hua's eyes lit up when he saw the phoenix hairpin pierce through the mountain rocks that even the hurricane couldn't destroy. He knew that this phoenix hairpin was definitely not an ordinary item. After he used the earth escape technique and followed the phoenix hairpin underground for another 2 hours, his eyes lit up even more. A bottomless abyss appeared in front of him. Hiss hiss. The phoenix hairpin entered the abyss, circled in the air for a moment, and then flew towards a large rock. While flying, the phoenix hairpin also produced a strange sound, as if it was crying in disappointment. Boom! The phoenix hairpin fell into the large rock, and the large rock immediately emitted a resplendent light. Hundreds of patterns flew out from the light, and those patterns flew into the air and turned into a vague figure. This figure was obviously a woman, but her appearance was unclear. A pleasant voice transmitted over, "Fellow Taoist is considerate. Xuanzi thanks you. I'll leave this here as a memento. When the time comes, Ming Zhan will sweep the bed." With just a few words, the figure turned into a firefly and fell into the phoenix hairpin that stopped in the air. Looking at the large rock just now, it had now turned into a jade box. The jade box was half closed, and Xiao Hua's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. Hee hee. Xiao Hua rolled up his Taoist robe and sent Wang Bianfei to the front of the jade box. He said with a smile, "Quickly go, this is what Fairy Xuanzi left for you." Wang Bianfei responded and waved his hand, wanting to pick up the jade box. However, with his magic power, the jade box was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. It was not something Wang Bianfei could pick up. "Master." Wang Bianfei was somewhat discouraged. Just as he was about to ask Xiao Hua to help, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He saw Wang Bianfei fly in front of the mountain rock, first holding the phoenix hairpin in his hand, then placing both hands on the jade box. The phoenix hairpin emitted a multicolored light, and the jade box and the phoenix hairpin resonated with each other. Wang Bianfei's hand lightened, and he effortlessly picked up the jade box. "Disciple, quickly see if there's anything good inside." Xiao Hua flew over with a smile and reminded. "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei held the jade box with one hand and opened it with the other. Inside the jade box, there was an antique-looking scroll, and next to the scroll, there was a colored pen. The color of the colored pen was gorgeous, and the end of the pen was inlaid with a thumb-sized jade. "Damn it, I really want to use it as a souvenir." Seeing that there was no cultivation technique or immortal artifact inside the jade box, Xiao Hua could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, looking at Wang Bianfei's sparkling eyes, he seemed to be extremely satisfied. Just as Xiao Hua was about to say something, he suddenly heard a loud boom in his ears, and the entire earth shook. Woo woo. Whistling sounds came from the abyss, and waves of chaotic fluctuations mixed with wind blades began to rush towards Xiao Hua and Wang Bei. "Not good." Xiao Hua was shocked and shouted, "The restrictive spell here is about to activate again. Disciple, you should return to Shenhua continent." Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to agree, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He pretended to wave it in mid-air, and his mind had already swept Wang Bianfei and sent him into space. "Go!" Xiao Hua roared and urged his magic power. His entire body twisted, and in a few breaths, he teleported out of the abyss. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had only teleported a few thousand feet when the restrictive spell of the entire collapsed land began to activate. Xiao Hua's teleportation was already ineffective. Xiao Hua had no choice but to use the earth escape and wind escape techniques to escape towards the ground. More than an hour later, a hurricane gushed out from the cracks like a fountain. Xiao Hua also soared into the sky, straight into the sky. However, Xiao Hua had only rushed out a few thousand feet when there was another loud bang and the earth shook again. It was exactly the same as the previous tremor. At the same time, a huge impact force pushed over from a direction. Xiao Hua's body was unable to dodge in time, and he was swept several thousand feet away in an instant. Xiao Hua originally wanted to escape from the restrictive spell of the collapsed land. Seeing that help was sent over, how could he not know how to use it? Under the urging of his magic power, lightning surged around his body, and he quickly rushed out along with the impact force. Seeing that the space behind him was once again enveloped by the restrictive spell of the immortal world, and his domain was torn apart by the wind blades, Xiao Hua let out a long breath. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked towards the source of the impact force. Wang Dianfei previously said that the immortal was imprisoned in the northeast direction of Tongtian Peak, and the impact force this time was coming from the southwest direction. If Wang Dianfei's location was correct, then that place should be where Tongtian Peak was located. Could it be? Xiao Hua pondered, the divine weapon of Tongtian Peak has appeared. Thinking of Tongtian Peak, Xiao Hua naturally thought of the crystal from Chao Tian Ke. There was a sentence inside, in 100 years, at the peak of Tongtian Peak, the divine weapon will appear. Xiao Hua had a lot of magic weapons in his space, and he himself did not lack magic weapons. Therefore, Xiao Hua did not take this sentence seriously. He even threw the crystal to the ink jade Qilin and let it go to Tongtian Peak. And during these days of searching for Tongtian Peak, Xiao Hua had some doubts. The first question that came to mind was who had left this crystal behind. Actually, if it was related to Chao Tian Ke, Xiao Hua could easily think that it must be the crystal left behind by the person or beast who built Chao Tian Ke. Xiao Hua's heart was as clear as a mirror about the scale of Chao Tian Ke, and what kind of power it had. That restrictive spell seemed to be more powerful than the one that trapped the immortal world's immortal in front of him. With Xiao Hua's strength, even if he cultivated for 10,000 years, he would not be able to set it up. What was the purpose of such a person or beast leaving behind a divine weapon in Tongtian Peak? Xiao Hua could not help but think about it. Moreover, Xiao Hua had also asked Swallowing Heaven and Ink Jade Qilin. Weapons would appear in Chao Tian Ke every once in a while, and along with the weapons, this kind of crystal would appear. Inside the crystal, there was also this sentence, but the timing was somewhat different. In other words, the arrangement in Chao Tian Pavilion was for the divine weapon of Tongtian Peak. It was to let the prehistoric beasts who could enter Chao Tian Ke go to Tongtian Peak to snatch the divine weapon. Those who could enter Chao Tian Ke were naturally the elites of prehistoric continent, and all of them had outstanding strength. That person or beast gathered these prehistoric beasts at Tongtian Peak, just to snatch the divine weapon. Divine weapon Xiao Hua admitted that if he had a divine weapon, he would absolutely not take it out to let others snatch it. Unless he had other thoughts. However, the black jade Qilin made it clear that no other prehistoric beasts had ever appeared near Chaotian Tower. None of the prehistoric beasts that had entered Chaotian Tower had ever seen a human or prehistoric beast controlling Chaotian Tower. Of course, Ink Jade Qilin's strength was especially high. If there was a prehistoric beast controlling Chao Tian Ke, Ink Jade Qilin might not be able to detect it. Of course, besides these doubts, Xiao Hua previously thought that there were many prehistoric beasts on Chao Tian Ke that were far more powerful than him. These prehistoric beasts would go to Tongtian Peak to snatch the divine weapon, and with his strength, it would be very difficult to succeed. Therefore, Xiao Hua did not care about the so-called divine weapon. After dozens of years of experience, Xiao Hua suddenly discovered that this eldritch continent was not a complete eldritch continent. Not only was the heaven and earth yuan qi incomplete, even the eldritch beasts were not complete. He did not even see a single eldritch master, and he did not even feel their auras. Facing such a situation, Xiaohua felt that he might have a chance. Chapter 42-26. Thinking of this, Xiaohua released the ink jade qilin and smiled as he pointed towards the southwest direction. This place is millions of miles away from Tongtian Peak. If you want to go, you still have a chance. The ink jade qilin looked at the terrifying restrictive spell in front of him and was shocked. He shook his head and transmitted his voice. Master, don't joke with me. Didn't I already say that I can't go? This isn't Tongtian Peak. Xiaohua looked at the ink jade qilin meaningfully and replied, this is where you sensed the terrifying aura earlier. Tongtian Peak is 1,000,000 miles away. I just want to ask you, since we're here, do you want to go and take a look? Hee hee. The ink jade qilin's eyes also shone with a crafty light. Almost without thinking, he replied, if Master wants to go, I'll accompany Master to take a look. Let's just say that we're only going to take a look. Seeing the ink jade qilin like this, how could Xiaohua not know that it had the same thoughts as him? Okay. Xiaohua sat on the ink jade qilin's back and smiled. Let's go take a look and see what kind of divine weapon is at the peak of Tongtian Peak. The ink jade qilin raised its head and roared. Auspicious clouds appeared under its feet and carried Xiaohua around the collapsed area's restrictive spell and flew towards Tongtian Peak. Boom! After flying for half a day, before the ink jade qilin could bypass the forbidden hurricane technique, another wave of impact came from the direction of the heaven-connecting peak. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by lightning, covering himself and the ink jade qilin. The force of the impact was very strange. It actually tore the lightning to pieces, and even blew the flames on the ink jade qilin's body until they swayed. Another few days passed. Looking at the place where the scorching sun hung high in the sky, among the golden sand, a pitch-black pillar was erected between heaven and earth. It was so eye-catching, and also so frightening. Xiaohua understood that this was the heaven-connecting peak. Hiss. Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense in order to not attract the attention of other ancient beasts. However, when he saw the pitch-black pillar inserted into the ground and the other end inserted into the sky, he still sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in disbelief. Damn, this Tongtian Peak can't really be connected to heaven and earth, right? Xiaohua couldn't help but secretly release his divine sense. He wanted to see the true spirit of Tongtian Peak. However, Xiaohua's essence had only spread out for 1,000 miles and hadn't even touched the heaven-piercing peak's hair. Boom! From the side, another ferocious essence swept over. The moment it touched Xiaohua's essence it immediately launched an attack. That essence was like the beak of a large bird, instantly tearing apart Xiaohua's essence Damn it! Xiaohua was caught somewhat unprepared and cursed under his breath. His origin force immediately condensed into a hammer and smashed towards the direction of the other origin force. Boom! The two elemental intents collided in mid-air and a huge shockwave was generated, tearing the clouds in mid-air into pieces. Xiaohua's figure shook slightly as a fierce expression flashed within his eyes. He circulated his magic energy, causing lightning to surge around his body as he tore through the sky and pounced towards the distance. Call. At the same time, at the place where Xiaohua was flying towards, the cry of an eagle suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a large expanse of dark clouds covered the horizon, and an eagle-shaped exotic beast several thousand meters in size flew towards Xiaohua at a speed even faster than a meteor. While the eagle beast was flying, its two sharp claws grabbed forward, and two phantoms flew out. They crossed 1,000 miles in an instant and appeared in front of Xiaohua. The two phantoms condensed together and covered the space within a few miles. The power contained within the phantoms was astonishing. Even a demonic tool would be crushed by them. Feeling the space being imprisoned, Xiaohua's figure stopped, and then patted his head. Boom! 5-colored true qi flew out, and condensed into the shape of a big hand in midair. Woo! Although the hand was slow, the wind was biting cold, and it crushed the shackles of the bird's claw. At the same time the space within a few miles collapsed, the hand crossed the distance and grabbed the bird's claw. Bang! Not only did Xiao Hua's hand crush the two birds' claw phantoms, it even condensed the heaven and earth origin chi within a few miles into a faint crystal ball. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Xiao Hua shouted loudly. He didn't care whether the eagle beast could understand him or not. He waved his hand and smashed it towards the exotic beast that was flying towards him. When the eagle beast saw its claw image being crushed by Xiao Hua, it was shocked and enraged at the same time. It spread its wings, and the sound of wind and thunder came from them. Then, lightning surged towards Xiao Hua like a tide. Strange. Xiao Hua was bewildered when he saw the lightning that tore the space apart. Why are the lightning beasts so common on the primitive continent? What's special is that almost every primitive beast has some lightning magical ability. The origin energy crystal ball condensed in Xiao Hua's large hand was naturally much more powerful than the fireball talisman. The instant that the eagle-shaped beast's lightning annihilated the origin energy crystal ball, the origin energy crystal ball exploded. Rumble. The air trembled, and the ground also shook. The surging lightning was scattered by the origin energy crystal ball, and could no longer pose a threat to Xiao Hua. At this time, the eagle beast had already seen Xiao Hua's appearance. It raised its head and roared. It really despised this ant-like thing. As the eagle-shaped beast flapped its wings fiercely, thunderbolts appeared once again like stormy waves. Moreover, the eagle-shaped beast raised its claws again, and the space around Xiao Hua was immediately filled with strange light and shadows. Countless huge eagle claws appeared in the light and shadows, completely sealing the space around Xiao Hua. Furthermore, the eagle-shaped beast opened its mouth, and a scarlet-green beam of light mixed with destructive fluctuations shot towards Xiao Hua's chest in a flash, disregarding the distance of several thousand kilometers. The red and green light beam was so big that instead of saying it was aimed at Xiao Hua's chest, it was better to say that it wanted to grind Xiao Hua's body into minced meat. Seeing how ferocious the eagle-like beast was, Xiao Hua was enraged. He raised both of his hands and rubbed his 10 fingers together. Countless fluctuations flew out, and a dark green brilliance also surged between his eyebrows. Waves of ghostly green seal script sounds were emitted. Rumble. Above the head of the eagle-shaped strange beast in the distance, the 9 heavens' divine thunder poured down like a heavenly river that had broken its dike. And under the eagle beast's body, a dark green sphere of lightning several zhang in size had already formed, and was pressing towards the eagle beast's abdomen. Moreover, at this time, Xiao Hua also opened his mouth. Pooh! After that, a thumb-sized 5-color true chi shot out. At the core of this 5-color true chi, strands of literary star power emitted mottled splendor, and directly pierced into the light beam shot out by the eagle beast. Literary star power, gods and ghosts can be easily destroyed. When the 5-color true chi came in contact with the eagle beast's light beam, it drilled into the light beam, and after the literary star power crashed into the light beam, the 5-color true chi smashed the light beam with irresistible force. When the light beam had just collapsed by 40%, Xiao Hua's 9 heavens divine thunder and 3 corpses in thunder had already arrived in front of the strange beast. That strange beast was shocked. At the same time, it continuously shot out light beams from its mouth to fight, and hurriedly flapped its wings, urging the waves of lightning to attack the 9 heavens divine thunder and 3 corpses in thunder. Rumble. The sky within 1,000 li was full of lightning and smoke. The exploding fire snakes and various colors of brilliance had stolen the brilliance of the scorching sun. GGA. In the midst of the flames, the eagle beast's cry was quite miserable, and then a pitch-black figure rushed out in a sorry state. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and he couldn't help but sneer, because the feathers on the strange beast's thousands of zhang long wings were all standing up, and the brilliance on them was completely restrained. Wisps of smoke were emitted from the feathers, and the entire sky was filled with the smell of barbecued meat. This was still nothing. The eagle beast's beak was now bent and burst, and the originally proud feathers on its head had now disappeared, revealing a red sarcoma several zhang in size. That eagle beast flapped its wings a few times, and its figure quickly retreated 100 li. Its sword-like eyes swept over Xiao Hua, and in addition to fear, there was even more shame and anger. Ga. The eagle beast opened its beak again, and let out a low cry. This low cry had a hint of indiscriminate destruction, and following the low cry, the eagle beast's mouth dripped with blood. Immediately, a strange gale rolled up around the eagle beast's body, and this gale caused the strange beast's figure to be abnormally distorted, as if a large hand had thrown this eagle beast into a turbid lake. Just as the gale blew, a cool breeze brushed against Xiao Hua's face, and this originally warm flow actually carried a faint smell of blood. Wind escape. Xiao Hua's originally slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and those eyes were filled with a kind of fiery passion. Sure enough, a powerful aura emerged from the void where the wind blew. Looking at the distorted eagle-shaped beast in the distance, it had already turned into an illusory shadow. The strange beast that was tens of thousands of feet in size arrived with the wind. Come on! Xiao Hua cheered, and his right hand slapped the top of his head. Rumble! A pillar of lightning flew out from the top of his head, and the Confucian cultivator's 5 chi righteous thunder flickered, and an awe-inspiring aura enveloped the void within 1,000 li. Immediately after, Xiao Hua rubbed his hands together, and the 9 heavens divine thunder roared out again, covering the land within 1,000 li, and the surging tide of thunder was even more devastating than a flood. Ga. The eagle beast's long cry was like a soul sword, incomparably sharp as it pierced through space, and turned into a faint blood color that fell between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Sure enough, there's still a backup. How could Xiao Hua be afraid of a soul technique attack? The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and a layer of dark green color surged between his eyebrows again, and one after another, green seal characters exploded, and countless 3 corpses in thunder with unfathomable power came from the 9 underworlds. Not only did it scatter the blood color of the soul sword, it also sealed the eagle beast's left side. Boom! At this time, the strange beast's figure had already appeared, and its huge figure enveloped the entire space. That originally disheveled eagle head was now dripping with blood, and its dark eyes were bloodshot. Wind and thunder roared under the strange beast's wings, and the entire space fluctuated sporadically, and countless hurricanes completely controlled this space. Chapter 42-27. The eagle beast's blood-red eyes swept over Xiao Hua, and its entire body trembled slightly. As it trembled, numerous enormous wind and lightning phantoms suddenly appeared and madly pounced towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's expression was calm as water. He indifferently looked at the eagle beast's domain and softly shouted, "Break!" Rumble! In an instant, the 3 thunderbolts simultaneously displayed their might. The 5 chi righteous lightning was like a boulder that suppressed the entire space. Lightning bolts fell with incomparable might, instantly causing the entire space to collapse. The dozen wind and lightning phantoms also began to tremble. The might of the 9 heavens divine lightning was the greatest. It swept from bottom to top, and similarly, it completely destroyed the beast's space in a few breaths of time. After the seemingly awe-inspiring wind and lightning phantoms were annihilated by the 9 heavens divine lightning, there was no longer any movement. As for the 3 corpses in lightning, it rumbled as it fell into the shattered space. It even entered the eagle beast's body, causing its entire body to tumble within the space. Seeing this, the eagle beast turned pale with fright. How could it not understand that Xiao Hua's lightning drawing technique was merely a test, a form of tolerance? It actually didn't know when to advance or retreat, and instead staked everything on a single throw to kill Xiao Hua. While the eagle beast was filled with regret, its figure swiftly flashed. A strange wind suddenly rose, and an afterimage appeared. The eagle beast flew towards its right. At this moment, a trace of a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth. After that, he lightly waved his left hand, and a faint demonic aura surged out from his left hand. Within the demonic aura were numerous silver-black thunderbolts that flickered with an indescribable bloody aura that blocked the eagle beast's right. Wasn't this the devil race's dark nether devil lightning? Call. Seeing that it was yet another mutated devil lightning, and that the devil lightning had condensed into threads of lightning, an indescribable shock and fear rose from the bottom of the eagle's heart. He couldn't help but send a voice transmission to call for help. Unfortunately, it was still too late. As soon as the dark nether devil lightning appeared, an extremely mysterious fluctuation appeared in the entire space. When this fluctuation entered the eagle beast's body, it immediately annihilated all of its lightning. At the same time, the 5 Qi righteous lightning, 9 heavens divine lightning, 3 corpses Yin lightning, and dark nether devil lightning simultaneously surged into the space within 1,000 li. As the lightning wreaked havoc in the surroundings, the eagle beast's huge body violently trembled within the lightning. Quick! Seeing that the beast was about to be killed, Xiao Hua urged. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua turned into a streak of light and entered the eagle beast's head as he raised his left hand. Several strands of his soul turned into crystal. Ga. The eagle-shaped beast was stunned at first. Then, its eyes flashed with determination, and its body suddenly trembled. Rumble. A series of muffled thunderous sounds came from the beast's body, and its body, which was tens of thousands of feet in size, began to rapidly explode. Do you want to die? At this point, whether you want to die or not, it's not up to you to decide. As he spoke, Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua waved his hands and unleashed a strange soul technique. The crystal strands that had penetrated the beast's head were raised up like fishing hooks, and at the end of the hook was a faint soul of the strange beast. Crack crack. Seeing that the soul of the strange beast was about to come out of its body, the eagle beast's head exploded again, and the strange beast's soul shattered along with the eagle's head. Damn it! Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua roars in anger. Both of his hands hastily clenched together. Swish! Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's soul, which was only 30% intact, was condensed into a soul bead. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua then opens his mouth, causing the soul bead to draw an arc in the air and fall into his mouth. Good! Xiao Hua clapped his hands and smiled. He had been looking for the wind escape technique for a long time, but had never found it. He didn't expect that before he even reached Tongtian Peak, an ancient strange beast would deliver it to his door. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua flew to Xiao Hua's side and cupped his hands. This beast's counterattack at death's door tore its own soul to pieces. I'm afraid this wind escape technique is not complete, and looking at the strength of this ancient strange beast, the memories in its soul may not be complete, so fellow Taoists shouldn't have too much hope. Xiao Hua smiled. I know, I only need to know some tricks of the wind escape technique, and let the stagnant cultivation begin. I understand. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua nodded, and winked slightly at Xiao Hua, then said, by the way, I still have some things to ask Lu Yi. Can you call him out of the Kunlun mirror? Okay. Xiao Hua didn't say anything else, grabbed Lu Yi out of the Kunlun mirror, and threw him to Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua. At this time, the lightning in the entire space was still wreaking havoc, shattering the body of the eagle strange beast inch by inch. When Lu Yi came out, he was quite surprised, but in just a moment, his face changed greatly, and he opened his mouth to say something. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua smiled slightly, and asked, Lu Yi, I have something to ask you, you have to answer truthfully. Lu Yi was stunned, and hurriedly bowed, Martial Uncle, please speak, disciple will definitely answer truthfully. Good, come with I. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua brought Lu Yi a few hundred zhang away, and said something to Lu Yi. Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, and he looked at the flickering lightning, then flicked his sleeve, and under the urging of his magic power, the lightning within 1,000 li was instantly extinguished. Looking at the eagle-strange beast's body, which was thousands of zhang in size, it was now less than 10,000 zhang in size. The evils brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and with a wave of his sleeve, put away the eagle-strange beast's remains, and then released his divine sense, sweeping through the space within tens of thousands of li. Some of the nearby strange beasts who were paying attention to this place saw this and scattered. "Let's go." Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense, and waved his hand to call out to Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and Lu Yi, and the three of them flew towards the heaven-connecting peak. After the three of them left, faint spatial patterns appeared in the clear sky, and these patterns condensed into a huge eye, looking at the lightning that still looked like wisps of fire snakes descending from the sky, and then at the backs of Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua and the others didn't fly fast, and could even be said to be slow, as if they were considering whether to continue forward. After the time it took to eat a meal, the three of them arrived in front of a mountain. Xiaohua landed first, took out the Kunlun mirror, put away the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and Lu Yi, and sat cross-legged there. Xiaohua's mind entered the space and turned into Jade Archive Xiaohua's appearance. He didn't directly appear in front of Lu Yi. Instead, he stood in mid-air and raised his head. He looked straight at the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. After the time it took to eat a meal, his figure flashed, and he turned into his original appearance, and landed in front of Lu Yi. "Martial uncle." Lu Yi couldn't distinguish between Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua, and thought it was the green-robed Xiaohua coming over, so he hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Please tell Disciple's master that Disciple felt someone spying on us as soon as Disciple came out of the Kunlun Wonderland." I know." Xiaohua nodded. "Your master asked I to ask you, this spying, do you think it's directed at you? Or directed at your master?" Lu Yi almost didn't hesitate, and said, "It must be directed at Disciple. Otherwise, Disciple definitely wouldn't have sensed it." "Then," Xiaohua asked again, "once you entered Xinhua continent, you couldn't sense it, right?" "Yes." Lu Yi answered affirmatively. "Is there anything else you want to tell your master?" Xiaohua asked. Lu Yi thought for a moment, and shook his head slightly. "Seems like there's nothing else. However, martial uncle, please tell master that this kind of hostile spying seems to be like the power of heaven and earth." Disciple had a feeling of collapse just now. "Collapse? What do you mean?" Xiaohua was a little puzzled, and asked. Lu Yi explained, "Disciple has never encountered this kind of feeling before. It's like a kind of inevitable ending, a kind of powerlessness that Disciple can't resist. You have a 7th grade essence force, right?" Xiaohua's gaze swept across Lu Yi, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. "Yes, martial uncle. Disciple's essence force is at the upper 7th grade. Lu Yi nodded. "I broke through during the bloody battle in the ruins. A grandmaster at the upper 7th grade essence force actually didn't have the power to resist." Xiaohua was truly shocked. Lu Yi smiled bitterly. "This is Disciple's feeling, it may not be true. Martial uncle, please report to master and let master decide." "All right." Xiaohua nodded. "Go and cultivate." After Lu Yi left, ripples appeared on Xiaohua's body, and he disappeared in midair. Then, his entire body turned into a brilliant star and landed in the starry sky. Although Xiaohua couldn't control the entire space at this moment, if he wanted, he could know most of the things that happened in the space. He was like a ruler overlooking the entire space, and when he saw all living things flourishing and thriving, a sense of pride spontaneously arose from the bottom of his heart. There were millions of cultivators in the world, and millions of magic treasures in the world, but how many cultivators like Xiaohua were there? And how many mystical existences like the space could there be? When the heavens gave Xiaohua a great responsibility, it would first make his mind suffer, his muscles and bones toil, his body starve, his body empty, and his actions disrupted. Therefore, his heart was moved, and his nature was improved. Only in this way could Xiao Hua obtain great magical powers and become an unprecedented great sage. The jade archive Xiao Hua hovered in the starry sky for a moment, and his figure quietly left the space again. However, he didn't leave his physical body, and instead stood inside, passing on everything he knew to his clones. The clones were all silent, and no one knew what to say. Among the clones, the most powerful one was the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. Relying on the power of enlightenment, he had already entered the realm of refined void harmonization. However, even so, the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua was only at the lower level of the 9th grade of origin energy. Of course, in terms of battle strength, Wen Xing, who was at the upper 9th grade essence force, might not be a match for the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. However, the key was that even Lu Yi, who was at the upper 7th grade essence force, felt that he couldn't face the warning sign, so how could the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua resist? After a moment, the green-robed Xiao Hua opened his mouth. His tone was somewhat heavy as he asked, "Fellow Taoist, Lu Yi has a warning sign, what about you?" Chapter 42-28. No. I haven't had any warning signs yet. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. Just now, this humble Taoist rashly released the 3 Corpsine lightning, 5 Qi righteous lightning, 9 heavens divine lightning, and netherworld demonic lightning precisely because this humble Taoist wanted to attract the attention of that unknown existence. This humble Taoist wanted to use this opportunity to see if this humble Taoist would become vigilant. Moreover, in order not to disturb that existence, I didn't dare to release my divine sense, Buddhist awareness, and so on. I didn't even use my illusion breaker eye. When fellow Taoist just arrived at the great wasteland continent, didn't you have a big warning sign? Soul cultivator Xiao Hua reminded, are these two the same thing? Hiss. Xiao Hua slightly took a breath and somewhat woke up. Fellow Taoist means that our real warning sign isn't in the sky, but here. The distorted starry sky outside the sky, is just a kind of appearance. Did I make a mistake? From what Lu Yi said, that seems to be the case. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua sighed. Our cultivation bases are still too shallow. We've already fallen into the trap, and we still don't know it. Damn it, it's not that we're weak. It's that the enemy is too strong. Bone-honing Xiao Hua shouted, fellow Taoists, haven't you thought about it? What kind of enemy have we encountered since we left the heavenly prison? Devil Emperor, heavenly demon, great wasteland beast, and now there's an enemy that we can't even detect. This is an enemy that absolutely can't be encountered on the hidden immortal continent. Hee, isn't that so? A profound sky thunder vine can entangle fellow Taoist bone-honing. If this great wasteland continent wasn't incomplete, I'm afraid it would really be difficult for us to move an inch. Phoenix body Xiao Hua laughed. His tone was not without ridicule, but bone-honing Xiao Hua was still unlikely to understand, so he could only nod his head vigorously at the side. Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua said, fellow Taoist, don't forget, Namo Maitreya, cough, Jiang Luer's previous life also appeared here. Why did he reincarnate and cultivate again? Why did he reincarnate from here to the Dawn Rain continent? That must be, he fell here. What about his enemy? How can we be a match for an opponent who could kill Jiang Luer in his previous life? Hearing this, Xiao Hua was a little sad. Thinking of Buddha Bodhi who hadn't spoken yet, he raised his head and asked, Master, what do you think? Namo Maitreya. Subhuti chanted a Buddhist mantra. This humble monk does not know to what extent Namo Maitreya has reached in this place. However, this is the upper realm. For Lu to be able to come here in his past life, he must have been at least at the Golden Body 7th transformation. The supernatural powers of the Golden Body 7th transformation are far beyond what I can imagine now. His opponent. Only such a mighty being from the upper realm can make Lu Yi feel like he's unstoppable. Bone-honing Xiao Hua said hurriedly. The problem has arisen again. Dragon Bloodline Xiao Hua said, who is Nanwa Maitreya's opponent? The Buddha Lord's opponent is naturally the devil. Xiao Hua also took the opportunity to speak. Little Bratimo Ling, do you feel anything? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said disdainfully. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and said, to be honest, big brothers, I really don't feel anything. If I did, I would have told you long ago. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua nodded and said, Little Brat Mo Ling devoured the devil spirit of the devil formation, and his strength increased greatly. As long as it's the aura of the devil race, he can definitely sense it. Therefore, this opponent. I'm afraid it's not the devil race. Moreover, if it's the devil race, I really can't think of any devil race that can beat Nanwa Maitreya into samsara. A devil race that can beat Nanwa Maitreya into samsara, how can little Brat Mo Ling detect it? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was even more disdainful. Oh. Does fellow Taoist have any other thoughts? Xiao Hua asked Dragon Vein Xiao Hua curiously. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said with a smile, could it be that fellow Taoist doesn't feel it? There's no dragon race in this primordial continent. But the stone giants are divided into two factions, one faction worships Nanwa Maitreya's Buddha statue, and the other faction worships the dragon god statue. Although I don't know who the dragon god statue is, it's obvious that Nanwa Maitreya's opponent is the dragon god. Oh, when Jianghong was attacked by the lizards on the primordial continent, didn't those lizards also not dare to attack Jianghong? That's right. Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua added, when the Fortune Gates disciples were educating the variant beasts, they also discovered this situation. It's fine if there are no opposing races, but whenever there are opposing races, they either worship Nanwa Maitreya's Buddha statue or a dragon statue. Oh. Xiao Hua was surprised. He had a different guess in his heart, which was why he didn't connect these two statues together. Moreover, he wasn't directly involved in educating the variant beasts, so he didn't know as much as Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. But that's all in the past. The green-robed Xiao Hua said proudly, now, wherever the Fortune Gates disciples go, they leave behind Taoist Zhao's statue. Maybe they won't change it now, but it won't be long before they all change to Taoist Xiao. Nonsense. Xiao Hua helplessly shook his head and reprimanded, the power of faith doesn't need to be on the surface. Since the variant beasts on the primordial continent worship Nanwa Maitreya and the dragon god, we will take their place to educate them. The merit of educating and the power of faith will belong to us. Making those superficial statues is really superfluous. Moreover, if this Xiao's guess is right, the statues left behind by the Fortune Gates disciples will soon be changed to Nanwa Maitreya and the dragon god. It can't be, right? The green-robed Xiao Hua was surprised. He blinked several times, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he shrugged his shoulders and mocked himself, human nature is fickle TCH. What does this have to do with human nature? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua mocked, now, let's talk about who our opponent is. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then raised his head and smiled wryly, if it really is that senior dragon god, what qualifications do we have to be his opponent? Whatever that senior wants to do, we'll just have to wait and see. However, I have another guess, if there is such a possibility, then perhaps we still have a way to survive. With that, Xiao Hua sent a private message to Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's expression was one of confusion. Eventually, Xiao Hua said helplessly, this humble Taoist always believed that we would be able to extricate ourselves from this matter and wait for the right opportunity to arrive. Once we're done, we'll just brush our sleeves and leave. We'll be chivalrous heroes who hide our accomplishments and fame. Unfortunately, even if it's the heaven-connecting peak, since we're already here, we can't not participate. Only by fighting with all our might can we win a slim chance of survival. Variant beasts Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua sighed, all of them are experts, we're asking a tiger for its skin. Asking a tiger for its skin is the tiger's skin, it has nothing to do with us. Green-robed Xiaohua laughed, when it comes to us, it'll be too late. Fellow Taoists. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, it's time to fight again, for our survival. I hope that all of you will work together to get through this crisis. Good. All the doppelgangers agreed, only Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist name didn't come out. Xiaohua raised his head, looked at the location of his Naiwan palace, frowned, and then came out of his body. Xiaohua opened his eyes, his gaze slightly raised, looked around, took out the Kunlun mirror, released the ink jade qilin, and said, follow me to the heaven-connecting peak. Yes, master, please. The ink jade qilin respectfully bowed and invited Xiaohua to sit. Xiaohua shook his head and said, no need, today's variant beasts of the primitive continent, besides you, the primitive 5 little ones will also be interested in coming, let's fly together. Many thanks, master. The ink jade qilin was very grateful, agreed, and flew beside Xiaohua. The road to the heaven-connecting peak wasn't very smooth. In addition to the eagle-like variant beast they met earlier, Xiaohua also met ox-headed stone man, 2-winged fish, fiery brocade meng, and other strange variant beasts. These variant beasts of the primitive continent were relatively strong, even that fiery brocade meng was 30% stronger than the profound sky thunder vine. Facing these strange variant beasts, although the ink jade qilin was somewhat afraid, it still braced itself to fight. Although the ink jade qilin's methods couldn't compare to these variant beasts of the primitive continent, behind it was Xiaohua. Xiaohua's strength wasn't much stronger than the ink jade qilin's, but he had a lot of methods. Every time he was unpredictable, he could use the ink jade qilin's magic to defeat the enemy. As the ink jade qilin's admiration for Xiaohua became more and more intense, the enemy became more and more fearful. After all, variant beasts of the primitive continent who could come to the heaven-connecting peak to compete for the mystical treasures weren't fools. As they moved forward, they also paid attention to their surroundings. Almost all of the variant beasts of the primitive continent listed Xiaohua and the ink jade qilin as irresistible opponents. Not to mention Xiaohua's plan, the ink jade qilin increasingly had a plan in its heart. Previously, when it was talking to Xiaohua, it had described the primitive continent as an extremely dangerous place where experts gathered. However, when it was actually experiencing the world, it discovered that what it had encountered was far different from what it knew, and at this time, the opponents it encountered were similar to what it had experienced. There were no particularly powerful opponents at all. Therefore, the ink jade qilin had a trace of hope for that divine tool. Xiaohua already knew that there was something fishy about it, but he still couldn't see anything. He just followed his thoughts to deal with the provocative opponents. In this way, in a few days' time, they once again arrived in front of the heaven-connecting peak. Facing the heaven-connecting peak, Xiaohua couldn't help but open his mouth in astonishment. What kind of miracle was this? Ah! The bottom of the mountain was several thousand li in size, and the top was several hundred li in size. Its entire body was dark purple, and within this dark purple, there were strange textures. The textures were like swimming fish, wantonly overflowing within an area of several tens of zhang. Moreover, every time it overflowed, there would be some indescribable fluctuations emitted. These fluctuations didn't rush out from the surface of the mountain, but rather brewed within the entire mountain, like the tranquility before the eruption of magma. Chapter 42-29. In addition to those strange textures, what shocked Xiaohua the most was the body of the Tongtian Peak. The entire Tongtian Peak pierced through the heavens and the earth. It really pierced through the earth and the sky. The highest point had already disappeared into the clouds and could not be seen with the naked eye. Even when Xiaohua released his divine sense, he still could not see the end of the Tongtian Peak. This Tongtian Peak could really connect the heavens. It really lived up to its name. It can't be. Xiaohua cried out in shock. This Tongtian Peak, is it really a Tongtian Peak? I'm afraid. I'm afraid so. The ink jade Qilin also lowered its arrogant head in front of the unparalleled aura of the peak and replied with fear and trepidation. This little one has never seen or heard of such a magnificent peak. No, no. Xiao Hua explained. What this old man means is this really a peak formed by the heavens and the earth? No matter how this old man looks at it, I feel that this is the work of a great magical power. But the ink jade Qilin looked up at the peak that directly pierced the sky and said with some disbelief, who has such a great magical power? Who has the ability to move mountains and create seas, and build such a huge peak? What is the purpose of this senior building this peak? Who knows? Xiao Hua replied meaningfully. His gaze was once again directed towards the horizon. At this time, the horizon was different from before. Dense clouds had already covered the sky, and the scorching sun that had always protected the primitive wasteland continent was now hidden behind the clouds. A kind of colorful color sprinkled across the sky of the primitive wasteland continent, a rare auspicious sign. Xiao Hua retracted his gaze from the sky and fell on the Tongtian peak. At this time, in Xiao Hua's eyes, the Tongtian peak was not so much a mountain that was several hundred li in size, but rather, a magic tool similar to the wishful staff. Xiao Hua was almost certain that if his wishful staff of the 5 elements was truly refined, it would definitely be this powerful. What kind of power was that? It was comparable to all the peaks of the primitive wasteland continent. The aura that wanted to compete with the sky suppressed all the primitive beasts that came to the Tongtian peak. Although the heavens connecting peak did not have the energy waves of a magical artifact, the indescribable vastness of it was 100 times more powerful than any energy wave. The majestic image of it was directly imprinted in the minds of all the primitive beasts. Woo! At this moment, there was another flash of brilliance on the heavens link peak. This brilliance descended from the sky and instantly fell to the ground from hundreds of thousands of feet above. At the same time, an aura that resembled a dragon's roar came from the heavens link peak. Following this inexplicable roar that directly entered one's soul, an incomparable force came from the peak and spread across the entire primitive continent. It was like a declaration that would envelop the entire primitive wastelands. Roar! Just as the momentum of the heaven-connecting peak passed, a figure that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared in the void. This figure looked like a black ape. On its huge head, 2 eyes flashed with a ferocious light. Its long arms that were tens of thousands of feet long drooped down slightly and directly reached its knees. Every single strand of hair on the beast's body was standing straight up, with bolts of lightning coiling around each strand. The moment the black ape appeared in the void, it immediately let out a long roar. A ferocious aura gushed out in all directions like a mountain torrent. Immediately after, the black ape looked at the primitive beasts in front of the heavens link peak with disdain. It lifted its feet that were several times larger than ordinary mountains and stepped towards the heavens link peak as if there were stairs in the air. Woo woo! The momentum of the heavens link peak not only attracted the black ape, it also forced the primitive beasts that were hiding in the surroundings to reveal themselves. However, the momentum of the heavens link peak only forced the hundreds of primitive beasts to reveal themselves, while the black ape ignited the wildfire in the hearts of the primitive beasts. Seeing the black ape stepping on the void and approaching the heavens link peak, the majority of the primitive beasts couldn't suppress the restlessness in their hearts. One after another, they used their methods and flew towards the heavens link peak. Seeing the primitive beasts fly up one after another, Xiao Hua didn't panic at all. He put his hands behind his back and looked on coldly. He didn't make any movements at all. Master! The black jade Qilin was clearly forced into a corner and reminded in a low voice, "We should also go, otherwise what?" Xiao Hua asked indifferently. Otherwise, wouldn't the divine weapon be snatched by them? If the divine weapon was so easy to be snatched by them, would it still be called a divine weapon? Xiao Hua asked back. This The black jade Qilin was somewhat speechless. However, although he didn't know how to refute, his eyes were still filled with joy. Xiaohua sighed. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a joyful sound transmission from the left. "Stinky donkey, why are you here?" Xiaohua turned his head and saw the golden toad, black sky white tiger, and the other primitive four little beasts coming together. When they saw the black jade Qilin, they all smiled and flew over. "If you can come, why can't I?" Seeing the primitive four little beasts, the black jade Qilin immediately became angry and shouted as he flew over. However, the primitive four little beasts were still respectful and didn't dare to slight Xiaohua. They all saluted and transmitted their greetings to Xiaohua. "All of you, get up." Xiaohua smiled and said to these primitive beasts that weren't bad in quality but had been spoiled by the primitive continent. "Master, are you still not going to make a move?" The golden toad seemed to have heard the black jade Qilin's transmission and hurriedly asked. The black sky white tiger also instigated, "If master doesn't make a move now, won't you fall behind the other beasts?" "I'm not in a hurry." Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm not interested in some divine weapon, but somewhere else." "Oh. What kind of weapon does master want? Could it be that there are weapons more powerful than divine weapons here?" The five-colored phoenix asked puzzledly. Xiaohua thought for a moment and looked at the black jade Qilin. "If you want to go, you can go with them. You primitive five little beasts have always advanced and retreated together. Now, I don't want to restrict you." Although the black jade Qilin didn't understand the ways of the world, he already felt that Xiaohua was giving him a choice, just like in the imperial court. "Let's go." The black tortoise and the black tortoise had always been quiet. At this moment, they also raised their heads and looked at the black ape beast that had already rushed out 1,000 feet. They hurriedly said, "If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't even be able to touch its fur." "Master." The black jade Qilin still wanted to say something, but Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "You can go by yourself." "Yes, master." The black jade Qilin smiled and said, "If this little one obtains a divine weapon, I'll definitely give it to master." He. Xiaohua only smiled and didn't say anything else. Then, the black jade Qilin nodded at Xiaohua and followed the primitive four little beasts up the Tongtian peak. Seeing that the primitive five little beasts had left, Xiaohua released his divine sense. However, Xiaohua's divine sense could only extend for 100 or so li. He couldn't see the entire Tongtian peak in detail. Xiaohua simply urged his body to slowly circle around the Tongtian peak. His gaze fell on the Tongtian peak and carefully looked at it. After flying for more than 1,000 li, he only saw 30% of the Tongtian peak. However, Xiaohua was aghast in his heart. Not only was there an indescribable restriction on the Tongtian peak that Xiaohua couldn't see clearly with his naked eyes and divine sense, but there was also a strange aura emitted from the Tongtian peak. This aura seemed to be suppressing all things, but also seemed to be devouring all things. In short, there was a kind of solitary feeling, which made Xiaohua feel quite disgusted. Kachacha. Before Xiaohua could see the entire heaven-connecting peak clearly, he saw another bolt of lightning fall from the sky. This bolt of lightning was different from the one Xiaohua had seen before. Not only was it 9-colored, it even turned into a huge ring that fell from the top of the heaven-connecting peak. Whoosh! Almost in an instant, the ring-shaped thunderbolt fell halfway up the mountain. A destructive aura swept down from the thunderbolt. Xiaohua was 100 li away from the Tongtian peak, but that aura also submerged Xiaohua. As the thunderbolt fell, countless textures appeared on the surface of the Tongtian peak. Those textures seemed to have eaten spiritual pills. Not only did they emit a dazzling brilliance, but they also collided with each other and emitted powerful fluctuations outside the Tongtian peak. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly urged his body to fly out of the Tongtian peak. At the same time, he looked towards the middle of the mountain. At this time, Xiaohua had just walked more than half of the Tongtian peak. As far as his eyes could see, the black jade qilin, the golden toad, and the other 4 little ones were climbing the Tongtian peak. However, seeing that the 5 little ones were flying very slowly, it seemed that there were some other restrictions on the Tongtian peak. Around the 5 little ones, there were also more than 10 strange beasts flashing with multicolored light, which decorated the Tongtian peak. At this time, the huge ring-shaped thunderbolt had already fallen above the heads of the 5 little ones. Xiaohua, who was so far away, felt the power of the thunderbolt, but the 5 little ones didn't have any reaction. Xiaohua was shocked. He looked at the other strange beasts around the 5 little ones and found that they also turned a deaf ear to the thunderbolt and were only desperately climbing. What the hell is going on? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. However, at this time, he couldn't warn the black jade qilin. Just as Xiaohua was worried, the 5 little ones suddenly stopped. Then, the 5 little ones' bodies suddenly emitted a brilliance. This brilliance was the same as what Xiaohua saw in the imperial palace. It rapidly expanded, and then the brilliance of the 5 little ones connected together, forming a 5-colored halo. This halo was very eye-catching among the strange beasts in the surroundings that were somewhat panicking. At this time, the ring-shaped thunderbolt had already fallen. Rumble. The ring-shaped thunderbolt slid down the Tongtian peak. It didn't stop at all when it passed by the 5 little ones and other strange beasts. There were only some rumbling sounds that sounded like waves. After the thunderbolt passed, the 5 little ones' halo disappeared, and the brilliance around them dimmed a lot. However, it seemed that the 5 little ones weren't injured by the thunderbolt. The 5 little ones escaped a calamity, but the strange beasts around them were in a bad situation. The power of this thunderbolt was extremely great. Out of hundreds of strange beasts, 30% of them had already been killed by this layer of thunderbolt. Xiaohua saw clearly from afar that over 100 strange beasts fell along with the thunderbolt. They didn't even let out a mournful cry, let alone a corpse. Chapter 42:30. That bolt of lightning struck the ground fiercely. With a loud bang, Xiaohua's familiar impact rose from the ground and spread out in all directions. That impact passed through the place where Xiaohua was standing, and it blew away the light protecting Xiaohua's body until it became somewhat dim. Woo woo. As soon as the impact passed, dozens of primeval beasts soared into the sky from the surroundings of heaven-connecting peak. Each of them used their divine abilities and flew towards the peak of the mountain. These primeval beasts flew in different trajectories, and even their flying methods were different. Some directly flew up, some flew in a spiral, and some even teleported, appearing and disappearing in the sky for a while. Some primeval beasts spread their wings, some stepped on clouds, and some were like the black ape from before, stepping into the sky step by step. Of course, there were also a few sword cultivators that seemed to be humans. Their figures turned into bright lights and shot straight into the sky, wanting to overtake the black ape that stepped into the restriction first. Xiaohua still didn't move. His gaze swept past the primeval beasts that had just moved, and he thought to himself, the several hundred primeval beasts from before were similar in strength to the black jade qilin, but these primeval beasts now are similar in strength to me. If it's just these primeval beasts, then I have a great chance of obtaining the so-called divine artifact. Unfortunately, Heaven Connecting Peak has just appeared, and no one knows what other primeval beasts are coming. Moreover, divine sense can't be used around Heaven Connecting Peak. Perhaps there are primeval beasts that are stronger than me hiding nearby. Swoosh! Right at this moment, something that looked like a bamboo shoot suddenly emerged from the ground a few hundred kilometers away from Xiaohua. After that, the bamboo shoot started to grow taller and taller towards Heaven Link Peak, and it only took a short moment for it to grow to a height of over 3 kilometers. Then, more bamboo shoots emerged from the surroundings of this bamboo shoot and followed it into the sky, Xiao Hua was secretly shocked when he saw the faint lightning markings on the surface of the bamboo shoot and the faint sparkling between the markings. He understood in his heart that this was the thunder amplification bamboo of the primitive continent. Like the dark sky thunder rattan, it was a monster that was born from lightning. If one didn't have the means to restrain it, then it was even more powerful than ordinary primeval beasts. What he didn't expect was that this wood-born monster was also interested in the divine artifact. Moreover, what happened next made Xiao Hua's eyes pop out. In just a few breaths of time, he saw that near the thunder-amplifying bamboo, dozens of spiritual trees of various colors suddenly popped out. These spiritual trees were either in the shape of vines, trees, or plants, and so on. However, their spirit of wanting to compete with the heavens really scared Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at the vines that were as sturdy as a monster and as fierce as a human, and then looked at the Tongtian peak that pierced straight into the clouds. He almost cried out involuntarily, "Motherfucker." However, the development of the situation once again made Xiao Hua blush with shame. After the time it took to finish a meal, rumble. Lightning once again descended from the peak. Just like before, these lightning bolts once again annihilated dozens of beasts. These plants have really gained sentience. Xiao Hua was absent-minded, but at the same time, he had some understanding. Their element is wood, and their natural nemesis is metal. When the lightning strikes the plants, it can't really harm them. These plants have an advantage over the ancient beasts on the heaven's connecting peak. While Xiao Hua was pondering, those vines were growing extremely quickly. The earliest bamboo was already close to the last flying beast. Clang! When the prehistoric beast closest to the bamboo looked down, its eyes were already filled with ferocity. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. It was even sharper than a flying sword when it struck the bamboo. Although the bamboo was not afraid of lightning, when the beam of light landed on the bamboo, it was truly unstoppable. The bamboo that was thousands of feet long was destroyed in a few breaths of time. In fact, the light didn't even slow down. It turned into a thumb-sized crystal thread and pierced towards the center of the bamboo. Boom! The bamboo naturally had its own defensive means. Seeing that the crystal thread was about to pierce through, clusters of lightning appeared on the surface of the bamboo that wasn't destroyed. The lightning entered the bamboo and let out a low rumble, drowning the crystal thread. Not only that, but the lightning also shot out from the bamboo and pounced towards the ancient beasts in the air. Even the other bamboos in the surroundings went crazy. Every single one of them grew crazily and stabbed towards the ancient beasts' bodies. The ancient beasts seemed to have already planned this. They weren't afraid of the bamboo's attack at all. They suddenly flew horizontally and flew towards the other side of the heaven's connecting peak. At this moment, the difference between the ancient beasts and the ancient beasts could be distinguished. Although the bamboos stretched out and chased after the ancient beasts, after thousands of feet, the bamboos seemed to have reached their limit. After twisting for a moment, they had no choice but to give up the chase and once again stab towards the heaven's connecting peak. Seeing this, Xiao Hua didn't delay any longer. His figure flew towards the heaven's connecting peak like lightning. However, after flying for only a few dozen miles, Xiao Hua felt a boulder-like pressure above his head, preventing him from flying high. Moreover, as he urged his magic power, the boulder became heavier and heavier. Xiao Hua naturally understood that this was the heaven's connecting peak's restriction. It restricted the ancient beasts outside the range of the heaven's connecting peak from approaching the peak. Therefore, he changed his direction and flew towards the heaven's connecting peak. Once again, he flew towards the sky. At this time, the boulder-like weight disappeared again. However, Xiao Hua's smooth journey stopped at 100 miles, which was also where Xiao Hua saw the ancient beasts' bodies slow down. At this time, the air seemed to be filled with sludge. Not only did it entangle Xiao Hua's body, it also gradually imprisoned his magic power, divine sense, and Buddhist consciousness. Xiaohua had no choice but to urge his magic power with all his might to barely maintain the momentum of flying. Boom! Another thunderous sound came from the top of the heavens connecting peak. The ring of lightning once again descended. Just as Xiaohua saw before, within the heavens connecting peaks restriction, Xiaohua couldn't hear the sound of the ring of lightning. Only when the lightning fell on the top of his head did Xiaohua become aware of it. However, Xiaohua naturally didn't fear this kind of lightning power. Lightning surged around his body, wanting to cleverly disperse the power of the lightning power. Unfortunately, the lightning of the heavens connecting peak was really strange. When it fell into Xiaohua's lightning, it instantly swallowed the lightning. Xiaohua had no choice but to urge the golden light protecting his body to contend with this lightning. Just one layer of lightning consumed a lot of Xiaohua's magic power. Xiaohua couldn't help but continuously descend. Looking at the heavens connecting peak, he pondered in his heart. After all, the heavens connecting peak was extremely high. From the bottom to the top, who knew how many rings of lightning one would encounter? If one didn't have any special methods, one would inevitably end up with one's magic power exhausted. At that time, not to mention obtaining a divine tool, even one's own life would be difficult to protect. Xiaohua looked at the broken body falling down again. His gaze fell on the rattan, bamboo, and other bodies. Soon after, he faintly smiled. Not only did his body not fly up, it instead fell down like a falling stone. Wang. At the same time Xiaohua was flying down, 100 li to his left, another strange desolate beast appeared from the void. This strange desolate beast's body was at least 1,000 zhang long. Its entire body was covered in hairs. The tips of these hairs emitted a blue brilliance. It looked both sharp and poisonous. Its wings, which were several hundred zhang long, were almost transparent. There were some lightning marks on them. When the wings flapped, some thunderous sounds came from these marks. The strange desolate beast's eyes were extremely large, almost covering the entire head. Moreover, these eyes didn't have any pupils. Instead, they were protruding and pitch black. Moreover, these eyes were divided by tens of thousands of fine lines. At first glance, it looked like there were tens of thousands of small eyes in the lightning with a strange expression. When Xiaohua's gaze fell on the two antennae on the strange desolate beast's head that were even longer than its body, he couldn't help but involuntarily cry out, "Damn, what a big bee!" Of course, on the strange desolate beast's tail, there was a crimson-red needle hidden in the yellow stripes that looked like a whirlpool. Wasn't this the stinger of a bee's tail? And wasn't the strange desolate beast's entire outline a bee that had expanded who knows how many times? That bee-like strange desolate beast heard Xiaohua's astonishment. Its huge eyes swept over Xiaohua, and a cool feeling that seemed to have been penetrated was born from Xiaohua's body. See. Xiaohua was startled. Seriously, don't treat a bee as a strange desolate beast. This guy's strength isn't any worse than this Xiao's. Seeing Xiaohua's figure fly to the ground, that bee-like strange desolate beast's gaze swept over, then it no longer paid attention to him and flew to the top of Tongtian Peak. Heh. Xiaohua's figure landed. He wasn't in a hurry to do anything else. Instead, he carefully examined the part of Tongtian Peak that was inserted into the ground. He saw that Tongtian Peak was different from ordinary mountain ridges. Even the ground within several hundred li of Tongtian Peak was different from ordinary. That reddish-purple color was like a long robe. Not only did it cover Tongtian Peak, it even covered the ground. Only, what made Xiaohua puzzled was that although this Tongtian Peak was tightly connected to the ground without any gaps at all, no matter if it was the mountain peak or the ground, there wasn't any fluctuation of magic power. Even the fine lines that were commonly seen in the upper realm didn't exist. Xiaohua pinched his chin, looked at the ground, and secretly pondered. That expression didn't look like a human cultivator who came to Tongtian Peak to seize a divine artifact. Even if the desolate continent is more desolate, even if it's the upper realm, it's impossible for it to have a natural mountain that directly connects heaven and earth. This is definitely the work of some existence. Damn, this kind of existence with strength, what exactly is it planning? A group of 9th level elemental energy, oh, even if it's 10th or 11th level elemental energy, they actually want to seize a divine artifact. Isn't this just making fun of us? Chapter 42-31. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then looked at the situation around him. He knew that he had already fallen into the trap. However, the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. He was afraid that he would not be able to easily find the truth of the whole thing. Immediately, Xiaohua no longer thought about it. With a wave of his hand, he took out a few rattans from the space. These rattans were the sky-soaring rattans he obtained in the ink-black forest. They had been left in the space without much use. Now that he saw the appearance of the mysterious sky thunder rattans and thunder-amplifying bamboo, he immediately thought of the sky-soaring rattans. Although the sky-soaring rattans were an ordinary species, they had been separated by yin and yang in the Xiaoyu continent. Even if they did not have intelligence, they should not be worse than the mysterious sky thunder rattans in terms of growth. Xiaohua did not want to reveal too much of his strength. If he wanted to easily rush up the Tongtian peak, he could only rely on the sky-soaring rattans. Xiaohua sprinkled the sky-soaring rattans on the ground, but the reddish-purple color was the same as the ordinary ground. There was no reaction. Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hands and struck the sky-soaring vine with a series of hand seals. Xiaohua had obtained the origin of wood, so his physical body's attribute was already inclined towards wood attribute. Thus, he was able to use wood attribute hand seals with ease. 1-1. The sky-soaring rattans emitted an emerald-green brilliance under the symbols. In the space of a few miles, fist-sized runes also rolled out. Under these runes, several sky-soaring rattans made a roaring sound. One of them drilled into the ground, and the other stopped in the air and shook violently. In just a short moment, Xiaohua felt the ground beneath his feet tremble as if 10,000 horses were galloping. The sky-soaring vine that was originally swaying in the air suddenly went berserk. Woo-woo. It let out a whistling sound. Not only did it soar into the sky, countless branches and leaves also extended from the left side of the sky-soaring vine. Good. Xiaohua was overjoyed. His figure shrank slightly, and he stepped on a vine that stretched out. His figure rushed up the Tongtian peak along with the sky-soaring rattans. Although the sky-soaring vine was not as powerful as the profound sky thunder vine and the thunder-amplifying bamboo, its growth speed was several times faster. That huge vine passed through layer upon layer of strange restrictions, growing at an incomparably fast speed. Xiaohua stepped on the vine, the wind whistling in his ears. He actually had the feeling of riding on a flying boat. Half a meal later, the sky-jumping vine caught up with a mutant that looked like a withered tree. That mutant withered tree did not attack the sky-jumping vine like the other prehistoric beasts. Instead, it waved vigorously in the air, as if it was greeting the sky-jumping vine. Unfortunately, the sky-scuttling vine turned a blind eye and continued to crazily shoot up into the sky. Boom! At this time, another ring-shaped thunderbolt fell from the sky. This thunderbolt was much more powerful than the previous one. Dozens of the several hundred prehistoric beasts were struck down by the thunderbolt. However, the strength of this batch of beasts was relatively stronger, so only a dozen or so were killed. The other beasts were still able to fly down with great difficulty. Within the thunderbolt, the mutant of the wood element had a great advantage. When the thunderbolt fell on the sky-scuttling vine, the vines of the sky-scuttling vine immediately twisted together, forming a strange posture. And all the vines gathered together, like a rune. At the place where the thunderbolt fell, the rune formed by the vines absorbed the energy of heaven and earth from the nearby space, producing even finer runes to resist the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt that could kill a 7th or 8th stage prehistoric beast was actually dodged by the sky-scuttling vine just like that. Evildoer, evildoer, Xiao Hua stood on top of the vine, his whole body also emitting a similar wood element rune. His heart unconsciously trembled. Vines, withered trees, thunder-amplifying bamboo, and so on, although they can naturally avoid thunder and lightning, but this thunderbolt that can kill prehistoric beasts absolutely cannot be avoided so easily, right? How can those prehistoric beasts endure this? Could it be that in the end, the ones who can seize the divine artifact are these strange plants? Soon after, the sky-scuttling vine once again shot up several thousand li towards the Tongtian peak. But looking at the sky above, there was still no end in sight. And at this time, the time was already close to noon. Rumble, rumble, when the scorching sun shone down directly, at the end of the Tongtian peak, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came out. The entire Tongtian peak was shaking. After shaking no less than 9 times, in the sky above the Tongtian peak, 9 huge thunderbolts that were like scorching sun struck down. Damn it! The thunderballs had not yet landed, but their might was already like a gale blowing everything to bend. Xiao Hua was proficient in the art of thunder, so he had already sensed the might of these thunderballs from the might of these thunderballs. His complexion unconsciously changed. These thunderballs are simply not something that we can resist. Could it be that existence wants to kill all the prehistoric beasts here? Xiao Hua hurriedly stomped his foot, and the sky-scuttling vine immediately stopped. The vines that had already spread for hundreds of li began to leisurely dance in the air. Caw 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 caw. Fortunately, the 9 thunderballs landed halfway up the mountain and suddenly stopped. The 9 thunderballs cracked like colored glass, and countless thunderbolts intertwined and fused together, actually condensing into a platform of thunderbolts above the heads of the prehistoric beasts. And below this platform, the black ape that had rushed up the Tongtian peak the earliest was already less than 10 li away from this platform. That black ape was stunned at first, but soon after, a wisp of thunderbolts appeared on the platform he was on. The thunderbolt struck the black ape's head with lightning speed, and the black ape's huge body trembled. Suddenly, its eyes became bloodshot, and it waved its arms in the air, pouncing towards the nearest prehistoric beast. That prehistoric beast was in the shape of a flying deer. Previously, it had already been injured by the thunderbolts. Now that it suddenly saw the black ape charging towards it, it couldn't help but panic. Multicolored light shone from its antlers, covering the space, and its forehooves frantically stomped out. Waves of biting cold wind whistled, bringing with them wind blades that could tear the void apart, enveloping the space within dozens of li. The smell of blood also gradually assailed the nostrils in the midst of this gale. Roar. The black ape let out a furious roar and landed in front of the space. Its arms suddenly smashed into the space, and after a series of whooshing sounds, blood and black light immediately appeared on the black ape's arms. Pieces of flesh were torn apart by the wind blades. Roar roar. The black ape howled and fell into the space around it. It opened its mouth, and a crimson-black beam of light shot out, instantly splitting the space around the wind blades into 2. Caw. Cracks immediately appeared on the flying deer's antlers. The flying deer was shocked. It hurriedly flapped the wings on its back, looking like it was about to retreat. But at this moment, a furry ape arm suddenly appeared from the void above its back. Boom! The ape arm fell, and it really hit the flying deer's wings. Gotcha! The wings were broken from the roots. Aoo! The flying deer howled in pain. Before it could do anything else, the ape's arm suddenly grabbed the flying deer's wings. Crack! Black chi appeared on the ape's arm, and with a slight increase in strength, it actually tore off the wings. As blood splattered everywhere, the flying deer no longer had the strength to attack. Its body flickered with multicolored light as it retreated a few li, wanting to escape. Alas, the black ape had no intention of letting it go. Its figure flickered, and it appeared in front of the flying deer's head again, smashing its arms down on the flying deer's head. At this moment, the flying deer was also resisting stubbornly. It stuck out its antlers. Although the antlers were dripping with blood, they were still glowing tenaciously, wanting to fight to the death. Alas, the flying deer was already heavily injured. How could it possibly survive after crashing into the hands of the black ape that had gone berserk? Boom! With a loud bang, the huge fist came down. Not only did it extinguish the brilliance of the antlers, it even cut them off. Not only that, the fist didn't lose any momentum and landed on the flying deer's head. The flying deer's head shook a few times, and its entire body fell to the ground. Ah! Everything happened so suddenly that the nearby exotic beasts were caught off guard and hurriedly flew away. Even Xiao Hua, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but be taken aback at this moment. He didn't understand what had happened to that black ape exotic beast. The black ape exotic beast, who had already gained the upper hand, did not give up. Its body flew once again and chased after the flying deer's falling body. Its right arm suddenly pierced towards the flying deer's neck. Pfff. A pillar of blood shot out from the flying deer's body, instantly splattering several thousand feet around it. The smell of blood in the air grew even stronger. While Xiao Hua was frowning slightly, the other exotic beasts didn't make any strange movements. After all, most of the fights between exotic beasts were life and death. It would be strange if the black ape only knocked the flying deer unconscious and didn't kill it. Ayo! The black ape that killed the flying deer raised its head and roared loudly. Its blood-stained arms waved crazily in the air, as if it was showing off and demonstrating its power. Oh no, it's going to be a mess. Seeing that the black ape wasn't in a hurry to fly to the platform, Xiao Hua's heart thumped. He knew it was going to be bad. Sure enough, after the black ape roared, its figure flashed once more, and it pounced towards another primeval cosmos beast. That beast wasn't afraid, either. It also roared and met the black ape head-on. Just like that, it began to fight with the black ape. Moreover, as more and more exotic beasts of the untainted land approached the platform, more and more exotic beasts of the untainted land joined the battle, including the 5 little beasts of the untainted land. Damn it! Xiao Hua, who was already used to the selection rules of the human race, knew that this fight was the prelude to entering the Heaven's Link Peak. He cursed in his heart and didn't move forward. He only waited at the bottom of the Heaven's Link Peak for the development of the situation. Unfortunately, the tree may wish to remain calm, but the wind will not stop. Xiao Hua simply did not have time to dodge. The bee-like beast that had charged into the heavens connecting peak earlier turned around and headed straight for Xiao Hua's head. It was as if a huge yellow cloud was pressing down on him. However, what made Xiao Hua feel strange was that although the bamboos, withered trees, and other wood-type beasts near the Heaven's Link vine were already close to the platform, they didn't make any movements. However, the bamboo's momentum was blocked by the lightning, and they couldn't advance even half an inch. Chapter 42-32. Xiao Hua retracted his gaze from the distance and coldly looked at the bee-like beast. Boom! Without waiting for the bee-like beast to get close, an indescribable wave rushed over like a stormy sea and landed on Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would naturally be flustered. After all, this was the innate ability of the bee-like beast, innately restraining the human race. However, in Xiao Hua's eyes, this method was like child's play. Green light flashed between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. One by one, green seal characters fell in the air and combined with each other. Finally, they turned into a huge green seal character and whistled in the air. Woo-woo! A strange wind blew over. The space of several li was filled with layers of green marks. The bee-like beast's wave immediately turned into nothingness when it touched the green marks. It was simply unable to pose a threat to Xiao Hua. And what made Xiao Hua laugh the most was that the bee-like beast seemed to be blind in the space filled with green marks. The tentacles on its head swung around randomly. The stings on its abdomen pierced through the air while exuding strange bee venom. This bee venom was as sweet as a dream. When Xiao Hua breathed in a mouthful, an illusion immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Xiao Hua was so scared that he hastily waved his sleeves to disperse the bee venom. Wang. The bee-like exotic beast was flustered for a while, but it didn't seem to have any effect. It flapped its transparent wings fiercely, and layers of lightning fell from the fine patterns on its wings. Not only that, the ring-shaped patterns around the bee-like exotic beast started trembling as well, forming illusions in the air and spreading out in all directions. It was a very strange sight. Although Xiao Hua's soul technique was effective, the space began to gradually collapse in the midst of the lightning and shadow. The green marks had just faded away when the bee-like beast's figure immediately passed through the air. A stinger sharper than a spear stabbed in front of Xiao Hua. Layers of illusions were born along with the sweet fragrance. Seeing the bee venom corroding the space, Xiao Hua faintly smiled. He formed a seal with both hands and two dark green seeds appeared in his hands. The seeds expanded with the wind and blocked in front of Xiao Hua like two huge vines. On the vines, there were also thumb-sized green dots. The bee-like exotic beast was stunned, as if it didn't understand why the vines had appeared. However, the stinger still shot out, and a ring of light appeared on its abdomen. When the ring of light landed on the stinger, the tip of the stinger actually became mottled with 5 colors. Explode! Following Xiao Hua's calm command, the green dots on the vines suddenly exploded. The green dots turned into emerald green flowers, and the explosive force drove away the bee venom from the stings. It even blasted the light of the bee-like beast into pieces. A flower bud that was thousands of feet in size bloomed beautifully at the spot where the needle was. Pfff, the entire flower bud trembled where the needle landed. The trembling petals were like a beauty frowning in pain, causing one's heart to ache. The venom on the stinger fell on the flower bud, corroding the petals and even the space around the petals. Rings of spatial cracks appeared, and the gray-white patterns swallowed the petals. A moment later, a huge vortex appeared in the air. However, the bee-like exotic beast's stinger had also turned pale white, and the sweet fragrance had already disappeared. Coil. Xiao Hua smiled faintly, like a Buddha picking flowers. He flicked his hands, and the vines under the petals danced nimbly, rolling towards the bee-like exotic beast. Huff. The bee-like exotic beast was somewhat anxious. Its 2 antennae made the sound of wind and whipped towards the vines. Caw caw caw. Wherever the antennae went, the vines were split into 2 halves. Moreover, just as Xiao Hua was about to use his magic power again with a frown, the antennae suddenly turned around and attacked Xiao Hua from the left and right. The antennae were so swift and violent that Xiao Hua, who had always wanted to use this bee-like exotic beast to practice his wood attribute magic, was absolutely caught unprepared. Squeak squeak. A teeth-numbing sound came from Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua's protective light disappeared where the tentacles fell. His body, which had been tempered thousands of times, was pierced by the tentacles. An indescribable pain drilled into Xiao Hua's heart. Damn it! Why is it so powerful? Xiao Hua was shocked. He never expected that while he was underestimating the bee-like exotic beast, the bee-like exotic beast was also numbing him. The bee-like exotic beast's real trump card wasn't its stinger, but the antennae above its head. The antennae didn't move at all during the previous battle. Even in Xiao Hua's knowledge, he never thought that the seemingly dispensable antennae of the bee-like exotic beast would be so powerful. Xiao Hua said somewhat regretfully, "This Xiao was wrong. This isn't a bee that this Xiao has seen before. This is a prehistoric exotic beast." Xiao Hua roared. His figure swayed, wanting to teleport away. However, even though shadows appeared one after another, Xiaohua's figure was still in place, unable to move. Obviously, the space around Heaven's connecting peak had been sealed long ago, and he couldn't teleport. Seeing that the antennae's strength had increased sharply and were about to drill into his body, Xiaohua's body overflowed with lightning, and he wanted to borrow the lightning to fly away. Taoist master, don't be anxious. Suddenly, a voice came from below Xiaohua. Xiaohua lowered his head slightly and saw devouring heaven holding the nine-toothed rake, flying up with difficulty. It was several hundred li away from him. Xiaohua's heart warmed, but he still cursed, "Damn it, by the time you came up, the cucumber would have already turned cold." While speaking, Xiaohua had already turned into lightning and fell in the direction of devouring heaven. Unexpectedly, although the bee-like exotic beast's figure wasn't as fast as Xiaohua, its antennae were like maggots in tarsal bones, piercing into Xiaohua's body as he fell. Shua! Xiaohua raised his hand slightly, and the Tingjiao shears turned into a golden light and fell. Keng keng. Two golden lights struck the antennae at the same time. What shocked Xiaohua even more was that the place where the golden light landed actually produced a metallic sound, and the incomparably sharp Tingjiao shears actually couldn't cut off the antennae. In fact, not even a crack appeared. Is this still the bee that I teased? Xiaohua was really going crazy. After teasing for half a day, the one who was truly teased was actually himself. Go. Xiaohua's figure fell rapidly. While he put away the Tingjiao shears, he also used the seal of overturning the sea. Boom boom. The seal of overturning the sea let out a rumbling sound, and in an instant, the bee-like exotic beast was sent tumbling in the air. But even so, the antennae pierced a few inches into his body. Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. He suddenly raised his arm, tightly grasping the two antennae with both hands, and roared, "Rise, whine whine." The antennae actually let out a rumbling sound, but they were only pulled out about 2 inches, and the antennae fell again. Moreover, in this 2-inch distance, the sharp thorns on the antennae simply didn't come out of Xiaohua's flesh. Xiaohua really didn't dare to believe that this unremarkable bee-like exotic beast had such great strength on its antennae. What should I do? Xiaohua was somewhat at his wits' end. His hands tightly grasped the two antennae that were even more dangerous than a fierce snake, not knowing what to do with them. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Almost without thinking, he loosened his hands, and the fine crystalline light between his 5 fingers fell onto his arms. Whoosh! Just like a spring breeze blowing through the night, Xiaohua's arms were covered with thumb-sized petals. Even the places where he was injured by the bee-like exotic beast just now were suffused with layers of green light. Tender buds smaller than mung beans covered the entire wound, and thousands upon thousands of thin buds gushed out, wrapping around the bee-like exotic beast's antennae. The antennae originally had some extremely thin thorns, and they had already pierced deeply into Xiaohua's flesh. At this time, with the emergence of the buds, a rich life force spread between the thorns and his flesh. Not only did it block the thorns, it even hastened the rapid healing of his flesh. The thorns of the antennae left his flesh for only a moment, but the bee-like exotic beast immediately sensed that something was wrong. The roots of its antennae suddenly surged with strange fluctuations, wanting to pierce again. What Xiaohua needed was precisely this moment. Just as the buds blocked the thorns, Xiaohua's figure immediately turned into the wind, and the bee-like exotic beast's antennae fell again. The thorns pierced only the shadow of Xiaohua's figure. Damn it, damn it, damn it. As soon as Xiaohua broke free from the bee-like exotic beast's clutches, he roared 3 times in a row. He slapped his head, and his true chi surged. The heavenly law's embodiment technique was displayed, and the wishful steel staff was also in his hand. He danced and fought with the exotic beast. Boom, 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 boom. The roaring sound was incessant in the air. The bee-like exotic beast's antennae were like soft whips, blocking Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. The battle between the man and the beast was very lively. Taoist master, I'll help you. At this time, the heaven-devouring beast rushed over, and the nine-toothed rake was lifted towards the sky and smashed down fiercely. Be careful. Xiaohua saw that the heaven-devouring beast was so reckless, and hurriedly reminded, this thing is extremely powerful. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's reminder was too late. The bee-like exotic beast's roar suddenly sounded, and invisible fluctuations suddenly overturned the heaven-devouring beast. Even the afterimage of the antennae swept past, and the heaven-devouring beast was thrown high into the sky. Xiaohua helplessly waved his hand and caught the heaven-devouring beast. He looked around and placed it on the leaves of the sky-soaring vine in the distance. The heaven-devouring beast's body was huge, and the branches and leaves of the sky-soaring vine trembled for a long time before it could support the heaven-devouring beast's body. Fight! After a moment of fighting, Xiaohua suddenly abandoned the wishful steel staff. His hands formed a seal, and the power of the stars and moon surged out like a wave. Boom! The bee-like exotic beast was immediately hit by Xiaohua's sneak attack, and its whole body flew upside down. However, the two antennae did not forget to stab Xiaohua's abdomen. I can't always fight with this thing. Xiaohua raised his eyes slightly and looked around, but did not find anything unusual. He muttered in his heart, in that case, I'll take out some means first. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could come up with any means, he saw that behind the bee-like exotic beast's body, a bamboo suddenly protruded. This bamboo was inserted straight into the bee-like exotic beast's abdomen, and it felt like a spark from a flint. The bee-like exotic beast was shocked, and without thinking, it raised the stinger on its abdomen and stabbed at the bamboo. Chapter 42-33. Ka. With a crisp sound, the bee needle easily pierced into the bamboo. However, at this moment, golden lightning appeared on the surface of the bamboo. This lightning not only dispelled the poison on the bee needle, but also firmly imprisoned the bee needle in an instant. Wang. The bee-like beast flapped its wings, and the ring-shaped yellow light around its body surged and fell on the bamboo. It tried its best to pull the bee needle out of the bamboo, but the lightning on the bamboo flickered and easily extinguished the yellow light. Who? The two antennae of the bee-like beast moved and attacked the body of the thunder-amplifying bamboo with all its might. Boom boom. At that moment, Xiaohua moved. His golden silhouette abruptly flew out and grabbed the tentacle with its hands. Immediately after, Xiaohua's silhouette rumbled as he flew towards the peak of the sky-connecting mountain. Seeing this, the thunder-amplifying bamboo suddenly retracted towards the ground. Woo woo. The bee-like beast let out an inexplicable cry. Its body was stretched extremely long. Finally, when the bamboo fell several thousand zhang, the bee-like beast's antennae were stretched to the limit. Pa. With a light sound, a cluster of blood spurted out from the bee-like beast's abdomen. The bee needle was pulled out by the thunder-amplifying bamboo, and along with it, a large amount of blood-red organs and other things came out. The bee-like beast's body flew towards Xiaohua's golden body as its antennae retracted. Pu. There was no need for Xiaohua to make a move. The withered tree not far from the thunder-amplifying bamboo suddenly stretched out its withered branches and easily pierced the bee-like beast's body. Looking at Xiaohua again, he didn't let go of his hands. He was very clear in his heart that the most precious parts of the bee-like beast's body were these two antennae. Now that he had them in his hands, how could he let go? Xiaohua opened his mouth, and with a pu sound, a sword light spurted out. It fell on the head of the bee-like beast and chopped off its head. The headless bee-like beast's body fell into the withered tree. The thunder-amplifying bamboo and other wood-type bee-like beast all stretched out their branches and tore the bee-like beast's body to pieces in a few breaths. Xiaohua shook his hands, and layers of brilliance appeared on his antennae. That brilliance flowed through the antennae and into the bee-like beast's skull. When the skull's flesh fell, the two intact antennae appeared in Xiao Hua's hands. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, these two antennae were connected inside the bee-like beast's body. In other words, the two antennae, they were actually one. Good. Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh, and then he placed the tentacle into his space with a sweep of his mind before he said in his heart, this thing can be refined into a spirit treasure, and it would surely possess the might of an immortal artifact when utilized. What are these things? The sky-devouring beast's trembling voice could be heard. His face was filled with terror as he watched the thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree devour the bee-like beast's body. It didn't care, Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and transmitted, what you see is naturally what it is. But they. Sky-devouring was tongue-tied, as if it did not know what to say. Then, he was suddenly shocked and jumped out from the leaves of the sky-soaring vine, as if he was afraid of being swallowed by the sky-soaring vine. He cried out in shock, why didn't they kill you? The thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree had already stopped swallowing. They surrounded the sky-soaring vine and waved their branches and leaves, as if communicating with the sky-soaring vine. Xiao Hua already understood. Although he wasn't a wood-type mutant, his body had just merged with the wood origin. Moreover, he had just used wood-type magic. That rich life force had already made these mutants treat him as one of them. Moreover, he was standing on the sky-soaring vine, so they couldn't distinguish him. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't explain. He smiled and replied, nothing else, this old man's moral quality is good. Moral quality? Xiao Hua clearly didn't understand what moral quality was, but he still replied, I understand, Daoist's moral quality is too good. Yes, that's it. This old man's moral quality is too good. Xiao Hua was grinning from ear to ear. He stood on the sky-soaring vine with his hands behind his back and looked at the bloody battle in the distance. Why are you here? Are you here for that divine artifact? It seems, with your strength, you can't get it at all. Why can't I come? Xiao Hua stomped. You can come, so can Black Jade Donkey, Golden Toad, Five Colors Stupid Chicken, Black and White Stinky Bastard, and Little White Stinky Cat. Why can't I come? Insatiable greed. Xiao Hua smiled. This old man gave you a weapon. How long has it been, and you're already disdaining it? Can't I come to take a look? Xiao Hua was like a defeated rooster. His face carried a faint shame, but his neck was still very stiff. The sky-soaring peak and divine artifact are now crazily spreading in the primitive wasteland continent. If other mutant beasts can come, why can't I? Do whatever you want. Xiao Hua was a bit gloomy. He waved his hand and casually said a few words, still looking into the distance. At this moment, the fighting on the heavens connecting peak had come to an end. Less than a tenth of the exotic beasts were left standing in the air. Their scarlet blood spilled on the heavens connecting peak, covering its original purplish color. The bloodstains that flowed along the peak looked like tears of blood left behind by the peak, making it look rather miserable. What's more, the remains of some exotic beasts that had been smashed into pieces were hanging on the peak, swaying in the wind as if they were laughing at something. The air was filled with the smell of blood, which didn't disperse for a long time. However, where Xiao Hua stood, many wood-type mutant beasts and sky-soaring vines clustered together, as if they were united against a common enemy. No other mutant beast dared to provoke them. Xiao Hua sighed, then his gaze fell on the primitive five little ones. At this moment, the five little ones could no longer form a battle formation. Their so-called halos had been broken, and the brilliance around them had long since dimmed. Even one of the profound sky-white tiger's wings was broken. As for the golden toad, the black and white tortoise, they were all covered in wounds of varying severity. Fortunately, they were still alive. The primitive five little ones were already stealing glances at the lightning platform above their heads, which had already begun to crack. Roar! On the other side of sky-soaring peak, where Xiaohua's gaze couldn't reach, there was a mournful howl. A horned horse ruthlessly stabbed its horn into the body of a huge stone-horned beast. The stone-horned beast howled and fell from the sky. Boom boom boom. The lightning platform let out a rumbling sound and completely split open. The cracks once again turned into thunderbolts falling down. Go! Xiaohua's heart stirred. He used his foot to step on the sky-soaring vine. The vine produced a whistling sound and carried Xiaohua straight to the lightning platform's previous location. Seeing the sky-soaring vine move, the thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree hurriedly chased after it. As for the sky-swallowing beast, it saw clusters of branches and leaves flash before its eyes. It finally couldn't bear it anymore and urged its body to follow the sky-soaring vine into the sky. After all, Xiaohua wasn't close to the platform. When he was still dozens of li away from the platform, the primitive 5 little ones had already crossed the platform. Sure enough, there were no more restrictions there. The primitive strange beasts safely passed through. Strange. Xiaohua had just flown past the platform with the sky-soaring vine when he suddenly felt relaxed. He couldn't help but release his divine sense. To his surprise, he discovered that his divine sense could already be used. Moreover, the previous restrictions on the sky-soaring peak seemed to have disappeared. Xiaohua urged his body to move again and immediately teleported away. Since Xiaohua discovered something strange, the other primitive strange beasts naturally also discovered it. One by one, the strange beasts urged their bodies. Some stepped into the void, some turned into flowing light, and some used strange escape techniques. They all rushed into the sky not much slower than Xiaohua. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, the sky above their heads became increasingly blue. The wisps of white clouds were already under their feet. However, there was still no end to the sky-soaring peak. Xiaohua's divine sense also couldn't see any divine weapons. Taoist. At this moment, the sky-swallowing beast was somewhat surprised. It pointed at a place and shouted, "You, quickly take a look. Is that a divine weapon?" Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly raised his head to look. Sure enough, on one side of the sky-soaring peak, there was something that looked like an axe hanging there. Since his divine sense couldn't see it, but it could also be seen by the naked eye, Xiaohua immediately came to a conclusion. He whispered, "Yes, that's a divine weapon." "Damn it, that's impossible." The sky-swallowing beast swallowed its saliva and shouted, "This isn't the peak of the sky-soaring peak. How can there be a divine weapon? Isn't this different from what was said in the crystal? Moreover, this weapon looks so shabby and doesn't have any aura. How can it be a divine weapon?" That's true. It was rare for Xiaohua to agree with the sky-swallowing beast's point of view. After all the magic weapons he had seen before, as long as they were slightly powerful, they would have some aura. Since this so-called axe was called a divine weapon, it should be much more powerful than a magic weapon, right? Could it be a gimmick? Xiaohua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. However, after pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and patted his forehead. The delusion breaker Dharma eye opened. Ouch! What surprised Xiaohua was that as soon as his delusion breaker Dharma eye opened, an unusually dazzling 9-colored light immediately appeared before his eyes. This colorful light was like a steel needle piercing into his Dharma eye. Xiaohua cried out in pain and hurriedly closed his Dharma eye. A kind of terror that he had never experienced before emerged from his Dharma eye. Taoist. The sky-swallowing beast didn't understand why Xiaohua was crying out in pain. Just as it was about to speak, "Divine weapon." Xiaohua groaned in a low voice. The magic power in his body was activated, and the power of his domain was crazily activated. His figure teleported to the top of the sky-soaring peak. If Xiaohua could see the divine weapon on the sky-soaring peak, how could the other exotic beasts not know? Boom boom boom. Huge rumbling sounds rang out one after another on the sky-soaring peak. The group of exotic beasts all released their domains. The strength of these exotic beasts who passed the selection wasn't particularly different. Therefore, when their domains collided with each other, powerful fluctuations were produced. Chi waves, splendor, and multicolored lights completely covered half of the sky-soaring peak. That powerful power formed a barrier, blocking the advance of all the exotic beasts. Chapter 42-34. Crack, crack, crack. Xiao Hua's figure retreated from the void helplessly. His divine sense swept across the sky that was blocked by the chaotic fluctuations. Immediately, tens of thousands of thunderbolts appeared around his body. These thunderbolts and lightning condensed into a shuttle shape and fell towards the sky above his head. Xiao Hua then activated the thunder escape technique and crashed into the tens of thousands of airwaves. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The thunderbolts fell within the fluctuations, causing the entire space to shake. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua forcibly squeezed out a gap in the turbulent fluctuations. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure fly out from the gap, roar. The seemingly most powerful black ape mutated beast went crazy. It raised both of its arms in the air, and a pitch-black beam of light appeared between its 10 fingers. The core of the beam of light was blood-red. Crack. The black ape actually tore a 10-mile-long gap in the void where the beam of light went. Although the fluctuations and chaotic aura rushed out from the void, the black ape, whose eyes were already red, didn't even look at it. Its figure turned into a beam of black light and crashed into the gap. Roar, roar. In the distant sky, a strange bird with 4 wings on its back let out a high-pitched cry. This cry didn't sound like a bird's cry, but more like a beast's cry. Immediately, the strange bird's 4 wings suddenly flashed, and a phantom soared into the sky from the top of the strange bird's head. In just a moment, it actually rushed out of the blockade and directly rushed towards the axe high up in the sky. Seeing that a strange beast rushed out of the blockade, the other strange beasts didn't dare to stay any longer. Each of them used their incomprehensible divine abilities. They either rushed into the fluctuations with their physical bodies, or turned into flowing light. There was even a strange beast that looked like an anteater that opened its mouth and began to swallow the fluctuations. As it swallowed the fluctuations, the strange beast's body also produced fluctuations. It merged with the fluctuations and the airwaves and broke through the blockade easily. When the prehistoric strange beasts moved, the thunder-amplifying bamboo, the withered tree, and the other wood-type strange beasts also hurriedly stretched towards the sky. However, at this moment, these strange wood-type strange beasts revealed their shortcomings. Under the fluctuations, many of their branches and leaves were destroyed. Even though the surface of the thunder-amplifying bamboo produced layers of lightning to resist, many bamboo joints were still broken by the airwaves. The sky-devouring beast stayed between the branches and leaves of the sky-soaring vine and also reached the place where the fluctuations were sealed. At this moment, it seemed to have given up the idea of fighting for the divine artifact. It was somewhat dumbfounded, looking at the prehistoric strange beasts and the strange beasts using their divine abilities. It felt really ashamed of its short-sightedness. However, it was under the cover of the sky-soaring vine's branches and leaves. Those fluctuations didn't affect the sky-devouring beast. Prehistoric strange beasts that could pass the selection slaughter, how could they be ordinary beasts? Xiao Hua, the black ape, and the others had only just broken out of the seal and gained the upper hand for the time being. The other beasts immediately used their other divine arts and broke out of the seal that was starting to calm down. They continued to chase after Xiao Hua and the others. Even the thunder-amplifying bamboo and the other wood-type strange beasts, after withstanding the attacks of the fluctuations, once again rushed into the sky. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, knowing that he had the upper hand. He hurriedly released his Buddhist sense, wanting to quietly put that divine artifact into the space. However, the Buddhist sense was even worse than divine sense. When it swept past the location of the axe's shadow, not only did it not see the axe, but there was also an incomparably sharp fluctuation flashing in the void, unexpectedly cutting the Buddhist sense to pieces. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly withdrew his Buddhist sense, no longer daring to use other divine sense methods. He could only obediently fly high, preparing to use the simplest method to get the axe. Under the thunderclap ninth heaven, the distance of several tens of thousands of li was covered in a flash. The Tongtian peak was so quiet that it made Xiao Hua feel intoxicated. Along the way, there were no more attacks or ambushes, as if everything was normal. Seeing that astral winds had already appeared in the vicinity, the blue sky had already disappeared, and the clouds had already disappeared. Layers of earth, fire, wind, and lightning faintly appeared in the grayish-white color above his head. Xiao Hua knew that the Tongtian peak was really connected to the heavens. This end was already inserted into the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. However, he did not have time to sigh with emotion at the almighty method of constructing the Tongtian peak. His gaze fell on a protruding mountain rock under the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. There was precisely an axe placed there. A real axe. This axe looked ordinary, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, it was incomparably stunning. The axe's entire body was grayish-black, the axe's handle and the axe's head were one. The axe's handle was strangely curved, and there were indescribable textures on it. Those textures in Xiao Hua's eyes seemed to be floating clouds, and he simply could not see the true appearance under the clouds. There was also another type of textures on the axe, and these textures were divided into two layers. Although the upper layer looked grayish-black, within the textures, there was a bright blue, faintly containing the meaning of light. The lower layer of textures was different, revealing a kind of pitch-black, faintly containing the demonic qi and underworld qi. And in between the two layers of textures, there was only a straight thin line. This line, from the surface, looked like a straight line without any curve, but within it, there were tens of thousands of spiral-shaped fine lines that were like whirlpools. Within these fine lines, there was actually the aura that Xiao Hua was familiar with, the qi of heaven and earth, the power of the stars and moon, and other indescribable auras. What kind of axe is this? Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air, and a layer of goosebumps suddenly appeared all over his body. A kind of excitement that he had not felt for a long time appeared in his heart, and at this moment, his gaze once again fell on the edge of the axe. The edge of the axe was originally the most important part, but as far as Xiao Hua's eyes could see, he could not clearly see where this edge was. This was because all of the light, all of the void, and even everything had been sliced apart by this edge. If it weren't for the axe's hilt resting on the mountain rock would have already been sliced into nothingness by the edge of the axe. Fuck, who cares what kind of trap it is? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and he made up his mind. How can I let go of such a divine tool? This was human nature. Even though Xiao Hua was a grand ascension cultivator, his Tao heart was quite firm, and even though he had already seen through the trap, greed immediately welled up in his heart at the sight of this divine tool. He had already cast his previous plans to the back of his mind, and he was completely focused on obtaining this axe. With this thought in mind, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and his arm immediately transformed into a massive hand that was several hundred feet in size, which swept through the air toward the axe. At this moment, a cracking sound came from the void above Xiao Hua's head. Then, several thousand zhang of space collapsed. The black ape stepped out from the void, its body flashing with black-red blood light. This ape looked like Xiao Hua and stretched out its arm. It smiled coldly and waved its left arm. A string of cracks appeared in the void, and a force that could tear Xiao Hua's body apart pounced towards Xiao Hua. Humph! Xiao Hua sneered. He waved his other hand as well, and a huge fist met the black ape's attack head-on. Amidst the huge explosion, the space between Xiao Hua and the black ape exploded one after another. Xiao Hua borrowed the force of this attack to rush up once more, roar. The black ape was enraged, and it let loose a wild roar as it opened its mouth to blast out a pitch-black pillar of light. This pillar of light suddenly shot through the air toward the mountain rock in the distance. The black ape's figure once again soared into the air, and it chased after Xiao Hua in no time at all. Roar! Xiao Hua had only flown a few more li when another beast roar came from the sky to his left. Xiao Hua turned to look and saw that it was actually the phantom of the four-winged bird. The phantom only existed for a few breaths of time before ripples appeared on it, and it transformed into the bird's body. However, the bird didn't attack Xiao Hua at all. It only looked at Xiao Hua with contempt. The 4 layers of wings flapped again, and another phantom soared into the sky and pounced towards the axe faster than lightning. Presumably, as long as the phantom was there, the bird's main body would also appear there. Oh no, this is bad. Xiao Hua was alarmed when he saw the ancient mutant beast chasing after him. He quickly scanned the area with his divine sense, and he cried out involuntarily, "This Xiao has already been overtaken by several ancient mutant beasts, and there are actually others who are faster than this Xiao in the other directions of the Tongtian Peak. I'm afraid this Xiao is going to fall behind." Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his hand and slapped the top of his head, shouting, "Fellow Taoists, quickly come and help." As he spoke, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, bone-tempering Xiao Hua, dragon bloodline Xiao Hua, green-robed Xiao Hua, Buddha Bodhi, and devil spirit Xiao Hua all rushed out of Xiao Hua's body. They didn't need Xiao Hua to say anything, and they all teleported and pounced on the ancient mutant beasts in different directions, stopping them from advancing. As for Xiao Hua himself, he let out a loud roar. The big hand that was originally grabbing the axe suddenly changed direction and fell toward the black ape. Xiao Hua's big hand falling was really out of the black ape's expectations. Seeing the mountain boulder-like imprisonment coming at it, the black ape could only roar and wave its fists to meet it. Boom! The big hand fell and first crushed the pitch-black light pillar in the sky, and then it collided with the black ape's fists. When the big hand was destroyed, the black ape's body was also blocked, and it even fell several li. Roar! The black ape was furious and pounced toward Xiao Hua. It seemed like it also wanted to kill Xiao Hua first. Come on! The corners of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up into a faint smile. At the same time as his figure horizontally pounced towards the black ape, a phoenix cry rang out. Xiao Hua's phoenix form suddenly flew out from Xiao Hua's body. With a flap of his wings, he directly pounced towards the axe in the distance like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Xiao Hua's fists danced in the air as he fought against the black ape. Under Xiao Hua's will, the space within a few hundred miles was set off layers upon layers of air waves. The inexplicable cracks appeared wantonly and blocked the prehistoric beasts that wanted to approach him. As for the 4-winged bird that had previously transformed into a phantom and flew high up in the sky, it was now blocked in the air by Xiao Hua's devil chi. It could only watch helplessly as Xiao Hua, who had a phoenix body, flew past it. As for the ancient mutant beasts in the other directions of Heaven Connecting Peak, they were naturally blocked by Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua for the time being. They couldn't get close to the axe. Seeing that phoenix body Xiao Hua would be able to get the axe in a few more moments, Xiao Hua displayed a divine ability to block the black ape's fury. At the same time, he was grinning from ear to ear as he thought to himself, "Your grandmother, you dare to snatch from me. If I'm not happy, I'll take out all the Fortune Gate's disciples and have them lay down a formation. Let's see who can withstand millions, no, tens of millions of humans." Chapter 42-35. However, the instant phoenix body Xiao Hua approached the axe, a fist-sized lightning suddenly rolled out from the side of the mountain rock where the axe was located. Subsequently, a huge bamboo joint stretched out from the void and grabbed towards the axe. It was actually a moment earlier than phoenix body Xiao Hua. Lightning amplification bamboo. This. What's going on? Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. When did it get here? Isn't this guy still under this Zhao's body with the sky-piercing vine? However, at this time, there was already no meaning in thinking about the reason. Phoenix body Xiao Hua waved his phoenix claw, and a shadow shot out like lightning, wanting to grab the axe before the lightning amplification bamboo. Kachacha. At the same time the lightning amplification bamboo's bamboo joint fell, another 100 bamboo joints grew out, blocking other directions. Phoenix body Xiao Hua's phoenix claw was shattered by the lightning amplification bamboo. Damn it, if this Xiao returns to the hidden immortal continent and says this Xiao was defeated by a spirit wood, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Xiao Hua was really angry and anxious. He released several great clones, and the fatty meat was already at the side of his mouth, but it was actually snatched away by a spirit wood. He really had an impulse to be flustered and exasperated. Without any suspense, the lightning amplification bamboo's bamboo joint wrapped around the axe. However, at this time, a strange change occurred again. The bamboo joint that wrapped around the axe suddenly emitted a kacha-kacha, crisp sound, and the bamboo joint broke into several pieces. Even the rhythm of the shattering spread along the lightning amplification bamboo's bamboo joint, falling no less than several 100 feet. Ha! Seeing this, Xiao Hua was shocked in his heart, and then he was overjoyed. If it wasn't for him using all his strength to resist the black ape mutant beast, he would have almost clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this Xiao understands. This axe is a divine weapon, annihilating everything in the world. My human race and mutant beasts all have flesh and blood, so they should be able to pick up this axe. And the wood-type mutant's body is a spirit wood, so how can it pick up this axe? No wonder the sky-piercing peak's previous restriction didn't stop wood-type mutants, because they simply don't have the qualifications to use this axe. Xiao Hua already understood, but the lightning amplification bamboo didn't. The bamboo joint once again stretched out and was about to fall, but unfortunately, the result was the same. All the bamboo joints that approached the axe were shattered. There was no exception. Haha, this item is eyes. As Xiao Hua laughed, he had already flown in front of the axe. His phoenix claws swiftly and fiercely descended, passing through the shattered bamboo to grab the axe. Xiao Hua's suspended heart finally settled down. The several strange beasts closest to the axe were all blocked by his own clones. No one could stop the phoenix Xiao Hua from taking the axe. Unfortunately, right at the instant Xiao Hua came into contact with the axe, a ferocious aura arrived unexpectedly from extremely far away and assaulted Xiao Hua. This aura seemed to have substance, and was more powerful than any of the attack methods that Xiao Hua had seen before. Although Phoenix body Xiao Hua had extended his phoenix claw, his origin perception had long since scanned the surroundings, and he was extremely vigilant in his heart. However, this aura was formless and traceless, and extremely strangely appeared near Phoenix body Xiao Hua. Phoenix body Xiao Hua was greatly shocked, so how could he still dare to take the axe? He hastily flapped his wings, and numerous illusory figures appeared. Those two phoenix claws even swiped through the air with a swoosh, forming a star-moon shield, wanting to block this aura. Boom! With a loud bang, not only was the star-moon shield smashed into pieces, even the illusory wings were destroyed. Even Phoenix body Xiao Hua, who was on the verge of 9th grade origin energy, was sent tumbling in midair, and helplessly fell to the side of heaven connecting peak. In midair, feathers and bloodstains slowly fell along with Phoenix body Xiao Hua's unyieldingness. Shortly after, that aura rolled in midair, and once again crashed down with a loud bang. Boom boom boom. Amidst the violent tremors, all of the primeval strange beasts that were fighting were knocked down by this aura for more than several hundred li. When the primeval strange beasts appeared in midair, all of their bodies were trembling, and traces of blood appeared on the surface of their bodies. No matter if it was their two eyes or their single eye, their eyes all carried incomparable fear as they looked towards the origin of that aura. As for the thunder-amplifying bamboo, dead wood, and even the sky-soaring vine and other would attribute strange beasts, they were even more unbearable under this aura. Kacha kacha, crisp sounds continuously rang out, and the majority of their bodies that were climbing up heaven-connecting peak were smashed to pieces, and they hastily retreated back into the ground. The primeval strange beasts were beaten into such a sorry state, and Xiao Hua was similarly unable to bear it. The golden light that protected his body was annihilated by this aura, and the true essence within his body was beaten until it dissipated. Even the true qi within his middle dantian was beaten into chaos. An indescribable dizziness emerged from his Naiwan palace, and it didn't disperse for a long time. The phoenix body Xiao Hua was the most seriously injured, and he had already fainted after falling from midair. Fortunately, he had the devil spirit Xiao Hua by his side. The devil spirit Xiao Hua vigilantly abandoned his four-winged bird and caught the phoenix body Xiao Hua. Under the attack of that aura, he hastily fled to Xiao Hua's side. Then, while the other primeval strange beasts were panicking, he escaped into Xiao Hua's body. As for the dragon vein Xiao Hua and the others, because they were too far away from Xiao Hua, they didn't dare to act rashly at this time. They all blended into the group of primeval strange beasts, and quietly observed the situation. After that aura that injured the primeval strange beasts appeared for a moment, it immediately disappeared. Then, in the horizon, a pitch-black cloud and mist appeared. This cloud and mist instantly dyed the sky black, and swept towards the heaven-connecting peak. The aura that was exactly the same as the previous one was like a stormy sea, and it enveloped the space of several tens of thousands of li. Then, a cold voice that carried the vicissitudes of life, bloodthirst, and anger, rippled through the entire space like a god. Although this voice sounded very unfamiliar, when it landed in Xiao Hua's ears, Xiao Hua understood, damned bunch of little things. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves in the mirror? You actually dare to come and snatch the Pangu axe. You all deserve to die for having such thoughts. Damn it. Xiao Hua hid beside the black ape strange beast, biting his lips, and did his best to resist the aura that could make 10,000 beasts kneel down. He thought to himself, there really is an ambush behind the heaven-connecting peak. This thing that wants to come, I'm afraid it has been spying on my existence all this time, right? However, although this aura is so terrifying, within it, there is a hint of familiarity. This trace of familiarity, what is it? The dark clouds were about to press down, and that terrifying aura became even denser. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua couldn't help but fall down again. Within the rolling dark clouds, a strange beast that was several tens of thousands of zhang in size gradually revealed its figure. It's a bit strange. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the dark clouds, and he couldn't help but frown. This was because the dark clouds were emitting a dense desolate aura, and there were also layers of dragon patterns. These dragon patterns were golden in color, and they condensed into the shape of a dragon within the dark clouds. However, the strange beast that was revealed was surrounded by demonic clouds, and the demonic clouds weren't completely in the shape of a dragon. Instead, it was a monster that looked like a dog yet wasn't a dog, a monster that looked like a dragon yet wasn't a dragon. As soon as this monster appeared, a boundless pressure fell down from the sky. As the demonic clouds around its body swelled, huge scales could be vaguely seen. The natural patterns on the scales, and the chaotic desolate aura, were constantly being born and destroyed within these patterns. Could it be, that this is the dragon-shaped god? Xiao Hua suddenly understood. His naked eyes were almost unable to look directly at this monster, because the aura on this monster's body was much higher than that of a human. Under the gaze of a human, the monster's body had long been distorted. To Xiao Hua, rather than saying that the monster was standing in midair, it was better to say that the monster was in the void. However, just as Xiao Hua was puzzled, a few strands of Buddhist light appeared within the monster's demonic clouds, and when the demonic clouds rolled, they became even denser. What? This monster is actually related to Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiao Hua was shocked. However, when he saw that the Buddhist light was instantly destroyed by the demonic clouds, and another voice, equally ancient but also filled with compassion and pity, was born from another direction of the heaven-connecting peak, he suddenly came to a realization. No, this is another existence. Sure enough, when that voice fell into Xiao Hua's ears, it was another voice. Heaven-swallowing beast, are you trying to lure this old man out? Xiao Hua hurriedly wanted to turn his head, but at this moment, another familiar aura, although faint, still had an indestructible momentum, pounced over from that direction. This aura fell into the previous aura. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions rang out, and the entire space within 1,000 li of it collapsed. Xiao Hua didn't even need to turn his head to know that the newcomer was the underground expert he had met when he was looking for Chao Tian Tower. However, the expert at this time had revealed his ability, far surpassing his expectations. Xiao Hua and the group of strange beasts scattered in all directions like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They originally thought that they were the main characters of the heaven-connecting peak, but when the real main character appeared, they discovered that they were merely fish in the moat. Xiao Hua, who was fleeing in panic, finally turned his head, only to see that in the opposite direction of the heaven-swallowing beast, the horizon was reddish-yellow. Within the reddish-yellow clouds, there was a myriad of layers of Buddhist light. Within the clouds, wind-like ripples fluttered irregularly, and within the Buddhist light, there were heavenly dragons and fairies appearing and disappearing from time to time. Above these clouds that were shaped like Buddhist lotuses, there was also a strange beast that was several tens of thousands of zhang in size. Ah! This! Who exactly is this dragon-shaped god? When Xiao Hua saw this strange beast, although he had never seen it before, a trace of the same familiar feeling arose from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. This strange beast had a tiger head, a single horn, a dog's ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and a cheetah's feet. It looked rather strange, and its appearance was similar to that of a dragon yet not a dragon, a tiger yet not a tiger, a lion yet not a lion, a cheetah yet not a cheetah, and a dog yet not a dog. Moreover, under the Buddhist light, there was actually a layer of guardian heavenly king's projection outside of the beast's body. At this time, Dragon Vane Xiao Hua and the others had already taken advantage of the chaos to land around Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua hurriedly transmitted his voice to Buddha Bodhi. This strange beast looks like a dragon, could it be that it is that dragon-shaped god? Namo Maitreya, Buddha Bodhi's figure fell into Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace, and he somewhat indifferently replied, Sandalwood, this thing is definitely related to my Buddhist sect. Its body has a dense Buddha nature of Namo Maitreya, and it also has the Buddha fruit of Guardian Heavenly King. Chapter 42-36. As soon as Bodhi's voice came out, the monster's strange eyes rolled and swept toward Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was shocked and retreated again. At this time, the voice of the heaven-devouring beast sounded, Di Ting, you and I have to settle this. This Tongtian Peak is the best choice for you and me. Not bad, not bad. Di Ting raised its tiger head and praised, in this incomplete eldritch continent, only this Tongtian Peak is worth seeing. You've really put in a lot of effort for today's battle. As it spoke, Di Ting's gaze fell on the axe. Moreover, you actually took out Dragon God's Pangu axe. It seems like you and I are going to fight to the death today, huh? The heaven-devouring beast was stunned and surprised. Unfortunately, before it could speak, Di Ting opened its mouth and spat out a Buddhist light that fell on Pangu axe. How could the heaven-devouring beast care to speak? He also opened his mouth, and the space within 1,000 miles in front of his head suddenly turned black and collapsed, as if it was being swallowed. Just as the black crater was about to block the Buddha's light, Di Ting's figure suddenly swayed and disappeared from the spot. Then, fist-sized Buddha lotuses appeared in the vicinity of the Heaven's Path Peak. Each Buddha lotus was burning with crimson karmic fire. Let's go. Xiao Hua shouted. His mind swept over the sky-soaring vine, and with a wave of his sleeve, he caught sky-devouring beast, who was with the sky-soaring vine. His figure turned into a thunderbolt, and he fled into the distance with the group of strange beasts. At this time, Panguax had turned into a flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. It had nothing to do with Xiao Hua anymore. The battle between the two eldritch beasts was not something these eldritch beasts could participate in. Xiao Hua and the rest were not fools. They knew that if they stayed here any longer, they would lose their lives. Damn it! The heaven-devouring beast cursed angrily. Its whole body was covered with black clouds and countless dragons pounced on the red lotus karmic fire. In a loud roar, Deitting's figure flew out from one of the red lotus karmic fire and quickly used the horn on its head to hit the heaven-devouring beast's chest. Caught off guard, the heaven-devouring beast was flipped over by Deiting. As the earth quaked and the mountains shook, the heaven-devouring beast's body crashed into a mountain range of nearly 1,000 miles, causing it to collapse. As Truth Listener pounced at the heaven-devouring beast, it said coldly, "Since I know that this Panguax is a trap, how can I fall for it so easily?" Woof woof. The heaven-swallowing beast let out a bark that sounded like a dog's bark. It leaped out from the collapsed ground and shouted, "If I want to kill you, why would I need to use a trap? Damn it, there's a problem." Xiao Hua fled while peeking. Hearing this, he looked at the sky collapsing and earth sinking battle in the distance and unconsciously came to a realization. However, this has nothing to do with this Xiao. Let this Xiao escape first before anything else. However, just as Xiao Hua felt that he was about to be safe, the space around him suddenly froze, as if a giant seal had been placed on him. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly urged the magic power in his body. Lightning burst out from his body, wanting to break the seal. However, before his magic power could be generated, he saw a stream of light flash in front of his eyes. Layers of Buddhist lotuses bloomed and his figure flew out from the Buddhist lotuses, appearing at the Tongtian peak that he had escaped from earlier. What's going on? Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly urged his magic power. Unfortunately, all of Xiao Hua's magic power was restricted at this time. He couldn't use a trace of magic power, and he couldn't use any strength. "After this old man kills the heaven-devouring beast, I'll send you to the Western Paradise." Truth Listener's voice was like the sound of heaven. "You actually dared to snatch the Maitreya Buddha's Buddhist light. You're even more despicable than the Dragon God. Damn it." Xiao Hua was almost gnashing his teeth. He already understood that everything he had done in the primitive continent was seen by Truth Listener. This Truth Listener was probably related to Jiang Luer's previous life. He had touched Truth Listener's bottom line. How could Truth Listener let him go? Only when the heaven-devouring beast kills Truth Listener would he have a chance to escape, right? That's right. After this old man kills Truth Listener, I'll also kill this guy. At this time, the heaven-devouring beast's voice also sounded. On this continent, other than the Dragon God, there can be no other dragon race. When Xiao Hua heard this, he couldn't help but feel his soul fly out of his body. He had calculated many times, but he didn't expect that the existence that was spying on him was right beside him. His crisis actually came from these two strange beasts with the ability to penetrate heaven and earth. Even if Xiao Hua didn't want to watch the two strange beasts fight, he had no choice but to watch. The two strange beasts, Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast, each used their magic power. The space within tens of thousands of miles was torn apart. On the entire land, all the mountains, forests, and everything else were destroyed by the two beasts. Those strange beasts that couldn't escape in time were also killed. There were no exceptions. Other than the sky not being pierced through, everything was not beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. Looking at such an earth-shattering battle, Xiao Hua only had one thought in his mind. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry up and use your magic power. Let's fight to the death and perish together. Of course, Xiao Hua was also clear in his heart that these two strange beasts had survived and endured on this continent for so many years because they had a clear understanding of each other's strength. They knew that they didn't have the confidence to win, so they didn't make a move for so long. The possibility of them perishing together was very high. Moreover, while praying, Xiao Hua also looked elsewhere, waiting for the third person who hadn't appeared yet. Because from the short conversation between the two beasts, Xiao Hua had already faintly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Previously, Xiao Hua might have had a trace of an idea to reveal to the two beasts, but now that he heard that the two beasts wanted to kill him, Xiao Hua naturally hid this idea deeply. Unfortunately, the development of the matter was not within Xiao Hua's control. The two beasts fought for more than 10 days. Seeing that the sky was turned upside down and the earth was turned upside down, there were no other peaks in the hundreds of thousands of li of land, but the two beasts still hadn't decided a victor. Although whether it was Deity or the heaven-swallowing beast, their bodies were stained with blood and large pieces of flesh were missing, the two beasts were still very far away from perishing together. The third person who was supposed to appear had also not appeared. Woof! The heaven-swallowing beast let out a slightly miserable roar, blowing away the spatial cracks that filled the sky and falling into Xiao Hua's ears. This sound is somewhat similar to Little Black. Xiao Hua, who was burning with anxiety, didn't notice it before. At this moment, he suddenly frowned. Thinking of the familiarity he felt when he saw the heaven-swallowing beast earlier, Xiao Hua's heart gave birth to an inconceivable thought. Damn it, this heaven-swallowing beast can't be related to Little Black, right? Thinking of Little Black, Xiao Hua's gaze naturally fell on Deity. There was almost no need to guess. Xiao Hua already understood that this Deity must be related to Little Yellow. Because as early as in the Xiaoyu continent, the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress had already said that Little Yellow might be Deity. Moreover, when he saw Deity, he also had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wasn't it Little Yellow's aura? Damn it, Little Yellow, Little Black, your father and mother are going to be killed by your... I don't know if it's your ancestors or descendants. You're going to become orphans. Xiao Hua had a feeling of defeat. Facing such a strange beast, he really didn't have any power to fight back, even if he used the heavenly white bone. Maybe only this Pangu axe. Xiao Hua turned his eyes to look at the Pangu axe, it's just. I don't know if this Pangu axe is real or fake. Why hasn't the third person who put the Pangu axe here come? Seeing that these two strange beasts didn't even look at the Pangu axe, this Pangu axe is probably a fake. Otherwise. While Xiao Hua was looking at the Pangu axe, the heaven-devouring beast was also looking at it. Its gigantic body suddenly emitted a monstrous demonic aura that covered thousands of miles. Amidst the demonic aura, dragon tattoos that resembled black flood dragons regrouped and pounced at Deity, who was covered in Buddhist light. Roar! As Deity roared, the space began to boil. The Buddhist light turned into strange branch-like Buddhist weapons that smashed towards the dragon patterns. Another wave of dazzling light that could tear apart the primitive world was born in every inch of the void, once again overturning and tearing the void. Even the seal around Xiao Hua's body was torn apart. However, when these dazzling lights landed on the heaven-connecting peak, the dark purple mountain rocks only sparkled, and there was no damage at all. Damn it! In this dazzling light, Deity suddenly roared. Its huge body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the heaven-connecting peak. Xiao Hua was stunned and hurriedly turned his head to look. The heaven-swallowing beast had actually taken advantage of the attack just now to rush towards the Pangu axe. Seeing this, Deity suddenly came to a realization. This Pangu axe is actually real. Although Deity's body turned into a stream of light, the heaven-swallowing beast was half a step ahead. Its body was like the wind, and it had already rushed in front of the Pangu axe. Seeing that it couldn't stop the heaven-swallowing beast, Di Ting opened its mouth and hundreds of lightning bolts turned into the shape of Buddhist lotuses and attacked the heaven-swallowing beast's back. At the same time, Di Ting's body turned into a dragon, and its horn was like a meteor as it fiercely pounced on the heaven-swallowing beast. Seeing that the demonic clouds around the heaven-swallowing beast's body were flourishing, and a huge tentacle suddenly appeared and was about to grab the Pangu axe, Di Ting roared again and sped up. At the same time that Di Ting sped up, a spatial rift that was hundreds of feet wide suddenly appeared above Di Ting. Then, a strange beast that looked very similar to Xiao He poked its head out of the rift, and with a buzzing sound, bit Di Ting's dragon body. At this time, the lightning bolts that Di Ting sent towards the heaven-swallowing beast had already landed on the heaven-swallowing beast's back. Amidst a loud boom, the heaven-swallowing beast's body turned into a phantom. Within the phantom, the pitch-black demonic clouds were scattered by the lightning. Di Ting was shocked. He really didn't expect the heaven-swallowing beast to trick him again. At this time, it was too late to turn around. This was because although the head that poked out was small, the mouth that opened looked huge. Di Ting's huge dragon body actually fell into that extremely small mouth. Chapter 42-37. Roar. Helpless, Di Ting could only speed up in an attempt to escape from the mouth of the heaven-devouring beast. Woof. The heaven-devouring beast let out a clear cry as it bit down on half of Di Ting's dragon body. Di Ting's body glowed with Buddhist light and lightning as it tried its best to stop the heaven-devouring beast from devouring it. However, the heaven-devouring beast managed to bite down on half of its dragon body. Roar. Di Ting roared in pain as the Buddhist light around him diminished greatly. However, under his desperate struggle, his remaining body managed to escape from the heaven-devouring beast's devouring once again. Woof. The heaven-devouring beast let out a wild cry as the spatial rift rapidly expanded. Even the space within a few hundred miles began to ripple. The heaven-devouring beast's huge body emerged from the void once again as it pounced on Di Ting with its pitch-black demonic clouds. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. Di Ting is seriously injured. As long as the heaven-devouring beast continues its pursuit, Di Ting will definitely die. If Di Ting dies, I'm afraid I'll also die in the heaven-devouring beast's mouth. Why is my life so bitter? If Xiao Hua could think of this, how could Di Ting not think of it? Di Ting continued to fly forward as his entire body twitched. At the same time, the dim Buddhist light shone brightly as if he was about to make a final struggle. At this moment, Di Ting had already flown to the front of Tongtian Peak and was extremely close to Pangu's axe. Although Di Ting did not believe that Pangu's axe was real, he still lifted his qilin-like foot and landed on Pangu's axe. With Pangu's axe in hand, Di Ting suddenly turned around. The qilin foot transformed into an arm as it brandished Pangu's axe at the heaven-devouring beast that was chasing after it. Once Pangu's axe was swung, an incomparably ferocious aura immediately emanated from it. This aura enveloped the space within a few thousand miles. Under this aura, everything was imprisoned, whether it was spatial rifts or spatial fluctuations. Even the seemingly invincible heaven-devouring beast's speed suddenly decreased as the demonic clouds around it were blown away. How? How is this possible? This Pangu's axe is real. When did you get the Pangu axe? The heaven-swallowing beast cried out in disbelief. You have the Pangu axe, why have you always? Unfortunately, Di Ting did not listen to the heaven-devouring beast's words, nor would he answer its question. The Pangu axe slowly descended along with his arm, and the light and shadows within tens of thousands of miles were annihilated by the edge of the axe. The world turned dark. Xiao Hua didn't even see what was happening. The entire world was filled with a kind of sharpness. The shackles around Xiao Hua's body were instantly cleaved apart, and bloody wounds several inches deep appeared on his body. See. Xiao Hua was shocked on the spot, is this Panga's axe. This thing was 100 times stronger than the soaring dragon shears, and 1,000 times stronger than the soaring dragon shears. 10,000 times. Amidst his shock, Xiaohua didn't dare to escape casually. Ignoring the fact that he couldn't escape from Truth Listener, even if Truth Listener stood there motionlessly and casually brandished Panga's axe, Xiaohua wouldn't be able to escape even if he fled 5,000 kilometers away. While Xiaohua was shocked, the heaven-devouring beast was in big trouble. Although it tried its best to dodge, under the Pangu axe, even if its body turned into wind, it would still be cleaved into two. Almost silently, the heaven-devouring beast's entire body was cleaved into two halves except for its head. Woof! The heaven-devouring beast roared weakly. The half of its body that was still connected to its head was wrapped in pitch-black demonic clouds and rapidly shrunk, while the other half of its body instantly dried up and turned into powder, disappearing into the air. Humph! Success in one strike, Di Ting said coldly. I didn't expect you to actually dare to use the real Pangu axe as bait. Since that's the case, then I'll chop off this Tongtian peak where you worship the dragon god. So that those stone giants don't worship your bullshit dragon god. After saying that, Di Ting no longer paid attention to the heaven-devouring beast that was almost powerless to fight back. Its figure leaped up again, and Panga's axe waved again. However, this time, the Pangu axe was even slower. Looking at Di Ting's appearance, this Pangu axe was even heavier than before. Wait! At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast suddenly heard something strange and hurriedly shouted. However, it would have been better if it had not spoken. As soon as it spoke, the Buddhist light around Di Ting suddenly disappeared. Under Di Ting's forceful swing, Panga's axe actually roared. Woo-woo! Then, there was a soft sound, like a willow branch brushing against a mountain rock. However, after this soft sound, the entire Tongtian peak immediately emitted a purplish brilliance. Amidst the brilliance, Di Ting's figure fell backward uncontrollably. The Pangu axe in its hand drew an arc in midair, which went straight through the void and disappeared into the ground. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Di Ting's figure had not yet stabilized when it roared again. Then, it perked up. A blood-red brilliance appeared on its horn, and its entire body pounced toward the Tongtian peak again. Di Ting's fierce voice sounded in the chaotic air, even if I'm going to die, I must knock down this Tongtian peak. I will never let this bullshit dragon god accumulate the power of faith. Boom! Di Ting's figure was so fast. Before its voice fell, its horn had already hit the Tongtian peak. In fact, the Tongtian peak had already been cut off when Panga's axe fell. It was just that Panga's axe was too sharp, so the Tongtian peak did not collapse. Now that Di Ting's horn hit the Tongtian peak, there was a huge roar, and the sky changed color. The Tongtian peak that pierced through the earth, fire, wind, and thunder was knocked down just like that. Xiaohua stood in midair, dumbfounded as he watched Di Ting, whose horn was broken and who was on the verge of death, being blown away by the collapsing force of the Tongtian peak. Then, he looked at the huge mountain collapsing like a stone pillar. An inconceivable feeling involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. He roared in a low voice that was close to a whisper, Is this the magical ability of a prehistoric beast? Is this the ability to collapse mountains and split the earth by raising its hand? How is this possible in the cultivation world? Damn it! And you? While Xiaohua was in a daze, Di Ting's fierce voice sounded again, You fought with Maitreya Buddha Lord for the Buddha's light. You must die too. As it spoke, a suffocating aura once again fell from the sky, wanting to imprison Xiaohua. Humph! Xiaohua sneered. He hurriedly rubbed his hands, and a huge crystal light fell into the void. His figure hurriedly prepared to escape. Although Xiaohua was not afraid of two dying beasts, he really did not need to fight with them. He only needed to wait for them to die slowly. Wait. At this moment, another aura blocked Di Ting's killing aura. The voice of the heaven-devouring beast sounded, Di Ting, let me ask you. This Tong Tian Peak. Weren't you the one who ordered the stone giants to build it? Di Ting was stunned. Then, he coldly snorted and replied, how could it be me? Why did I build this Tong Tian Peak? Back then, weren't you the one who ordered hundreds of millions of stone giants to build this Tong Tian Peak? Wasn't it for today's battle? Is it to pay respects to your dragon god? How is that possible? The heaven-devouring beast exclaimed, how could I order hundreds of millions of stone giants? I thought you built a Tong Tian Peak similar to a Buddhist pagoda to gather the power of faith for Maitreya Buddha Lord. Which eye of yours thinks the Tong Tian Peak looks like a Buddhist pagoda? Isn't it similar to the Dragon Clan's altar? Di Ting also felt that something was wrong and retorted. Back then, hundreds of millions of stone giants built the Tong Tian Peak. It was divided into 9 stages. Isn't each stage a pagoda? The heaven-devouring beast seemed to recall, back then, if I wasn't afraid of your Buddhist treasure, I would have torn down your Tong Tian Peak. Bullshit. Di Ting also said angrily, is building the Tong Tian Peak into 9 stages a Buddhist pagoda? Isn't the Dragon Clan's altar built in the same way? If I wasn't afraid of your dragon artifact back then, would have torn down this Tong Tian Peak. Then. At this point, Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast said in unison, then, who built this Tong Tian Peak? Seeing the 2 strange beasts entangled with each other again, Xiaohua quietly ordered. The green-robed Xiaohua steered his invisible nascent soul and secretly slipped out of Xiaohua's body, heading towards the place where Panga's axe fell. Who knew that these 2 strange beasts were so powerful? The moment the green-robed Xiaohua slipped out, Di Ting immediately noticed and turned around to ask. Xiaohua hastily opened his mouth and transmitted his voice, Seniors, Junior feels that, you should first see who left the crystals in Imperial Heaven Tower and who placed that divine artifact on Heavenspan Peak before talking. Only by knowing this can you find out who built the Tong Tian Peak. But speaking of this, Xiaohua was a little surprised. Hundreds of millions of stone giants built the Tong Tian Peak. Was it just to arouse the suspicion of these 2 strange beasts? To place Panga's axe? As soon as Xiaohua spoke, the 2 strange beasts' eyes shone with an ominous glint. One emitted a demonic aura while the other emitted a Buddhist aura. It seemed that they both wanted to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua was slightly startled and hurriedly shouted, Seniors, this junior just came to the great desolate continent. I didn't have the chance nor the ability to build this Tong Tian Peak, you naturally don't have the ability. But, if I die here today, Maitreya Buddha's Buddhist aura will definitely be. How could Di Ting be willing to listen to Xiaohua's explanation? He said coldly, abandoning the heaven-devouring beast and pouncing towards Xiaohua. Seeing that the heaven-devouring beast didn't release its aura and didn't use its divine ability, Xiaohua already had a plan in mind. He hurriedly urged his magic power to dodge. But at this moment, gotcha. A burst of light sound like thunder came from high up in the sky. Then, the sound of splashing water sounded again. Not only was Xiaohua taken aback, but even Truth Listener, who was lunging over, was taken aback. It looked up in surprise and saw that the light blue sky was as smooth as a mirror. The spot where the Heaven Ascension Peak had previously pierced into the sky was now an azure hole. A large amount of water dripped down from this azure hole. In particular, around the hole, clear cracks radiated towards the entire horizon. Pieces of the sky were like shattered mirrors that collapsed along with these cracks. The strangest thing was that the azure color around the hole was also spreading in all directions along with the shattered mirror. The further away from the hole, the fainter it became. Chapter 42-38. It's raining. How can it be raining? How can it be raining now? Xiaohua was inexplicably nervous. After all, He had traveled around the Eldritch continent for decades and had seen very little water elemental energy. He had already regarded the Eldritch continent as a place where the 5 elements were incomplete. Now that the Tongtian peak had suddenly collapsed and the sky was leaking water light, how could he not be surprised? What surprised Xiaohua was not only this, but in the sky, as the sky collapsed, the hole became bigger and bigger. The blue around the hole spread in all directions, and bright white water light fell from these holes. The dazzling color of the water light made Xiaohua's eyes unable to take it in. This. Is the sky collapsing, or is it raining? Looking at the sky collapsing and countless water droplets falling from the sky, Xiaohua was truly at a loss. However, when he released his divine sense and wanted to investigate, the abnormality in the divine sense immediately made his face change. He exclaimed in disbelief, This is innate heavy water. Motherfucker, where did so much innate heavy water come from? Not only was Xiaohua surprised, but the heaven-swallowing beast and Deity were also surprised. They looked up at the innate heavy water that was like a clear stream in the beginning, but when it fell into the sky, it was like a flood. They did not know what was wrong with it. Not good. Xiaohua's heart was full of doubts, but he did not get an answer. However, when his divine sense swept across the land that had long turned into ruins within hundreds of thousands of miles, he suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. A terrible thought came from the bottom of his heart, and he could not help but exclaim, This innate heavy water falling to the ground, isn't it more powerful than the fight between 2 strange beasts? 2 strange beasts can destroy everything within 100,000 miles, then this heavy water can destroy everything in the Eldritch continent. Is this the rhythm of the world's destruction? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's tongue was like spring thunder, and he roared at the heaven-swallowing beast and Deity, Speak quickly. What is going on? Damn it! The Harken was infuriated when it heard this. A mere human dares to shout at me. Who do you think you are? Shut up! Xiaohua interrupted Daiting's arrogance and berated, Isn't this all your fault? You knocked down the Tongtian peak, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. This is the connate heavy water, which is enough to destroy the entire primordial continent. The number of people you have killed is not something you can imagine. Even if Namo Maithreya came personally, he would not dare to be so bold. Hurry up and tell this Xiao what's going on. Let's hurry. Io, it's too late. Hurry, let's hurry up and fix this sky. Xiaohua knew that the sky had just collapsed and had yet to take shape. Although he didn't know what had happened, if he didn't take action now and continue to dawdle with these 2 strange beasts, it would be too late for him to do anything. As he spoke, Xiaohua slapped the top of his head. Buddhist light shot out, and Bodhi flew out of his Naiwan palace. Bodhi didn't understand what was going on at first, but with a thought from Xiaohua, he instantly understood what was going on. Bodhi's face fell, and he shot up into the sky while chanting, Namo Maithreya Buddha. His hands formed a seal, and the clear water bottle appeared in his Buddhist seal. At the same time, the clear water bottle shone brightly, as if a sun was born from it. Wherever the Buddhist light shone, the connate true water would fall into the clear water bottle. A ferocious glint flashed through Deiting's eyes when he saw Bodhi appear. However, Bodhi ignored him and used his ability to collect the connate heavy water instead. Deity gritted his teeth and temporarily suppressed his vile thoughts. Let's go. Seeing this, the heaven-devouring beast narrowed its eyes and followed Bodhi into the sky. It even shouted, We'll go and see what's going on. The Harken responded faintly as it flew up into the air as well. Just a moment ago, these 2 opponents were still locked in a fierce battle of life and death. But now that they were on the brink of death, they finally let go of the vigilance that had existed for countless years. Xiaohua was some distance away from Bodhi. He also released his divine sense and enveloped the space within 1,000 miles. All the connate heavy water that fell down was absorbed into his space. Seeing that his mind was useful, Xiaohua expanded his mind bit by bit, wanting to absorb more of the innate heavy water into his space even though his mind was corroded by the innate heavy water and waves of sourness came from his mind like ants biting at him. However, Xiaohua had overestimated his divine arts. His psyche might be able to expand to tens of thousands of miles, but the innate heavy water was everywhere within 10,000 miles. Furthermore, it was pouring down endlessly. Xiaohua's psyche still had some energy left over to prevent the water from leaking out, but after 10,000 miles, it was beyond his power. A lot of heavy water leaked out from his psyche and landed on the ground. Rumble. At this time, the connate true water that fell from the sky had already begun to wash the ground like a mountain flood. Rumbling sounds came from afar. Xiaohua didn't need to release his divine sense at all, nor did he need to fly over to check. He already knew that this was the connate heavy water that fell into the mountain range and washed it down. The signs of the collapse of the mountain and the earth were beginning to appear. The prelude to the destruction of the world had already begun. Moreover, even if Xiaohua used his heels to think, he could imagine that in this mountain range, on this earth, who knew how many living beings would be annihilated by this landslide. Xiaohua even had a premonition that if there was no way to mend the sky, all the living beings in the entire primitive continent would be wiped out from the earth by the connate heavy water. No matter how strong or weak they were. No. I definitely can't let this kind of tragedy happen. Xiaohua saw that his remedy was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. He made a prompt decision to withdraw his divine sense. His figure flashed with lightning as he flew towards the sky. As he flew, he pondered, collecting the connate heavy water like this is only a temporary solution. If I don't find the source of the connate heavy water, this disaster won't stop at all. Xiaohua flew for a while, then his eyes turned rapidly. He stopped and raised his hand to take out Xiaodou, which he hadn't used for a long time. At this time, Xiaodou had already merged with Xiaohua's blood essence. Although Xiaohua still didn't know how to use it, it could be considered to have a slight connection with Xiaodou. Xiaohua shook his hand and took out Xiaodou. Unfortunately, when the connate heavy water fell into Xiaodou, Xiaodou didn't move at all. It was like an ordinary object, allowing the connate heavy water to wash over it. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. Knowing that this item was once again useless, he dejectedly put away the small bucket and continued to fly. After flying for an entire hour, he finally managed to arrive at the place where the Tongtian peak pierced the sky. At this moment, this place had already become a kind of chaotic color. That endless innate heavy water gushed out in droves, as if the heavenly river was suddenly spilling out. This heavy water landed on the light protecting Xiaohua's body, emitting a sizzling sound. Admittedly, the heavy water was placed at the side, but Xiaohua's mana consumption was also extremely great. The heaven-swallowing beast and Deity had already arrived. The two strange beasts maintained a certain distance and looked at the waves in the sky somewhat foolishly. No one knew what they were thinking. Seniors, do you have any ideas? Xiaohua suppressed the anger in his chest and asked in a low voice. Deity turned its head and replied somewhat disdainfully, "Of course I don't have any ideas. Otherwise, why would I look at it so foolishly?" The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiaohua and forced its mouth open. Faint ripples flickered in the space of several thousand li. The connate heavy water within this range immediately turned into a torrent and rushed into the heaven-swallowing beast's mouth. However, just as the ripples in the space passed, countless connate heavy water fell again. It didn't stop for too long. The heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth a few more times and swallowed a few more connate heavy water. Only then did it open its mouth and say, "Do you understand? We only have these methods. However, it seems similar to your method. It can't solve this disaster." Xiaohua knew that these two strange beasts were similar to the desolate continent's strange beasts. Although they had extremely powerful strength, the divine abilities they knew were limited. They definitely couldn't do something like patching the sky. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. His hands moved and tens of thousands of crystal lights fell into the sky. Soon after, Xiao Hua raised his hand. Rumble. The space within 10,000 li trembled. Layers of ripples were produced. Within the ripples, pieces of brilliance appeared and turned into earthy yellow restrictions. They blocked the connate heavy water within 10,000 li. Moreover, Xiao Hua slapped the door with his hand. Connate true qi spurted out and Xiao Hua also rushed into the sky. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua landed in the air. He opened his mouth and spat out one armor inscription after another. These armor inscriptions took the shape of a square in the sky. The square inscriptions neatly arranged themselves according to the words and sentences. In just a moment, they formed a word wall and a word mountain, blocking the innate heavy water inside the hole. Seeing that the spell and inscriptions were effective, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. His figure teleported and flew in another direction. He wanted to use these methods to repair the hole in the distance. But before he could cast the spell, rumble. A huge sound of water came from beside him. Xiao Hua's Dao Gate imprisonment and the Confucian cultivator's defense formation were unable to resist the heavy pressure of the connate heavy water. In the end, the connate heavy water broke through and turned into tens of thousands of feet of water falling from the sky. Fellow Taoists. Seeing that all the restrictions were broken, Xiao Hua panicked for no reason. His gaze swept across the sky that had collapsed a lot. A kind of panic that he had never felt before emerged from the bottom of his heart. Almost without any hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped the door on his head. He released his doppelgangers and shouted somewhat hurriedly, "Let's work together and block these holes." Yes. The doppelgangers sensed the panic in Xiao Hua's heart. They didn't say a second word and flew in all directions. One by one, they used their magical powers. In the hundreds of thousands of li in the sky, all kinds of brilliance flashed, all kinds of heaven and earth origin qi surged, and a series of earth-shaking sounds and ghostly sounds were incessantly heard. Sure enough, people's hearts moved. In just a few minutes, the majestic rain finally stopped. Not a single drop of connate heavy water fell. Chapter 42-39. Phew. Xiao Hua heaved a long sigh of relief. He scanned the ground with his divine sense and saw that the place that had been ravaged by the two beasts had become a thin swamp in such a short period of time. The connate heavy water was different from ordinary rain. Many mountains and rocks were corroded. Except for special places, the soil on the ground couldn't seep in. However, as long as there were some cracks in the ground, the connate heavy water was pervasive. If the entire primitive continent was drenched by this connate heavy water, not an inch of land would be left, and not even a blade of grass would be left. The end of the world wasn't a lie. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and withdrew his divine sense. He looked up again. The azure water was still spreading in all directions, and the sky was still collapsing wherever the water passed. He hurriedly said to the two beasts in the distance, "Seniors, you must have seen how I did it, right? Seniors, this is all you need to do. This is all I can do. I still have to take you fellow Taoists to other places. If it's possible, I implore you to lend a hand, or you can ask other seniors in the primitive continent to lend a hand." The heaven-devouring beast looked at the sky and said, "If it's normal, I can naturally lend a hand. However, I can't even take care of myself right now. I don't even know when I'll die, so I'm afraid I can't help you. As for the help you speak of, as far as I know, there's nothing in the primitive continent that can help you. Moreover, even if there is, this connate heavy water won't affect them, so they won't lend a hand." Xiao Hua said furiously, "This connate heavy water might not affect them, but this connate heavy water can annihilate low-level primitive beasts. Just, how many living beings are there?" At this point, Xiao Hua stopped. Primitive beasts were different from humans. In their eyes, they only had themselves. Most of the time, they didn't even care about their own kind. How could they care about the lives of other races? Take the two exotic beasts in front of him for example. Their strength far exceeded his. They were basically heavily injured now, but if they made a move, they would be several times stronger than him, and the effect would be much better. However, for the sake of their own survival, they would definitely not make a move. This was because they weren't humans. Even if they cultivated for 1,000,000 years, they probably wouldn't have a human nature. Forget it. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly and ordered the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua and the others to head to another place to seal the collapsed sky. Then, he transmitted his voice to the two strange beasts. Seniors, this is all juniors' wishful thinking. Whatever seniors think and do is seniors' business. However, Junior has a feeling that this disaster will absolutely not end so simply. Although Junior has tried his best to stop it, Junior doesn't know how effective it will be. Therefore, this Junior would like to earnestly request the two seniors to explain the ins and outs of the matter clearly. This Junior might be able to find something strange from within and find a way to eradicate this disaster. What do you want to know? The Harkin asked calmly. Seniors, who are the venerable dragon god and the Buddha lord of Namo Maitreya Buddha? How did they get here? What were they doing here? Also, apart from them, were there any other seniors here? That divine artifact, where did it go? Xiao Hua voiced out his doubts in one breath. Unfortunately, the Harkin and the heaven-swallowing beast didn't listen to him at all. They berated him almost in unison, how dare you? How can a little ant like you know about this kind of thing? Good, good, good. Xiao Hua's grief and indignation almost reached the extreme. He pointed his finger and said, this kind of thing is the business of the gods and Buddhas. It has nothing to do with us little ants. This Junior won't ask about it again in the future. However, seniors, this Junior knows that your origins are extraordinary. However, seniors, take a look. Heaven connecting peak collapsed because of your fight, and the sky also collapsed because of you. The billions of lives on this earth are in danger because of your grievances. They will fall into the 9 underworlds. This kind of sin, not to mention Namo Maitreya, even Mahavairakana's true body, and even the tens of thousands of Buddhas of the Thunder Temple can't bear it, right? After saying that, Xiao Hua no longer paid attention to the two strange beasts. He stepped on lightning and went in the direction of Xiao Hua and the others. Damn it! Di Ting's eyes glinted fiercely as he looked at Xiao Hua's back. The light of Buddha under his feet turned into sword light, and he looked like he was about to attack. However, when he glanced at the heaven-devouring beast, he saw a sneer in the beast's eyes. Di Ting was shocked again and hurriedly retracted the light of Buddha. He moved further away from the heaven-devouring beast. Gotcha. It was also at this moment that the seal that Xiao Hua previously added above the two beasts now cracked again. Drops of innate heavy water seeped out from the crack. Shwa. A phantasm appeared in the air. Xiao Hua's figure appeared again. He launched several symbols to seal the crack. However, before he could leave, another crack appeared in the sky not far away. Xiao Hua had no choice but to seal it again. After a while, Xiao Hua finally sealed the sky within 10,000 miles. He didn't even look at the two strange beasts. He sighed, it's better to let it out than to block it. Then, he disappeared again. Humph, he's just a little ant. Does he think he's the dragon god? The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiao Hua's back and snorted coldly. Beside him, Di Ting chimed in, don't underestimate him, heaven-devouring beast. One of his incarnations is in the form of a dragon. If he can find the dragon's remains and obtain the dragon's horns and bones, he will definitely become venerable dragon god's greatest enemy in the future. How dare he? The heaven-swallowing beast roared, I'll eat him right now. However, the heaven-swallowing beast roared again, whether the dragon god is alive or dead, and where his remains are, I don't even know. How can a little ant like him find it? I'm not worried about this at all. However, I do know that one of this little thing's avatars is cultivating the Dharma of Namo Maitreya Buddha. He's now competing with Namo Maitreya Buddha for the Buddha fruit. This Buddha fruit's Buddhist light. It won't be used to find the remains, right? Damn it. The Harkin cursed angrily. The heaven-swallowing beast had hit the nail on the head. However, Huang Xiaolong was clear that he could kill Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua had too many clones, not to mention the number of Fortune Gate's disciples. After Huang Xiaolong killed Xiao Hua's clones, not to mention the fact that he might not survive, even if he did, how was he going to face the heaven-devouring beast? Boom! Right at this time, not far away from the two strange beasts, at the spot where the heaven-connecting peak pierced into the sky, a stream of jade-green water broke through Xiao Hua's seal and rushed towards the boundless land. Near the green water, countless cracks appeared. The seal within 1,000 miles collapsed piece by piece, and the Xiantian heavy water fell uncontrollably. Xiao Hua, who had arrived just in time, didn't appear. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, all of the seals within 1,000 miles had been broken by the heavy water, and it poured down like a heavenly river. Sigh. Only now did Xiao Hua's sigh faintly come out. He had already discovered it earlier. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport over, but the sky tens of thousands of miles away also needed to be sealed. He was only late by half a cup of tea's time. Everything he had done before had turned into flowing water. Even if Xiao Hua had 10 avatars. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterward, a series of explosions rang out within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. The seals from before were broken one after another. In the face of the might of heaven and earth, the methods of a grand ascension stage cultivator were truly insignificant. Ants, that's right, ants. Xiao Hua listened to the incessant explosions and the sound of the heavy water falling, and he looked up into the sky and let out a long sigh. There are times when a person's strength is limited. Wanting to compete with the heavens is nothing more than a joke for a frog at the bottom of a well. Fellow Taoist, fellow Taoist. At this moment, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua and the others had all teleported over. All of them appeared to be exhausted, and they said, "We've already done our best. Please forgive us, fellow Taoist." Sigh, you've all worked hard, fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua clasped his hands and said with a wry smile, if we were to guard the area within 1,000 miles, we would be fine. However, the sky is collapsing extremely quickly, and it's already over 1,000,000 miles away. Even if we were to guard this area, we wouldn't be able to do anything beyond 100,000 miles away. Alright, alright, alright. Everyone, please return. At this point, Xiao Hua's brows furrowed, and he looked into the distance. He raised a hand and said, "We'll look elsewhere." Fellow Taoist. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "There's no need for us to give up now, right? There are billions of living beings on the primitive continent. If we don't act, it really could be the end of the world." The end of the world? That would be the end of the primitive continent. It has nothing to do with us. Xiao Hua chuckled lightly. Not to mention that with our cultivations, such an apocalyptic calamity might not be able to descend upon us. Let's go. While speaking, Xiao Hua flew away. The group of clones looked at each other. Although they were puzzled, they didn't receive any hint or telepathic message from Xiao Hua, so they didn't ask any more questions and followed Xiao Hua. Heaven-devouring beast. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others leave, Di Ting turned to the heaven-devouring beast and said, "What this little guy said is somewhat reasonable. This matter is indeed strange. I thought you were the one who built Heaven-Connecting Peak and placed Panga's axe on it, but you thought I was the one who built Heaven-Connecting Peak and placed Panga's axe on it. Then, who built Heaven-Connecting Peak and placed Panga's axe on it?" The heaven-devouring beast shook its head slightly. I don't know who it is. I'm afraid it has something to do with the purpose of my Lord Dragon God and your Buddha Lord coming here. At this point, the heaven-devouring beast looked at the falling innate heavy water and said with a bitter smile, as for the purpose of building heaven-connecting peak, it's naturally to accumulate innate heavy water. The purpose of placing Panga's axe on heaven-connecting peak is to attract you and me, so that we can push down heaven-connecting peak while fighting. Chapter 4240. If he has the Pangu axe, why would he need us to take action? He can just chop the Tongtian peak in half. Di Ting was puzzled. Besides, if he wants to accumulate the connate heavy water, why would he waste so much effort to build the Tongtian peak? The heaven-devouring beast smiled bitterly and shook his head. How would I know? Perhaps he wants us to fight to the death before he can make a move. Or maybe he doesn't have the ability to wield the Pangu axe. However, this little fellow is right. Although Di Ting hated Xiao Hua, he agreed with Xiao Hua's thoughts like the heaven-devouring beast. I was the one who bumped into the heaven-piercing peak. Although I didn't set up the connate heavy water, I can't escape responsibility. Although I'm not afraid of any negative karma, if this affects my Buddha Lord and allows this little ant's clone to benefit, then I'll really be ashamed of my Buddha Lord. At this point, Di Ting raised his head as if he was listening to something. No, I have to find a way with this little guy. Where did this little guy go? It's only been a short while, yet you can't find any trace of him. The heaven-devouring beast sneered. Aren't our methods 100 times more powerful than his? Why should we go with him? Although he's very weak, he has a lot of methods. Don't forget, he's a human, known as the spirit of all things. Their heads are the most powerful divine weapons in the chaos divine world. I know. As Di Ting spoke, he suddenly realized something. Without waiting for him to say more, the heaven-devouring beast also understood. The two beasts looked at each other and shouted in unison again. Pangu axe. This audacious thing is going to find the Pangu axe. That's right, Xiao Hua released the green-robed Xiao Hua earlier to find the Pangu axe. However, he received a transmission from the green-robed Xiao Hua just now. The green-robed Xiao Hua couldn't collect the Pangu axe, so he let Xiao Hua go. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't let Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast know what he was doing, so he pretended to be dispirited and left with his clones. As soon as Xiao Hua left the range of Di Ting's detection, he immediately turned invisible and fled toward the green-robed Xiao Hua. However, he knew that with Truth Listener's ability, it wouldn't give him too much time, so he didn't dare delay for even a moment. Green-robed Xiao Hua was in the depths of the earth, a rather strange place. However, this was not outside of Xiao Hua's expectations. Pangu's axe was known as a divine weapon. Even the void could not contain its sharp edge. How could an ordinary place hold Pangu's axe? If it weren't for the special seal on the Tongtian peak, the Pangu axe would have been able to split the Tongtian peak into two halves. Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the void. His gaze fell on the depths of the earth, where a layer of strange restrictions flickered. He seemed to be deep in thought. This restriction was different from ordinary restrictions. There were some faint black patterns on it. The black patterns were like black fish that slowly flowed within the restriction. Near the restriction, the water-type heaven-earth yuan qi that Xiao Hua couldn't find previously was now in sight. Fellow Taoist. Green-robed Xiao Hua's face carried a trace of embarrassment. He pointed at Panga's axe that was lying on top of the restriction and said, I received fellow Taoist's instructions and followed fellow Taoist's speculation all the way here. This thing is really strange. It's different from ordinary magic treasures. Divine sense can't find it at all. Even the naked eye can't see it. If I hadn't searched carefully, I definitely wouldn't have been able to find it. Xiao Hua nodded. He didn't ask about Panga's axe. Instead, he pointed at the restriction and asked, what about this restriction? What's its origin? Or what's its use? Green-robed Xiao Hua was stunned. He quickly replied, this restriction is incomplete. I have already examined it. It doesn't have any use at all. Good. Xiao Hua smiled. He almost clapped his hands and said, if it weren't for this restriction, I don't know where this Panga's axe would have fallen. It seems like I have fate with this divine weapon. As he spoke, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and grabbed the handle of Panga's axe. However, a strange thing happened. Xiao Hua's hand swept past the handle of the axe. It was as if the handle of Panga's axe was empty and didn't exist at all. An illusion? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. He used his hand to grab it a few more times, but it was all empty. Xiao Hua's eyes turned a few times. He turned around and patted his forehead. He opened his delirium eyes. There was no need for Xiao Hua to turn around. The nine-colored brilliance of Pangu's delirium eyes had already reflected pain on Xiao Hua's delirium eyes. Damn it! Xiao Hua hurriedly closed his delirium eyes and turned his head to look at Panga's axe. He saw that Panga's axe was still Panga's axe, quietly lying on top of the restriction. His divine sense also passed through empty space. Alas, a divine weapon is a divine weapon after all. The majestic appearance of Di Ting holding Panga's axe and splitting Tong Tian Peak appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. He sighed and said, it's definitely not something an ordinary cultivator can obtain. Now, facing a divine weapon, I don't even have the ability to touch a divine weapon. What a pity, what a pity. Fellow Taoist is too weak. Just as Xiao Hua was regretting, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's voice sounded, others can't do it, but how can I not? Not bad, not bad. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up. He patted his forehead and said, I forgot about you. You're the condensed body of Dragon Domain Dragon Cleansing Liquid. You're different from us. You can't even enter I's space. Presumably, you can pick up this thing. I'll give it a try first. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua came out from Xiao Hua's body and said with a smile, I heard from that heaven-swallowing beast that this divine artifact seems to be related to his dragon god. This poor Taoist is also a 5-clawed golden dragon, perhaps I can succeed. Fellow Taoist, please. Xiao Hua smiled and stepped aside. He said, if you can't do it, we'll leave now. Presumably, Di Ting has already woken up and is looking for us. If they find out that we're thinking about Panga's axe, I'm afraid that heaven-swallowing beast won't let us off. All right. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua raised his hand. 5 dragon claws stretched out and landed on the Panga's axe's handle. A layer of fine lines flashed on the axe's handle and faced Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's dragon claws. Rumble, Xiao Hua's surroundings rumbled. It was completely different from when Di Ting picked up Panga's axe. However, since there was an abnormality, it meant that there was a chance. Xiao Hua's heart couldn't help but raise. Woo! A whimpering sound came from the space. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's dragon claws retracted. The Panga's axe's blade streaked across the void. The entire Panga's axe was really picked up by Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Go! Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He urged, once this place moves, Di Ting will know. Let's go quickly. No. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. His dragon claws seemed to be holding a heavy object. He hammered it under his body and said, this thing is incomparably heavy. If I don't take it, I won't be able to escape. Wait a moment. Xiao Hua hurriedly flicked his sleeve and took out the Kunlun mirror. However, he looked at the Kunlun mirror and then looked at the Panga's axe. He smiled bitterly and said, forget it. You, better hurry up and refine it. Puff. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly spat a mouthful of dragon chi on the Panga's axe. Soon after, he chanted the heavenly dragon technique. However, in a moment, the Panga's axe jumped a few times and fell down again. There were no other changes. Not good. That guy is coming. Xiao Hua was suddenly alarmed. He hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, if you can't take it, we'll leave right away. Little funnel, quickly take out little funnel." Green-robed Xiao Hua suddenly shouted from the side. "That thing has been refined with your blood essence. Perhaps it can be used." "Yes." Xiao Hua was currently like a patient seeking help. He took out little funnel without hesitation. Sure enough, little funnel fell below the Panga's axe and just happened to take it in. Then, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's dragon chi landed on little funnel and immediately took little funnel along with the Panga's axe into his body. It was also at this moment that an extremely dim fluctuation flashed by. Deity and the heaven-devouring beast's figures appeared above the three people's heads. The heaven-devouring beast's gloomy voice sounded, "Little thing, quickly take out the Panga's axe. This thing isn't something you can have." Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed. He looked indifferently at the heaven-devouring beast and said with a smile, "Senior, which eye of yours saw this junior take out the Panga's axe? There's the aura of the Panga's axe here." The heaven-devouring beast simply didn't allow Xiao Hua to explain and said, "Moreover, there are no other strange beasts within 1,000 li. If you didn't take it, where would the Panga's axe go? Quickly take it out. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now." "Hee hee." Xiao Hua laughed coldly. It was this junior who took away the Panga's axe. "What's wrong? Something that has fallen into this Xiao's hands, even immortals can forget about taking it away from this Xiao. If you want to take it, then take out some real ability and snatch it from this Xiao's hands. Otherwise, don't even think about it." "Damn it, damn it, damn it." The heaven-devouring beast was furious. Black gas splashed out from its body and a powerful aura quickly enveloped Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua slapped the top of his head and several streams of true energy spurted out. A big hand also appeared in the aura. The Deity was happy at first, but after a moment, he hesitated. Seeing Xiao Hua's big hand shatter in the heaven-devouring beast's aura and Xiao Hua was about to activate his divine ability, the Deity hurriedly said, "Heaven-devouring beast." "What?" The heaven-devouring beast said impatiently, "Scram to the side first. Wait until I crush this little ant to death, then I'll go with you." At this point, the heaven-devouring beast seemed to have thought of something. Its eyes flickered and that murderous aura also stopped. "Little thing, what's this formless soul of yours? It looks interesting." As the Deity spoke, a Buddhist light appeared from its ear and landed behind the heaven-devouring beast. The formless nascent soul formed a seal with both hands and revealed its figure with an expression of disbelief. "Ah! What's this?" At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast noticed the green-robed Xiao Hua. The heaven-devouring beast was shocked. Its figure flashed and hid to the side. With its strength, it actually didn't notice how the green-robed Xiao Hua went over. If the green-robed Xiao Hua attacked, the heavily injured heaven-devouring beast would definitely suffer a great loss. Xiao Hua's face also carried some shame and anger. He said coldly, "That's I's formless nascent soul. What's wrong? Senior, are you interested?" Chapter 42-41. Formless Nascent Soul. Deity slightly frowns as if he is thinking. After a moment, he looks at the heaven-swallowing beast as if asking, "Heaven-swallowing beast, I seem to have some impression. There seems to be a very small world under the great desolate world. The humans in this world call themselves immortals, right? How would I know about the matters of the human race?" The heaven-swallowing beast is on guard while saying coldly, "My Lord Dragon God is not a human. Only your Buddha Lord knows about the matters of the human race, right?" N. Deity nods, "Although my Buddha Lord is a human, his cultivation method is different from that of the human race. I don't know much about it. However, I vaguely heard that there are many worlds under the immortal world. In those lowly worlds, there are very few humans who cultivate nascent soul. Ah. Xiao Hua is stunned and says in surprise, Senior, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand? How did you come here? Di Ting doesn't explain to him and suddenly asks, answer immediately. Junior took advantage of the teleportation array to go to the hidden immortal continent to train. Suddenly, the teleportation channel collapsed. Junior fell into the void and then fainted. When I woke up, I bumped into a mountain. Xiao Hua's spring and autumn brush is more proficient than Yabai. He says it without hesitation, then, Junior saw the stone giant, then, no need to say any more. Di Ting waves his hand and asks again, you just said that the things you obtained are things that even immortals can't snatch away. Have you seen immortals? Immortals? That is Junior's cultivation goal. Xiao Hua's eyes are filled with infinite longing, he says anxiously, could it be that Senior has seen immortals? Oh, Senior, could it be that you are an immortal bird? You don't need to know our origin. Di Ting doesn't answer Xiao Hua's question at all. He turns to the heaven-swallowing beast and says, did you hear that? This little guy is really an ant. Even if that Pangu axe is placed in front of him, he can't pick it up. Don't forget, that day, this little guy's clone held Pangu axe, but he couldn't touch it at all. Is that so? The heaven-swallowing beast already understands what Di Ting is talking about. However, he can't be sure whether Phoenix Body Xiao Hua has touched Pangu axe or not. Xiao Hua was even more bewildered, and he asked curiously, Senior. My clone did not touch the Pangu axe at that time. But why couldn't he touch it? I can see it with my eyes, but I can't sense it with my divine sense. Ha ha ha. The Harken burst into laughter. Divine artifacts can only be used by existences from the great desolate realm of the gods. You are not from the great desolate realm of the gods, so how can you possibly use them? What's more, this Pangu axe is only a divine shell. It's not complete at all. It's even more impossible for you humans to touch it. Shut up. The heaven-devouring beast was enraged. Even if it's a divine shell, it's still Pangu's axe, I didn't say that it wasn't the Pangu axe. The Harken laughed. Actually, I was just bluffing this little guy. That clone of his didn't even come into contact with the Pangu axe. If he admitted it, it would mean that he knew that he couldn't pick up the Pangu axe. That would also mean that he had seen the Pangu axe before. But what he just said clearly, he didn't know. The heaven-devouring beast obviously didn't think as much as the Harken. It was a little stunned. In the end, it could only ask, the Harken, so you think that he didn't take the Pangu axe? Yes. The Harken replied without hesitation. Then what is he doing here? Oh, yes, little guy, what are you doing here? The Harken also turned to ask Xiao Hua. It's like this. Xiao Hua's mood was very good at this time. He smiled and said, Junior saw that the seal in the sky was ineffective, so I asked a few of my fellow Taoists to go underground and see where the innate heavy water could seep to. It would also be good for us to return to the stone giants and let them find a place to stay. After saying that, he pointed at the strange seal and said, Junior's fellow Taoists saw that there was a strange seal here, so he asked me to come and take a look. The Harken had already seen this broken seal, so it didn't care. It asked, then, do you have any countermeasures now? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, shrugged, and said, what else can I do? Dig a deep hole and accumulate more food. What? What does this mean? The Harken and the heaven-swallowing beast were stunned. Wherever the innate true water goes, the mountains will collapse and the earth will split. It can destroy everything, and nothing will be born. Xiao Hua explained, but the innate true water is not easy to seep into the ground. The stone giants can dig a hole under the ground. As long as the entrance is sealed and not let the innate heavy water seep in, they should be able to survive. What about accumulating food? The Harken was very curious. Us humans eat food. Without food, we can't survive. The stone giants eat fire elemental primordial stones, so they have to accumulate a lot of primordial stones. Before the innate heavy water falls, they will rely on these primordial stones to survive. Sigh. The heaven-swallowing beast sighed, what you said might be reasonable. But, it's just like how you sealed the sky earlier. It's only a temporary measure. Once the entire primeval continent is destroyed and the ground is filled with natural heavy water, how long can your so-called seal last? Is there that much innate heavy water? Xiao Hua asked meaningfully. Why not? The heaven-swallowing beast said without hesitation, the water elemental energy in the prehistoric continent has already disappeared by millions, cough cough. The Harken coughed, and the heaven-swallowing beast also woke up. However, since it had already said that, it still continued, after accumulating so much water elemental energy for so many years. Why can't it drown the entire prehistoric continent? Seniors, do you really not know who it is? Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask again. We don't know. The Harken and the heaven-swallowing beast replied. Forget it. Xiao Hua said helplessly, we'll save as many as we can and hold on for as long as we can. After saying that, Xiao Hua waved at the dragon gates Xiao Hua. The two of them, together with the green-robed Xiao Hua, prepared to leave. Where are you going? The Harken suddenly asked. Senior, you can clearly see what this junior has done. Xiao Hua didn't even turn his head as he replied. Junior isn't willing to let them be destroyed just like this after they've just gained intelligence. By the time you return, they will have already turned into powder. The Harken sneered and said, we'll go with you. Seniors. Xiao Hua was a little stunned. Only now did he understand that the two strange beasts didn't come just for the Pangu axe. Don't resist. The Harken ordered indifferently. Xiao Hua only felt a stream of light flash in front of his eyes, and his whole body floated. In just the time it took to eat a meal, the light in front of Xiao Hua's eyes disappeared. When his body sank, what appeared in front of him was the mountain peak he had crashed into. Damn it! When Xiao Hua saw the mountain peak, he immediately thought of something. How does this old thing know everything? Could it be that he also knows about the teleportation array? Of course, Xiao Hua wouldn't ask too much. When he was about to instruct the dragon vein Xiao Hua, he was suddenly stunned again. Because the heaven-swallowing beast, who had already disappeared when he flew up to fight for the Pangu axe, was now standing not far from him. Thinking that he had hurriedly collected the sky-soaring vine and didn't look for the heaven-swallowing beast, Xiao Hua was a little embarrassed and hurriedly asked, Heaven-swallowing beast, why are you here? Heaven-swallowing beast. The heaven-swallowing beast at the side was stunned. The heaven-swallowing beast scratched its head and answered honestly, Taoist, I don't know, it's me. The Harken replied faintly, I met him on the way, so I brought him back as well. Great-grandfather. The heaven-swallowing beast respectfully bowed to the Harken. Good grandson of the heaven-swallowing beast. The Harken proudly patted the heaven-swallowing beast's head and slightly slanted his eyes to look at the heaven-swallowing beast's face, which was green and red, and said with a smile, you can stay here with great-grandfather. With great-grandfather here, you definitely won't suffer. The Harken. The heaven-swallowing beast was a little embarrassed and angry, you. Why did you name him? Heaven-swallowing beast. The Harken had an innocent face and replied, Heaven-swallowing beast, you're mistaken. This little guy can eat, and it's said that he can even eat the sky, so he's called Heaven-swallowing beast. This name wasn't given by me. You. The heaven-swallowing beast was fuming with anger, but he didn't know how to refute the Harken. Only the heaven-swallowing beast stood beside the proud Harken in bewilderment. Xiao Hua didn't have the time to say anything to the two strange beasts. He brought the dragon-veined Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua high up in the sky. Wherever his divine sense passed, there was no change in the sky, not even a single dark cloud could be seen. However, Xiaohua's sharp senses had already discovered that there were slight changes in the water element origin energy. Presumably, the changes in the heaven-connecting peak had already affected the entire desolate mainland. Although he couldn't see the collapsing sky and the world-destroying innate heavy water, the curtain of the heaven-connecting peak had already been lifted. However, the prelude to destruction had already been lifted by an invisible hand. Death was only a matter of time. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He took out the Kunlun mirror and summoned the Fortune Gate's disciples. He roughly explained what had happened and said, "This old man can once again guarantee that the innate heavy water won't have any effect on this old man, and you're definitely not in any danger." However, the desolate mainland has already been enlightened. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and slapped his forehead. He said regretfully, "Fuck, this old man is really stupid. I was thinking about how to seal the collapsing sky and completely forgot about taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. You will all set out and go to various places. Take all the spatial rings and universe bags. If you can take them, take them. If you can't take them, then tell them that this old man wants them to dig a hole in the ground and hide them there. This old man will discuss with your martial uncles to take them into the Kunlun immortal realm. Oh right, all of you don't have to fly too far. If you see the sky collapsing or the innate heavy water falling down, quickly turn back." Yes. The group of disciples didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly flew to various places according to the previous arrangements. Chapter 42-42. After the group of disciples left, Xiaohua summoned his clones. He raised his hand and patted the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror split into several copies. With a wave of his hand, the real Kunlun mirror and the fake Kunlun mirror fell into the hands of everyone. Then, Xiaohua transmitted his voice, "Fellow Taoists, the situation is urgent. This poor Taoist will not say much. The Kunlun mirror of the Confucian Taoist is real. The Kunlun mirrors of the other fellow cultivators are all fake. You also have Qinkuan bags, longbei, and other items. You've collected all of them. As for those that you can't collect, it depends on your cultivation. Since you can enter and exit the space freely, you must have the ability to put things in it. You've also collected all of them. Of course, there may be some fellow Taoists who can't do it for the time being. Fellow Taoists, for the sake of the creatures of the primitive continent, fellow Taoists, have worked hard. Yes, we understand." After Xiaohua finished speaking, the clones all left. Except for Xiaohua, the other clones flew around and tried to understand their relationship with the space. They tried their best to sense the position of the space so that they could take in the beasts before the innate heavy water fell. The sky collapsed and the innate heavy water fell in an instant. Xiaohua was only a Mahayana human cultivator. How many creatures of the primitive continent could he save? Even if he had the space to rely on, how many creatures had he rescued in the entire Eldritch continent? His strength could only be a drop in the bucket in front of the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, Xiaohua went to the primitive continent and taught the primitive continent. He had already gained the merit of teaching. Xiaohua, a Confucian cultivator, had stepped into the literary star. At this time, even if Xiaohua didn't do anything, this merit had already been realized. If it was other utilitarian cultivators, they would inevitably care about themselves and no longer care about these low-level creatures of the primitive continent that had nothing to do with them. However, Xiaohua was just this kind of merciful person. He didn't teach the untainted continent for the sake of teaching. He truly did want all living things to live as freely as he did. However, heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. Even living such a simple life, in the eyes of some powerful beings, for their unknown purposes, was not easy to achieve. What Xiao Hua wanted to fight for the billions of living beings in the primitive continent was that tiny chance of survival. After nearly 100 years of enlightenment, Xiao Hua had already been regarded as a god by the stone giants, water and wind fish men, golden armored men, wood men, earth giants, and other low-level prehistoric beasts. Therefore, when Xiao Hua appeared, he didn't need to explain too much. In just a few words, the illusion of the Kunlun mirror waved, and Xiao Hua brought them into a corner of the space. In this corner of space, Xiao Hua had already built a place similar to the great desolate continent for them, so they wouldn't feel unfamiliar with it. Xiao Hua didn't dare to delay any longer. Not only was there not enough time, he also had to consider for the green-robed Xiao Hua and the others. He was afraid that if he was too far away from his clones, they wouldn't be able to sense his space. However, the green-robed Xiao Hua and the other clones were flying in all directions. It was not suitable for Xiao Hua to fly to any place. Thus, he could only teleport while sensing everything in the surrounding space. For several days, other than the strange beasts that Xiao Hua had brought into the space, no other strange beasts had entered the space. Xiao Hua felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the green-robed Xiao Hua and the others didn't have the ability to send things into the space. In these few days, the distance that his clones had flown out had probably exceeded the range of his consciousness. It was even more impossible for them to sense his space. Forget it. Xiao Hua comforted himself, they have a universe bag in their hands, I'll just take as much as I can. Subsequently, Xiao Hua no longer thought about it. He urged his body to fly in a certain direction. Whenever he found a low-level prehistoric beast, he would immediately put it into the space. Whenever he found a Fortune Gate disciple returning, he would immediately take their universe bag or spatial ring and send them out to continue searching for strange beasts. This continued for more than 10 days. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart stirred. His mind hastily entered the space. He saw a stone giant with faint dragon patterns on its body standing high up in the sky. It was looking all around in a baffled manner. Good. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He didn't bother to identify which clone had sent this stone giant. With a wave of his hand, he sent this stone giant to where the strange beasts were. Since there was a first, there would naturally be a second. In the following few months, a steady stream of strange beasts were sent into the space by his clones. While Xiao Hua was collecting strange beasts, he was also making arrangements for these strange beasts at the same time. On this day, Xiao Hua had just finished arranging for a batch of strange beasts to be sent over. His consciousness left the space, but before he could fly away, boom boom boom. A rumbling sound, like the muffled thunder before a storm, resounded in the sky. These days, Xiao Hua had been busy saving strange beasts, so he didn't look at the sky. When he heard the rumbling thunder, he was startled. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that the distant horizon had been dyed blue and gray. Although the blue and gray colors looked very beautiful, under those colors, the falling Xiantian heavy water emitted a world-destroying aura. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed. He turned his head to look in the opposite direction of the sky and said in a low voice, "In the end, it still came." Before his voice fell, a kind of grief and indignation suddenly appeared in Xiao Hua's heart. An indescribable emotion blocked his chest. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and roar, as if he was venting. That unyielding voice resounded between heaven and earth, resisting the rumbling thunder of the sky, "Heavenly Tao. I have cultivated for so long, why is my strength still so weak? Why can't you give me the power to overturn the heavens? I have the power to overturn the heavens, I will definitely save the lives of the billions of creatures in the wilderness. I will definitely open a path to the heavens for them." Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's sorrowful voice drifted between the heavens and the earth, but in just a moment, it was drowned out by the sound of the sky collapsing. In this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch that fell out of thin air. Xiao Hua's lofty aspirations moved the heavens and the earth, but without difficult cultivation, any words, were just empty words. When heaven and earth are in trouble, all living things are destroyed. The spirit of the wilderness led me to the continent. With the 7-foot body of the human race and the unyielding backbone of 10,000 years, I will leave behind the seedlings of the wilderness and prolong the offspring of the strange beasts. After Xiaohua finished venting, he knew that he didn't have much time left. He chanted and didn't dare to stay any longer, flying in a certain direction. When he flew up, the same voice came out from his body: when heaven and earth are virtuous, the green robe descends to the world, using great strength to defeat the enemy, using great power to save the world. If such a green robe can't become an immortal, who can? Ha! Xiaohua was surprised. Seeing the green robe Xiaohua flying out while singing a song, he asked, "How did you?" However, Xiaohua smiled. Since the green robe Xiaohua and the other clones could sense their own space and send in the strange beasts, they could also enter the space. Wasn't it normal for the green robe to come out from the space? The green robe Xiaohua smiled and said, "The direction I went was the direction of the sky connecting peak. There is already Xiantian heavy water there. I had already sent the educated strange beasts into the space. As for those uneducated beasts, they didn't listen to I, so I couldn't send them into the space. Therefore, after I sent the Fortune Gate's disciples in that direction into the space, I came over myself." Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "So, other fellow Taoists can come over at any time, and the Fortune Gate's disciples can also be sent over? Other than the pitiful fellow Taoist Longmai, everyone else can." The green robe Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist should give the Kunlun mirror to fellow Taoist Longmai. It doesn't matter." Xiaohua smiled and said, "He is a dragon, how could he be afraid of water? Fellow Taoist, summon the Fortune Gate's disciples, we will continue to work hard." The green robe Xiaohua flew with Xiaohua for a while and said, "Maybe we can save more strange beasts before the storm arrives." Storm. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked meaningfully at the green robe Xiaohua. He nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist is right. We will continue to work hard." Subsequently, Xiaohua summoned the Fortune Gate's disciples, and everyone continued to fly in the same direction. In the sky above a mountain peak, Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were looking in Xiaohua's direction from a distance. In this direction, the torrential rain had already fallen. Countless mountains and boulders collapsed under the impact of the connate heavy water. Similarly, under the heavy rain, not to mention all the vegetation being corroded by the heavy water, many primordial beasts that did not know the truth were desperately fleeing. Some of the stronger primordial beasts were fine as they had some light around them that could temporarily resist the connate true water. Most of the strange beasts that were fleeing were low-level strange beasts that did not have much intelligence. When their bodies came in contact with the heavy water, other than some simple resistance, their flesh was corroded by the heavy water, and there were even deep bloody holes smashed by the heavy water. They fell to the ground and let out mournful screams, but these screams only lasted for a few times before disappearing. The strange beasts were either corpses riddled with holes, or bones dripping with blood and flesh after being corroded. However, this miserable scene disappeared in a few breaths of time. Under the innate heavy water, not to mention blood and bones, even mountains and rocks would melt. Deity. Facing the horrifying scene, the heaven-devouring beast did not frown at all. He only transmitted his voice to Deity. "This little guy looks a little strange, he really seems to be saving those low-level strange beasts." "Humph." Deity coldly replied, "Heaven-devouring beast, you don't understand the human race's cultivation at all. This little guy looks like he's saving the strange beasts, but in reality, he's accumulating merit points for himself. The more he saves, the more merit points he gets, and the faster his strength will grow. Do you think he has the leisure to do this kind of boring thing?" The heaven-devouring beast laughed, and the black demonic clouds around him flickered rapidly as he said, "So, your Buddha Lord used to be like this in the past." Chapter 42-43. Shut up. At the mention of Jiang Luer's past life, Deity flew into a rage and scolded, "How can this fame-seeking thing be compared to my Buddha Lord? My Buddha Lord is the real Maitreya Buddha. What is he? But if it's as you say." The sky-devouring beast's words were not without provocation. This little guy has accumulated so much merit that his Buddhist clone will sooner or later snatch away the Buddha's light that belongs to the Maitreya Buddha. Deity snorted and said fiercely, "If I didn't need to keep this guy as bait, I would have torn him apart and eaten him." "That's strange too." The sky-devouring beast looked up at the falling rain and said curiously, "It's been a few months and 40% of the entire Eldritch continent has been destroyed. Why hasn't the mastermind appeared yet? Does he really want to destroy the world? What good will it do him if all the living beings in the Eldritch continent are killed? How would I know?" Deity gritted his teeth again and said, "I've been wise all my life, but I've been schemed against by the mastermind before I die. I'm afraid some of the karma for the destruction of the world will fall on my head." At this point, Deity looked at the sky-devouring beast and said, "Don't be so smug. If I have 30%, you have to take 30%. The sky-devouring beast wagged its tail and said with a smile, "I'm not a Buddhist disciple, so I don't care about this. If you say this to this little guy, it's more like it, SSS." At this point, the sky-devouring beast suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and stood up abruptly. The sky-devouring beast's movements attracted Deity's attention at the same time. Deity hurriedly retreated and looked at the sky-devouring beast vigilantly. Deity. The sky-devouring beast stared in Xiao Hua's direction for a long time and said, "Do you think this little guy is the mastermind? What he did in front of us was all an act. How is that possible?" Deity said with extreme disdain, "I know that this guy has been in the Eldritch continent since he came. His every move is under my surveillance, hee. The heaven-devouring beast laughed coldly and retorted, "If I'm not wrong, then this little fellow vanished before our eyes for a period of time before Heaven Link Peak." The Harkon's aura grew cold, and even the connate heavy water that filled the sky began to show signs of freezing. Could it be that everything about this little fellow is just a disguise? Even the strength he displayed was fake. Who knows? At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast's aura slackened as it said lazily, "I'm not the truth listener beast who has searched all 6 realms. Naturally, I wouldn't know about this. Damn it, damn it, damn it." Truth listener was already extremely resentful towards Xiao Hua. Now that it heard such a possibility, it became even more furious. It cursed 3 times in a row. If it wasn't for the fact that it was seriously injured, it would have flown over to kill Xiao Hua long ago, right? At this moment, Xiao Hua was not in the mood to pay attention to the guesses of the 2 strange beasts. He was racing against time to compete with the collapsing sky. He wanted to save more untainted creatures before the apocalypse arrived. In the blink of an eye, dozens of days passed. The collapsing sky increased in size and speed as time passed. In the end, it was as if a flood was pouring down from the sky. The real flood fell from the sky, passing over the flying figures of Xiao Hua and the other Fortune Gate disciples, drowning the land full of vitality in death. Sigh. Xiao Hua's figure stopped in the rain. He looked at the collapsing sky above his head and sighed. What should come, will come eventually. I want to understand the law of time. I really want to stop time at this moment. Time cannot be stopped. The green-robed Xiao Hua said indifferently beside Xiao Hua. Moreover, this is an untainted land surrounded by the turbulence of time. We have already tried our best. There shouldn't be any more regrets. Except for the dragon vein, Xiao Hua's other avatars had already returned through space. At this time, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua comforted Xiao Hua with a trace of regret in his voice. Xiao Hua didn't look back. He just looked into the distance with compassion and didn't speak for a long time. The bone-honing Xiao Hua was a little embarrassed. He grinned and said, only in times of crisis can one's potential be unearthed. If it was normal, I don't know when I would be able to sense Shenhua continent. I don't know when I would be able to enter Shenhua continent. This is only a small step in our cultivation. It's nothing to be proud of. Xiao Hua replied indifferently. He then asked, fellow Taoist Xiao Hua, when you see these creatures being strangled in the innate heavy water, don't you feel sorrow? Yes. Why not? The bone-honing Xiao Hua grinned. But looking at his grin, how was it sorrow? Yu. Buddha Bodhi, who had become less talkative after arriving at the desolate land, opened his mouth. Let's go take a look and save as many as we can. After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Xiao Hua's heart was already filled with grief and indignation. When he heard the word stupa from Buddha Subhudi's mouth, he felt a burst of disgust for no reason. He glanced at Buddha Subhudi indifferently, nodded, and said, that's right. For the sake of merit, we have to go forward. Xiao Hua emphasized the word merit. Others might not be able to hear it, but Buddha Subhudi naturally understood. Seeing Xiao Hua flying forward without even turning his head, Buddha Subhudi chanted Namo Maitreya Buddha, with a miserable expression on his face. Holding up the sky with one hand had always been a divine ability of almighty beings. Xiao Hua wasn't considered an almighty at this time. Therefore, even if he wanted to do a lot, what he could achieve was pitifully little. After searching for more than 10 days, he saw the vast flood on the ground. Everything was clear and bright, and the world was filled with the aura of the innate heavy water. Xiao Hua had no choice but to give up again. He put all his clones back into his body and turned to fly back. At this point, Xiao Hua no longer had any superfluous thoughts. He had to make plans for himself. If the innate heavy water continued to fall, the entire untainted continent would be covered by the innate heavy water. Xiao Hua had to make plans for himself. It was also at this time that a whale came from afar. A primitive variant beast bobbed up and down in the innate heavy water. The brilliance around its body disappeared, and its corpse fell to the bottom of the water and disappeared. Buddha Bodhi was slightly taken aback. He said with some surprise, it's strange. The soul of this primitive variant beast. Why didn't it come out? Is that so? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He was also puzzled. His consciousness swept in that direction. As expected, it was empty. Destroy the world. Destroy the world. Destroy the world. Xiao Hua suddenly looked like he was struck by lightning. He stood there blankly and muttered to himself, destroy the world for what? Could it be? For the souls of billions of creatures? Hurry! At this time, Xiao Hua threw away the grudge he had with Buddha Bodhi and shouted, follow this old man to another place to take a look. Yes. Buddha Bodhi responded and flew in the direction of the flood. Another dozen days passed. Xiao Hua brought his clones to many places. Without exception, all of these places were flooded by the innate heavy water. Moreover, without exception, no soul managed to escape. However, Xiao Hua couldn't be sure that the goal of this disaster was the souls of billions of creatures in the primitive continent. Because the chances of the primitive variant beasts being killed by the innate heavy water were too few. Xiao Hua couldn't watch as any creatures were killed by the innate heavy water in front of him for no reason. Therefore, although no souls appeared when the innate heavy water fell, it could also mean that the souls had returned to the 9 underworlds. Grandmaster, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Green-robed Xiao Hua was somewhat disapproving. He looked at the flood and said, presumably, those souls have already entered the cycle of reincarnation. I think that it's normal that no souls appeared. Xiao Hua nodded faintly, green-robed Taoist is right. I think so too. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi didn't argue and said, I hope this poor monk is thinking too much. Why hasn't Taoist Longmai returned yet? Xiaohua didn't want to talk to Buddha Bodhi anymore and changed the topic. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, yes, could it be that this guy encountered another disaster? Could it be that we have to go to Chaotian Tower again? The primitive continent has already been covered by the flood. If there are no accidents, Chaotian Tower will no longer exist. Phoenix Body Xiaohua replied with some melancholy. Taoist Longmai shouldn't have a problem. Bonehone Xiaohua said with a smile, now that it's raining heavily, other primitive variant beasts can't even hide. Who would find trouble with a 5-clawed true dragon? Let's go. We'll go in the direction of Taoist Longmai to welcome him. Xiaohua leaped into the sky and said faintly, now that you have nothing to do, you might as well go back and rest. Immediately after, the group of clones returned to Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua flew in the direction pointed by Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Along the way, Xiaohua paid attention again. From time to time, he would open his illusion breaker eye and pay attention to the matter of souls. After flying for more than 10 days, he didn't see any lingering souls. Only then did Xiaohua gradually let down his guard. On this day, he really flew to a place where Xiaohua couldn't distinguish the direction. A familiar yuan will swept across the sky from afar. Xiaohua knew that this was Dragon Vein Xiaohua returning. He was overjoyed and flew towards the sky to welcome him. Taoist. Seeing that Dragon Vein Xiaohua had some scars all over his body and some damage on his scales, Xiaohua asked in surprise, what happened to you? Dragon Vein Xiaohua didn't answer Xiaohua's question. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky, Taoist, take a look. Is there anything strange there? That place? Xiaohua was stunned. He looked towards the place where Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw was pointing. He saw that in the sky, there seemed to be a torrential downpour of innate heavy water. Above the innate heavy water, there was a gray and azure sky. At the end of this variegated sky, a slightly pale sun was powerlessly looking at all the tragedies on the ground. Chapter 42-44. Nothing. Xiaohua looked again and again but didn't find anything strange. He could only ask Longmai Xiaohua in confusion. A mysterious expression appeared on Longmai Xiaohua's face as he said with a smile, fellow Taoist, take a closer look. Is the sky collapsing? Of course it's collapsing. Xiaohua answered without hesitation, that day when I saw the collapse of Tongtian Peak, I already looked. At this point, Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. Just as Longmai Xiaohua said, he looked at the sky again. After a while, his gaze landed on the pale sun again. Damn it, I was wrong. Xiaohua looked at the sun and smiled bitterly, I always thought that the space above the primitive continent had collapsed. But if the space had collapsed, then the sun, naturally can't be seen. It must have been blocked by the collapsed space. But now, the sun can be seen clearly and there are no dark clouds. Presumably, it's not a real space collapse, but the activation of a kind of array. If one were to think deeper, perhaps there was an array formation above the entire primordial continent that even the Harken and the heaven-devouring beast were unaware of. This array formation. Sigh, I understand now. This array formation was built from the top of the Heaven Ascension Peak. Then, with Tongtian Peak as the center, it covered the entire primitive continent. Inside the array, all the water element energy of heaven and earth above the primitive continent was absorbed by this array. This caused the primitive continent to have no water element energy of heaven and earth. And inside the array, the water element energy of heaven and earth was cast into the innate heavy water. And when Tongtian Peak collapsed, this array was also activated. The innate heavy water that had been gathered for millions of years poured into the primitive continent, causing a tragedy of annihilation. But, such a large array, such a large scale. Who created it? Xiao Hua was really in disbelief. This idea was so big that it exceeded his imagination. He himself felt that it was unimaginable. Dragon God. Long Mai Xiao Hua answered without hesitation. Dragon God? Impossible. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. If Dragon God is still here, how can the heaven-swallowing beast not know? To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua explained, I had long sensed a trace of the Dragon clan's aura in the heavenly heavy water. After sending the last batch of beasts and Fortune Gate's disciples to the Shenhua continent, I did not immediately meet up with fellow Taoist. Instead, I went to the sky to investigate. As a result, just as fellow Taoist saw, I discovered a flaw in the formation. When I tried to break the formation by force, I was injured by the formation. I didn't dare to act rashly, so I hurried to report it to fellow Taoist. Good. Joy appeared on Xiao Hua's face as he shouted, we'll go investigate now. Perhaps we can find a way to break the formation. Unfortunately, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua shook his head slightly and said, fellow Taoist, I have come to report and also to warn you. This array is definitely not something we can break. I just touched the outer layer and was injured by the formation. I don't think fellow Taoist has the ability to break this formation. So it's like that. Although Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's words were like cold water poured over Xiao Hua's head, Xiao Hua was not particularly surprised. If it was really the Dragon God's formation, it would be a joke if he could break it. Then, what should we do? Xiao Hua was a little helpless. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua smiled and said, we can't do it, but there's still Deity and the heaven-devouring beast, impossible. Xiao Hua shook his head, if I'm not mistaken, that heaven-devouring beast is the Dragon God's spiritual beast. I have to think of a way. At this point, Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he thought of something. Then, he transmitted a few words to Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua beamed with joy and nodded repeatedly, that's right, that's right. If that's the case, that heaven-devouring beast will definitely be fooled. Let's do as fellow Taoist says. Then, Xiao Hua and Dragon Vein Xiao Hua discussed for a while. Only then did Dragon Vein Xiao Hua enter Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua identified the direction and flew in the direction of Deity and the heaven-devouring beast. At this time, the Eldritch continent was filled with rain and flood. It was impossible to identify any direction. However, it was also in this place that Xiao Hua was the best at identifying directions. He didn't spend much effort to find the two strange beasts lying in the air. The mountain where the two strange beasts were on had already disappeared. Xiao Hua didn't dare to use his divine sense to check whether the teleportation formation in the capital star formation was intact. He stood respectfully in the air, bowed, and said, Junior greets the two seniors. Oh. What? You were filled with anger when you left. Why aren't you angry now? The heaven-devouring beast still didn't forget to sow discord and asked with a smile. Xiao Hua smiled and said, previously, Junior thought that the two seniors were cold-blooded. You had a lot of magical powers but didn't want to take care of the billions of creatures in the Eldritch continent. Junior even suspected that the two seniors had done something, so Junior was angry. However, in the past few months, Junior tried his best but couldn't save many Eldritch beasts. While feeling dejected, Junior thought that the two seniors were injured. Even if you took action, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to save many creatures, so Junior can understand the difficulties of the two seniors. And, we don't have the Kunlun mirror, so it's naturally impossible for us to save creatures as easily as you, so we simply helped you guard to prevent the enemy who made the sky collapse from appearing. The heaven-devouring beast nodded and said, previously, we didn't want to say it. Since you already understand, this old man will also explain it to you. Indeed. When Xiao Hua heard the heaven-devouring beast mention the enemy, he was overjoyed and said, while Junior was saving creatures along the way, I also found something strange. I know that the two seniors are also victims and are definitely not the ones who set the trap, so now I'm specially apologizing to the two seniors." With that, Xiaohua bowed again. After he finished bowing, Di Ting asked curiously, "What did you find?" "I haven't found anything special after looking for so long." "Souls." Xiaohua said seriously, "I don't know if Senior noticed the souls of those eldritch beasts after they were killed." "No." Di Ting was confused and shook his head slightly. "Ordinary souls should leave the body for a few breaths after leaving the body, and then they will be pulled into the 9 underworlds by the power of samsara." Xiaohua explained in all seriousness. However, this junior discovered that in this flood, the souls of all the primeval beasts that were killed never left their bodies. What does this mean? What does it mean? Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast were both surprised and asked naturally. "It means that there are devils on the Eldritch continent. It's at least a devil venerable." Xiaohua's face tightened and said, "This devil venerable used this apocalyptic flood to collect souls. Impossible." Di Ting denied, "If there was a devil venerable, how could I not know?" "Senior, please look over there." Xiaohua pointed at the sun in the sky and asked, "Senior, did you find anything unusual?" Even Xiaohua couldn't see the abnormality for a moment, so Di Ting naturally couldn't see it, so Xiaohua told him the result of his discussion with Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Finally, looking at the heaven-devouring beast's uncertain expression and flickering eyes, he asserted, "I hope Senior Heaven-Devouring can investigate clearly. It must be that devil venerable of the devil race who occupied the dragon god's divine bone and borrowed the dragon god's power to build Tongtian Peak on the Eldritch continent and set up the boundless dragon array." "Shut up." Just as Dragon Vein Xiaohua said, without waiting for Xiaohua to finish his conclusion, the heaven-devouring beast interrupted Xiaohua, "How can there be such a devil race? How can they occupy the dragon bone of my dragon god? How is it impossible?" Xiaohua said with deep emotion, "Previously, Junior saw a devil emperor of the zombie race in a cultivation world called the Ruins. He could occupy a celestial zombie. A devil emperor is so powerful, then a devil venerable should be able to occupy the dragon bone of the dragon god, right? Damn it, damn it, damn it." Hearing that the dragon god's dragon bone was desecrated, the heaven-devouring beast shouted in anger, but Di Ting still didn't believe it. He frowned and said, "If there really is a devil venerable, it's possible. But the problem is, Senior has never heard of a devil race on the Eldritch continent." Chapter 42-45. This, Junior doesn't know. Junior came late and doesn't know much about the great desolate continent. Xiaohua shrugged, "Of course, if the devil race's devil lord had already existed before the two seniors arrived, then the two seniors might not have noticed it. That's even more impossible." Di Ting shook his head even more, "My Buddha lord." At this point, Di Ting didn't say anything more, but Xiaohua also understood that even the demon venerable couldn't hide in front of Namo Maitreya Buddha. However, Xiaohua really didn't know what was above the demon venerable, so he didn't dare to say anything. He could only stammer, "If that's the case, the missing soul, how do you explain it?" "Humph." Heaven-swallowing beast snorted, "No need to say so much. Little guy, follow me to the array and you will know." "Di Ting, are you going?" Hearing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Junior naturally wants to go. Junior also wants to see the face of Dragon God. "Oh, maybe I can also see the face of Namo Maitreya Buddha." When Xiaohua said this, Di Ting's heart thumped. How could he be at ease to let Xiaohua look for the corpse of Jiang Luer's previous life? Di Ting hurriedly replied, "Of course I want to go. This demon venerable dared to scheme against me, I want to let him know my power." Immediately, the two strange beasts brought Xiaohua to the location of Tongtian Peak. At this time, the surroundings of Tongtian Peak were flooded. Except for the collapsed peak of Tongtian Peak, which had not been corroded by the innate heavy water, the other mountains and boulders were also slowly melting. If Junior's guess is right. Xiao Hua pointed to the place where Tongtian Peak pierced the sky and said, "This is the array core of the entire array. Dragon God's bone might be here and is being controlled by the demon Venerable." Damn it! Heaven-swallowing beast roared, and its figure flashed in the heavy water and disappeared into the sky. Senior. Xiao Hua pretended to raise his hand and shouted, "Why didn't you bring Junior along?" "Hee, of course I won't forget you." Next to him, Truth Listener smiled sinisterly. Xiao Hua's body became light, and the water in front of his eyes became colorful. When all the phenomena disappeared, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and saw that he was standing under a collapsed space with Truth Listener. At this moment, the heaven-swallowing beast stood above his head in an extremely irritable manner. Its entire body expanded and shrunk uncontrollably. Its pitch-black demonic aura mixed with dragon tattoos enveloped an area of nearly 100 miles. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and released his divine sense. Hundreds of miles above his head, thousands of miles around him was filled with chaos. Within this chaos, there was a blue water light. The innate heavy water was pouring down from this water light. It was endless and didn't look like it was going to stop at all. Between the water light, there was a void fluctuation wantonly. It was no different from an ordinary void being torn apart. In these fluctuations, there was even an extremely large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi gushing out. Looking 1,000 miles away, there were pieces of space fragments and cracks in space. They were like broken terraces on a mountain peak. It looked like there were segments, but in reality, there was no pattern. Among these fragments, there was also a huge amount of innate heavy water pouring down. As the innate heavy water poured down, the originally connected space fragments shattered one after another and fell into the void. First, the heaven and earth yuan qi and disorderly fluctuations gushed out from the broken fragments, followed by another wave of innate heavy water. Damn it, isn't this the collapse of the void? Xiao Hua, who already had a good understanding of the void, looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. He then looked into the distance again. The scorching sun had already set in the west, and the faint rays of sunlight reflected 7 colors in the water light. If it wasn't for this sun, I would have been deceived by this great array. That's right. The heaven-devouring beast's voice transmitted word by word, there's clearly the aura of the dragon god here, and this aura is somewhat sluggish, there's no vitality. It must be the demon lord of the demon race who has taken over my dragon god's dragon bones. How hateful. But Deity first flew 100 miles away from the center for a while, then flew a few thousand miles away. At this time, he flew back and transmitted his voice, I didn't smell a trace of the demon race's aura. How could Xiao Hua let the heaven-devouring beast doubt him again? He hurriedly covered up, the zombie race is the best at hiding their aura, how could it be so easily discovered? Moreover, the dragon god's aura is incomparably strong, I'm afraid it has already concealed the aura of the demon race. That's right. The heaven-devouring beast nodded resolutely. He looked at Deity and said, the little guy is right. The dragon god's dragon bones must have been desecrated by the demon race. Deity, in order to not shame the dragon god's dragon bones, I'll put aside my grudges with you first. I'll break this demonic array first, and after I rescue the dragon god's dragon bones, I'll settle the score with you, how about that? Deity hesitated for a moment, then said, the dragon god is also a dragon that I respect. How about this, I'll break the array with you, perhaps there'll be the remains of my Buddha Lord inside, good. Before Deity could finish, the heaven-devouring beast shouted happily, let's do it together. Damn it, just thinking about being able to see the dragon god's dragon bones before I die, my heart is also beating fast. What a pity, if only the Pangu axe was here again, it would save us a lot of trouble. Deity sighed and glanced at Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was not moved at all. His face was as heavy as water, even heavier than the surrounding Xiantian heavy water. Do it. The heaven-devouring beast was a little anxious, but it didn't say anything. It transmitted its voice and immediately opened its mouth. Layers of ripples appeared in its black mouth, and the space in front of the heaven-devouring beast began to boil. This boiling was like a huge horn that spread to the sky. Wherever the boiling passed, everything disappeared, including the Xiantian heavy water and the shattered void. It was as if everything had been swallowed into the heaven-devouring beast's stomach. "I'll help you." Seeing the heaven-devouring beast take action, Di Ting roared, and the dim Buddhist light around its body shone brightly. The horn on its head emitted a 9-colored light, and the light coordinated with the heaven-devouring beast's fluctuations. It also rushed to the place thousands of miles high in the sky with the same power as the fluctuations. Wherever the light touched, everything was shattered, turning into wisps of Buddhist clouds. The fragments and cracks in the void were also shattered by the sound of the wooden fish, and no more Xiantian heavy water fell. I'm afraid it won't work." Xiao Hua stood not far away, watching the two beasts do their best to break the array. He could not help but shake his head. These two beasts are already at the point of exhaustion. This joint attack is much weaker than the previous battle at the sky connecting peak. Although the two beasts were exhausted, the power of their attacks was extremely powerful. When the heaven-devouring beast's fluctuations landed on the 1,000-mile array, thousands of dragon patterns suddenly appeared, covering half of the array. The entire array was extremely distorted, and thousands of chaotic fluctuations leaked out. When Di Ting's light landed on the other half of the array, thousands of Buddhist Dharma protectors were also born. These Buddhist Dharma protectors carried enormous strength, and each of them used the power of dragons and elephants, which also messed up the light and shadows of the array. Woo! A strange sound rang out, and the space thousands of miles was pulled down thousands of feet by the two beasts. The moment the array was torn apart, several strands of golden light leaked out. As expected. Seeing the light, Xiao Hua finally calmed down. This must be the sunlight above the array. Fellow Taoist Longmai's guess was right. There's a normal sky above the array. Gotcha. At the same time the light leaked out, a huge dragon-shaped thunderbolt fell out of the sky. This thunderbolt was golden in color, and it was filled with a terrifying dragon's breath. As soon as it fell, it immediately enveloped thousands of miles. In the face of this dragon's breath, the heaven-devouring beast was dumbfounded. He almost cried out, "Supreme Dragon God, you!" In the face of the Supreme Dragon God's remaining power, the heaven-devouring beast naturally did not dare to resist, but Di Ting did not dare to do so. Di Ting's figure flashed, and he swept the heaven-devouring beast away and flew away, still transmitting a voice transmission, "Hurry up and leave." Although the two beasts saw the opportunity early, and their strength was also extraordinary, this space of thousands of miles had already been sealed. How could they escape unscathed? Swoosh! The thunderbolt swept down, and the two beasts' bodies trembled. The heaven-devouring beast's demonic aura was completely destroyed, and the Buddhist light around Di Ting's body was also withdrawn. Even the wails of the two beasts were left in the air. However, even so, the two beasts still managed to escape from the space sealed by the dragon's breath before the thunderbolt fell. Damn it! Seeing the two beasts disappear in an instant, Xiao Hua angrily cursed, and his figure hurriedly teleported. However, his strength was too weak compared to the two beasts, and under the terrifying dragon's breath, how could he teleport? Seeing the dragon-shaped thunderbolt fall, Xiao Hua trembled with fear, and he hurriedly activated the lightning escape technique. Crack! The thunderbolt fell, and it hit Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua originally could not break through the seal of the thunderbolt, but when the thunderbolt fell, Xiao Hua borrowed the power of the thunderbolt to fly out of the seal. However, after flying for a few miles, Xiao Hua's body fell down like a stone. It was unknown how long he fell. Poof! Xiao Hua's body crashed into the broken peak of Heaven Connecting Peak, and the mountain rocks that had been corroded by the innate heavy water smashed a huge deep hole. Xiao Hua's body was embedded in the deep hole. At this time, the magic array that was pulled by the two beasts had already returned to its original state, and an endless amount of innate heavy water fell from within. What was different from before was that within the 1,000 miles of the magic array, the huge eye from before faintly appeared again. It looked at Xiao Hua's body that was embedded in the mountain rocks with extreme coldness, and then slowly disappeared. However, what the huge eye did not know was that when the huge eye disappeared, the slightly opened illusion breaker eye between Xiao Hua's brows flashed with a trace of green light, and then it tightly closed again. Chapter 42-46. Dozens of days later, 2 strands of yuan-shen swept across the sky from afar. Although these strands of yuan-shen were powerful, they were sneaky like thieves sneaking into someone else's house. When the strands of yuan-shen landed on the mountain peak where Xiao Hua was located, they saw the innate heavy water accumulated in the deep hole and immediately stopped. They circled around a few times before quietly withdrawing. After about the time it took to eat a meal, Deity and the heaven-swallowing beast lowered their bodies and slowly flew along the surface of the flood. Every time they flew a certain distance, they would raise their heads to look at the sky. They didn't dare to release their yuan-shen, let alone use other divine abilities. The two beasts flew close to the broken peak, but they didn't rescue Xiao Hua from the deep hole first. Instead, they raised their heads in fear, as if they were afraid of waking up the dragon god in the sky. Huff! Just as they raised their heads, a stream of heavy water suddenly emerged from the human-shaped deep hole and Xiao Hua's figure flew out from it. Woo! The two beasts were like birds startled by the twang of a bow and hurriedly flew away. When they discovered the truth, they couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Little thing, what are you doing? Seniors. Xiao Hua's tone was a little straight, and there was no emotion in his tone. His opened eyes were faintly glowing with green light. This junior has just woken up. If there is any disturbance, please forgive me. Hee hee. The heaven-swallowing beast smacked its lips. You really are an unkillable cockroach. Even the dragon god's wrath couldn't destroy you. Your human fleshly body is really not bad. It's a pity that our yuan-shen is too powerful. Deity also felt a little regretful. Moreover, it's not compatible with the human body. Otherwise, we would also covet your body. Seniors, what do you mean? Xiao Hua was quite puzzled and asked curiously. Deity and the heaven-swallowing beast looked at each other, somewhat surprised by Xiao Hua's dullness. However, Deity immediately said, "We are just saying that we have no ill intentions. Moreover, we have been thinking about the dragon god's wrath. Our opinions are somewhat different, so we want to hear your opinion." I see. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment before raising his head to look at the sky. He cautiously said, "It's not convenient to talk about this matter here. How about this junior has yet to recover from his serious injuries. Seniors, please wait for another 10 days. Once this junior has recovered from his injuries, we will discuss this matter again. How about that? Oh. Will your injuries recover in less than 10 days? Truth listener and the heaven-devouring beast asked in alarm. Xiao Hua nodded. Junior is a human. I have specially refined medicinal pills and also have a healing cultivation technique. Although I won't be able to fully recover in a dozen or so days, I can still move freely. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua thought of something and hurriedly asked, Seniors, do you need medicinal pills? This junior doesn't know if the pills of the human race can be used by the two seniors. Why don't you show it to me? The Harkin asked curiously. Xiao Hua took out a spatial ring and took out some medicinal pills refined by the incense cult and handed them to the Harkin. The Harkin took them and looked at them for a moment before shaking his head. These medicinal pills are too weak. Moreover, they are targeted at the human race. I'm afraid they won't be of much use to us. You. The heaven-devouring beast raised its head, and a suction force that even the Harken found difficult to resist appeared. It forcibly sucked the pills into its residence, and it muttered, "Who cares? It's better than nothing, yes, yes." Xiao Hua said as he took out some more pills from his spatial ring and handed them to the heaven-devouring beast. "This junior doesn't have many medicinal pills. Please enjoy these." "You." The heaven-devouring beast opened its mouth and sucked in the pills again. However, a moment later, a strange expression appeared on its face. The Harken looked at the heaven-devouring beast meaningfully and asked with a smile, "How is it?" "Bullshit." The heaven-devouring beast spat out a mouthful of pills and cursed, "After eating so much, it's still not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Like I said." The Harken laughed, "These are medicinal pills of the human race. It's not something that can be consumed by us." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This junior wants to recuperate here first." "Recuperate here? You don't want to live anymore." The heaven-devouring beast looked up with some fear, right under the nose of venerable dragon god. "My human race has a saying, the safest place is also the most dangerous place." Xiao Hua replied. "Bullshit." The Harken also cursed, "That saying is, the most dangerous place is also the safest place." Yes, this junior hasn't read many books and can't compare to the profound knowledge of the two seniors. Xiao Hua said as he sat down cross-legged and swallowed one of the medicinal pills that he gave to the heaven-devouring beast. He began to circulate his cultivation method and began to heal his wounds. The wisps of 5 elements origin energy fell into Xiao Hua's body and then overflowed from his forehead, turning into a faint 5-colored cloud. Damn it, the human race is the human race. The heaven-devouring beast enviously looked at Xiao Hua as he healed his wounds. This brain of his really isn't for nothing. Even his healing method is extraordinary. Let's go. The Harken understood Xiao Hua's meaning and said with a smile, "His cultivation method being extraordinary is secondary, the key is his brain. This little guy has already ordered us to leave. Let's wait until he recovers." The heaven-devouring beast looked at Xiao Hua as he healed his wounds. He basically didn't take the Harken seriously. Although it was a bit angry, it also knew that it needed his help and couldn't do anything to Xiao Hua. Therefore, it coldly snorted and turned around to follow the Harken and flew away. After the two beasts left, Xiao Hua took out his spatial ring. But when he took out a pill from his spatial ring, Xiao Hua's hand moved and a pill refined by Xiao Hua appeared in his hand. After Xiao Hua swallowed the pill, he said to himself, "It seems, my humanity has grown a lot." At this time, the one occupying Xiao Hua's body, was naturally the soul cultivator Xiao Hua. The wrath of the dragon god from the mouth of the heaven-devouring beast wasn't a small spell. All the soul cultivators in Xiao Hua's body were knocked unconscious. Only the soul cultivator Xiao Hua, who had been hiding in the spatial ring, managed to escape. At this time, he was controlling Xiao Hua's body and successfully deceived the Harken and the heaven-devouring beast. After another 10 days, Xiao Hua opened his eyes. After the starlight slowly passed, his eyes were filled with benevolence. An indescribable divine light flashed from his pupils, and then they returned to normal. Not bad. Xiao Hua, who had regained his consciousness, looked around. He already knew that the soul cultivator Xiao Hua had used a Taoist cultivation method and a Confucian cultivation method to heal his wounds. In these 10 days, most of his injuries had healed. He couldn't help but praise, fellow Taoist is indeed worthy of being a shaman who controlled the 9th sky of spirit origin. I admire you. He. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua smiled proudly and said, I don't dare. As the saying goes, if you learn one method, you can learn 10,000 methods. When you cultivate to the end, there are signs of 10,000 methods returning to the same origin. Moreover, fellow Taoist used the lightning escape technique to avoid the wrath of the dragon god, which has the effect of borrowing force to fight force. The injuries you suffered may seem serious, but in fact, they are nothing. Oh, also, fellow Taoist, when you were unconscious, I noticed a huge eye above the formation in the sky. Oh. An eye? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. His eyes turned sharply as he asked curiously, could it be that the spying Lu Yi detected earlier was not Deity? Was there really a dragon god spying on us? It wasn't just the dragon god spying on us, of course, Deity was spying on us too. Xiao Hua replied, Deity is very familiar with our actions. If he didn't spy on us, I would be the first to not believe it. However, didn't Lu Yi say it clearly at that time? The spying he sensed was a kind of extermination. It was a kind of crisis. This spying was definitely done by the dragon god. Looking at this world-ending crisis, if the Fortune Gate's disciples weren't on Shenhua continent, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to survive. Xiao Hua closed his eyes again. After pondering for a moment, he said, it seems like we've been monitored since the moment we entered the desolate continent. Moreover, the heavenly heavy water might not necessarily take Lu Yi's and the others' lives. If Lu Yi's feeling is right, the dragon god must have other powerful means. This formation, we must break it. Of course we must break it. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, Grandmaster Bodhi's water bottle is already filled with heavenly heavy water. Even an ocean on Shenhua continent is now filled with heavenly heavy water. However, this is only a temporary solution. If we don't break the formation, the desolate continent will face the end of the world. Moreover, if we don't take advantage of the fact that the dragon god can't escape from the formation and kill him as soon as possible, how will we survive when he can move? Let's go. Xiao Hua no longer dared to hesitate. He leaped up and said, we need to find Deity and the heaven-devouring beast. If we want to break the formation, we need to rely on their abilities. There was no need for Xiao Hua to spend too much effort searching for them. Xiao Hua had only flown for half a day when Deity's origin sense swept over. Soon after, Deity rushed over with the heaven-devouring beast. Behind Deity, the heaven-devouring beast stood respectfully. Looking at the heaven-devouring beast's sleepy face, Xiao Hua understood that this lazy beast wanted to rely on Deity to escape this calamity. Little guy, have your injuries healed? Deity looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe and asked curiously. Xiao Hua was still a little guy in his mouth. He had never asked for Xiao Hua's name, as if he looked down on Xiao Hua. Perhaps it was just like what Deity said, demonic beasts didn't need a name. Many thanks for Senior's concern. Xiao Hua bowed and said, Junior's injuries have not healed, but since Senior has summoned me, Junior does not dare to keep Senior waiting. Little guy. The heaven-devouring beast hurriedly said, you're right about the formation in the sky. This old man has already seen it. However, the wrath of the dragon god in the formation is indeed the real deal. There is no demonic aura at all. How could my dragon god be desecrated by the demon lord? What do you think, Senior? Xiao Hua didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at Deity. To be honest. Deity didn't hide it and replied, this old man also didn't hear any demonic aura from the formation. However, this old man keeps feeling that something is wrong. Chapter 42-47. Hearing this, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up. Without waiting for Deity to finish, he continued, Senior, do you think that the dragon god in the formation is too unreasonable? He shouldn't have killed the heaven-swallowing beast. Do you think that with the dragon god's identity, he wouldn't attack the two seniors? Do you think that venerable dragon god won't kill them? That's right, that's right. Xiao Hua's, that's right, immediately hit Deity's heart. Deity nodded repeatedly, that's right, that's right. The heaven-devouring beast has been following Supreme Dragon God for who knows how many years. He's loyal and devoted. Even after Supreme Dragon God disappeared, He's still guarding Supreme Dragon God and fighting with me for the sake of his faith in the Eldritch continent. Sigh, that's right. Hearing this, the heaven-swallowing beast's face was also extremely lonely. He sighed, when I saw the dragon god's wrath descend, I really didn't want to live anymore. How could the dragon god treat me like this? That's why. Xiaohua struck while the iron was hot. The dragon god in the formation is definitely not the dragon god, but a puppet whose dragon bones are occupied by the demon lord. However, the demon lord's concealment technique is too powerful. He could actually deceive the two seniors. Perhaps, this is the only explanation that can make me feel at ease. The heaven-swallowing beast was obviously moved by Xiaohua's words. He looked at the distant sky and said faintly. Senior, if the dragon god's dragon bones or dragon body were desecrated by the demon lord, what would you do? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed like crescent moons as he asked softly. Nonsense. Of course, I'll kill the demon lord. I definitely won't allow anything to desecrate the dragon god. The heaven-swallowing beast said fiercely. He even looked at Xiaohua with a fierce gaze. Xiaohua didn't care about the heaven-swallowing beast's threat. He turned to Di Ting and asked, Senior, what do you think we should do? Di Ting was a little hesitant and replied, of course, we should break the formation. Kill the demon lord and rescue the dragon god's dragon bones from the formation. It's just that, this formation is too powerful. We have no way of breaking it. Hee. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the distant sky. The center of the formation is naturally the formation eye. The defense there is naturally the strongest. What about the edge of the array? This junior doesn't believe that the great formation that covers the entire primeval wasteland continent is perfectly round and flawless. If the demon lord really used Lord Dragon God's divine ability to lay out a formation that covers the entire Eldritch continent, I'm afraid there really isn't any flaw in it. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiaohua with disdain and said, This daddy once saw Venerable Dragon God set up a dragon array that covered the entire star field. Boom. The heaven-swallowing beast's words made Xiaohua dizzy all of a sudden. Only now did Xiaohua realize how shallow he was. The so-called Supreme Dragon God is the god of the dragon race. Even when his spirit beast was heavily injured and on the verge of death, he couldn't resist it. How could his divine ability be measured by him? For a dragon god who could set up a dragon formation that could control an entire space zone, even if he couldn't move and didn't have much power left, the great formation he set up could definitely cover the entire primeval continent. It was definitely not something that he and two dying beasts could break, right? The heaven-devouring beast's words continued to enter Xiaohua's mind. However, Xiaohua did not hear a single word. Now, he seemed to have fallen into another deadlock. Could it be that the distortion in the starry sky is the key to breaking the great formation? Xiaohua was absent-minded. His eyes rolled around as he thought to himself, only at that time will this Xiao have a chance to escape. Of course, this daddy is very familiar with the dragon formation set up by Venerable Dragon God. The heaven-devouring beast's words entered Xiaohua's mind intermittently. Venerable Dragon God often tells this daddy that breaking a formation requires a finishing touch, to find the key to the formation, to understand the thoughts of the person who set up the formation. Alas. Xiaohua sighed. He sneered and cursed in his heart, these words are for beasts. Our human race cultivators already knew this when we first started learning about formations. If this daddy knew the weakness of this dragon formation, would this daddy still need to waste time with you? Xiaohua did not listen to the heaven-devouring beast's show-off. He raised his head to look at the blue and gray sky and thought, this dragon formation covers the entire primeval continent. Even if we reach the edge of the great formation, it's impossible to get out. It's really difficult to break the formation from the inside. But what about outside the great formation? Could it be possible? But, how can this daddy get out of the great formation? Since this daddy got out of the great formation, this great formation, is it not already broken? Damn it, this is a dead knot. Back then, this dragon god spent a lot of effort to set up the formation. He actually used hundreds of millions of stone giants. Damn it, hundreds of millions of stone giants to build such a Tongtian peak. That's why he could reach the peak of Tongtian Peak and start setting up the formation. This damn dragon god, at that time, he couldn't even fly. How could he dare to look for the heaven-devouring beast? If the heaven-devouring beast was not obedient and directly swallowed the dragon god, he wouldn't even have a place to cry out. It's probably because of the suspicion at that time that made the dragon god attack the heaven-devouring beast today. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly flashed with a faintly discernible thought. However, this thought flashed by like a fish. Io. Xiaohua's heart moved. He hurriedly turned his head and looked around again. He almost lost his voice. Junior seems to have some feeling. What feeling? The heaven-devouring beast's words were interrupted by Xiaohua. It was somewhat unhappy and asked coldly, could it be the feeling of breaking the formation? Humph, with the strength of your human race, you actually want to break the dragon formation? Don't you think it's a little wishful thinking? Xiaohua's words were indeed somewhat arrogant. Not only did Di Ting look at him in disbelief, even the sleepy heaven-devouring beast also became alert and looked at Xiaohua. That's right. Xiaohua nodded with certainty. Junior thought of an idea related to breaking the formation. What idea? Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast also became alert as they stared at Xiaohua and asked. Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, unfortunately, this idea flashed by. Junior hasn't grasped this idea yet, damn it. The heaven-devouring beast was somewhat flustered and exasperated. That kind of nostalgic memory was cut off and he got such an answer. How could he not be furious? Di Ting smiled and said, don't worry, slowly think, we have plenty of time. Speaking until here, Di Ting didn't forget to remind, the ones who don't have time are the creatures of the ancient continent. Now that the flood has covered the continent for a long time, it probably won't be long before the entire ground can't bear the weight of the innate heavy water, that's right. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He didn't think of this, so he frowned and stared at the sky, thinking hard, what exactly is it? What did I think of just now? Great formation. Should it be broken from the outside? But, how can I get out of here? Dragon God spent billions of stone giants to build Tongtian Peak. This Tongtian Peak is the eye of the Great Formation. Can only break the formation from Tongtian Peak. But how can I get out from the eye of the formation on Tongtian Peak? Tongtian Peak, damn it, I'm afraid this is the only mountain in the ancient continent that can reach the sky, right? Xiaohua's thoughts were somewhat random, his gaze fell on the distant sky. He couldn't see clearly where Tongtian Peak pierced into the sky. It seems that the hidden immortal continent also doesn't have such a mountain. Io, that's right, Xiaoyu continent's main country's Taiqing sect doesn't have 3 mountain peaks, heaven, earth, and human. These 3 mountain peaks are also known as Tongtian Peak. Yes. Thinking of heaven, earth, and human, Xiaohua immediately thought of Hanzhu, the Kunlun sect's disciple who almost killed him in the Buddhist sect's ruins. Before Xiaohua went to the Buddhist sect's ruins, he saw Hanzhu outside the ink-cloud black forest. At that time, Hanzhu was participating in a Kunlun sect's grand meeting, and he just happened to win one of the competitions. And this competition was to climb the heaven, earth, and human, the 3 mountain peaks that could reach the sky. Whoever could climb the highest would win. And because Hanzhu had Buddhist sect's cultivation method, he actually climbed to the peak of the mountain. But when he reached the peak, Hanzhu discovered that he wasn't in the sky, but emerged from the underground of the ink-cloud black forest. At that time, Hanzhu proudly told Xiaohua about this. Xiaohua was also quite puzzled at that time, he even thought that Hanzhu was joking. As for later, Hanzhu suddenly attacked and almost killed Xiaohua. Xiaohua threw this matter to the back of his mind. Now that he saw Tongtian Peak's vastness and Tongtian Peak, Xiaohua very naturally thought of this matter. He thought of heaven, earth, and human. Aren't heaven, earth, and human very similar to Tongtian Peak? Needless to say, Xiaohua's heart suddenly became lively. He thought to himself, although I don't know if Xiaoyu continent is like this great desolate continent, there is a huge formation enveloping it, but if Tongtian Peak is like heaven, earth, and human, then this Tongtian Peak is not the real Tongtian Peak. Instead, there is a formation that gives rise to an illusion of Tongtian Peak. The end of Tongtian Peak is the beginning of Tongtian Peak. In other words, the peak of Tongtian Peak is actually at the bottom of Tongtian Peak. That supreme dragon god who can't fly also doesn't need to climb to the top of Tongtian Peak. As long as Tongtian Peak is built, he will be at the top of Tongtian Peak. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more reasonable it was, his face unconsciously glowing. Taoist. The nearby heaven-devouring beast looked amused and laughed. Did you think of something delicious? What delicious? Xiaohua glared at the heaven-devouring beast and said, I thought of a trick to break the formation. Impossible. The heaven-devouring beast cried out in disbelief, You actually thought of a trick? Speak quickly. Deity hit the nail on the head. How should we break the formation? It's at the bottom of Tongtian Peak. Xiaohua said with confidence, That's the top of Tongtian Peak. How is that possible? Are you dreaming? Deity sneered, that Tongtian Peak was already pushed down by me, why didn't the top of the peak appear? Chapter 42-48. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Xiaohua said with a smile, the Tongtian Peak has been toppled by Senior, but the mountain at the bottom is still there. Who would have thought that the broken mountain is the foundation of breaking the array? One is in the sky, the other is underground. The human race has too many unimaginable ideas. The heaven-swallowing beast disagreed and looked at Xiaohua coldly. I don't think this is a good idea. Seniors, why don't you go and take a look? Xiaohua said with a smile, if Senior wants the dignity of the dragon god to be trampled under the feet of the demon race, you should go and take a look. But when the heaven-swallowing beast heard that the dragon bones of the dragon god might be under their feet, he couldn't help but shrink back. We are about to die anyway. Deity said faintly, no matter what, you have to make things clear, right? Is the dignity of your Lord Dragon God not worth your life? See. There was no need for Deity to say a second sentence. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He had heard a kind of determination from Deity's mouth and also heard a kind of threat to himself. The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and replied, Deity, you are right. Even if the person in this array is really the dragon god, I still have to go and see him. See him for the last time. Let's go. Deity took the lead and flew in the direction of the Tongtian Peak. Behind him, the heaven-swallowing beast, Xiaohua, and the heaven-swallowing beast followed. When they reached the Tongtian Peak, Deity's ears trembled slightly. His figure flew slowly for nearly 1,000 miles and finally landed on the broken peak of the Tongtian Peak. He said faintly to Xiaohua, little guy, the array core you mentioned doesn't seem to be here. How is that possible? Xiaohua was a little confused. He almost shouted out without thinking. Deity smiled coldly and said, can you not believe what I say? If you don't believe me, you can take a look yourself. I have searched the 6 realms and still have this little bit of divine ability. Of course, Xiaohua didn't dare to say that he didn't believe it. However, he was still unwilling to give up and rushed into the ground of the Tongtian Peak to take a look. The base of the heaven-connecting peak was a foundation that was several thousand li in size. This foundation was covered in a dark purple color, and there were also faint fluctuations coming from the foundation. However, under Xiaohua's divine sense, he couldn't see any signs of other great arrays. Even when Xiao Hua fled to the very bottom of the mountain, he still didn't see the promised array formation. Most importantly, the water element yuan qi of heaven and earth was still lacking, and there were no signs of overflowing connate heavy water. The surface of Tong Tian Peak and even the bottom of the ground were covered in a strange purplish color. Although it was already broken, it was unknown what material it was made of. Xiao Hua was unable to escape. Xiao Hua once again flew out from the ground and entered the Tong Tian Peak using earth escape from the place where he was cut off by Panga's axe. Finally, he arrived at the bottom of Tong Tian Peak. The entire heaven-connecting peak was like a huge cylindrical space. There were strange restrictive spells on the outside, and the inside was simply refined materials. How strange! Xiao Hua looked to his left and saw that there really weren't any signs of a spell formation. Then, he opened his Dharma eyes and carefully looked again. Finally, he flew out with heavy doubts in his heart. How is it? The heaven-devouring beast greeted him and asked with concern, "Did Taoist discover anything strange?" "No." Xiao Hua frowned and replied, "There are no signs of a spell formation here, so there shouldn't be any array core. And Taoist's idea is indeed interesting, but it might be a bit unimaginable. If Lord Dragon God were to set up a spell formation, he wouldn't be so childish." The heaven-devouring beast advised. Perhaps this old man's thinking is too simple. Xiao Hua was somewhat depressed. His eyes turned slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. The heaven-devouring beast laughed and said, "Can the human race actually predict Lord Dragon God's thoughts? Little thing, you still have a long way to go in the future. Is the road long?" "Hee hee." Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. He raised his head and asked the truth listener, "Senior, even if the array core isn't here, this junior still believes that the array core is definitely on the land of this great desolate continent. Have you carefully checked the surroundings?" "Of course. Of course this daddy has checked." The truth listener was somewhat displeased. "You dare to not believe this daddy?" "No, no." Xiao Hua hurriedly smiled and said, "It's not that this junior doesn't believe senior, but this junior feels that the array core shouldn't be far from here. If possible, I ask senior to look further." "Actually, there's no need for that." The truth listener said, "This daddy has already listened to everything within 1,000,000 miles, and there isn't any abnormality at all." Xiao Hua's face instantly turned ugly. He thought for a moment and said earnestly, "This junior would like to ask senior to carefully check again." "All right." The truth listener was also straightforward. Without saying anything else, it flew up and really flew around again. When it turned back, it said, "Little thing, this daddy has looked again, and there really isn't. How is that possible?" Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. The array core must be on the great desolate continent, how can it not be there? The great desolate continent is so big, even if there is an array core of 1,000 miles, where can we find it? The heaven-swallowing beast ridiculed, "This daddy thinks that this idea of yours is just wishful thinking." Alas! Xiao Hua sighed, looked at the sky, looked at the earth, and muttered to himself, "Yes, from the 3 peaks of heaven, earth, and human to the Yingxiao Black Forest, from the Tongtian Peak to the array core, naturally, it would be extremely far, possibly the entire great desolate continent." At this point, Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands and laughed, "Ha ha ha, this Xiao knows, this Xiao knows." "Oh, what do you know?" The heaven-swallowing beast's eyes also lit up, and asked curiously. "This old man knows where the array core is." Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, revealing the power of life in the rain of innate heavy water. The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned, and hurriedly said, "You really know where it is? Say it quickly. Say it quickly." "Chaotian Tower." Xiao Hua pointed in the direction of Chaotian Tower and said confidently. "Chaotian Tower. Chaotian Tower." Di Ting and the heaven-swallowing beast cried out involuntarily, looked at each other and said, "How is that possible?" We have also been to Chaotian Tower's Buddhist pagoda. How come we have never sensed the aura of the dragon god inside? How come we have not found any traces of the dragon array? Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the heaven-swallowing beast, and asked, Heaven-swallowing beast, you have been to Chaotian Tower, right? This. The heaven-swallowing beast's face was somewhat unnatural, and it replied awkwardly, I have been there, but I did not dare to enter that Buddhist pagoda. You cannot go in. If you go in, you will become the pagoda guardian spirit beast inside. Xiao Hua was in a good mood, and said with a smile, however, even if you did not enter the Buddhist pagoda, you must have seen the symmetrical and inverted Buddhist pagoda inside, right? I have seen it. The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and replied, at that time, I felt it was very strange. I did not know what use these two Buddhist pagoda have, or what kind of weapon they are. You only know about weapons. Xiao Hua said with a smile, that inverted Buddhist pagoda is probably the center of the entire array, the restriction that connects the peak and the bottom of Tongtian Peak. Or it could be said that it is the link between the sky and the earth of the great desolate continent. Not bad, not bad. The truth listener nodded with some joy, hearing you say that. This lousy thought about those two Buddhist pagoda opposing each other, and the feeling of going from one Buddhist pagoda world to another Buddhist pagoda world, it really is like that. The head of the human race. What is it made of? The heaven-swallowing beast's voice was close to a whisper. This lousy has entered Chaotian Tower countless times, but I have never thought of it like that, actually. Xiao Hua replied mysteriously, the reason is very simple, hurry up and say it. The heaven-swallowing beast could not wait any longer, and asked, how do you know? Xiao Hua said neither quickly nor slowly, actually, previously, when the truth listener and the heaven-swallowing beast worked together to tear apart the heavenly dome array, there was a flash of golden brilliance. At that time, this Xiao thought that it was the sunlight of the sun. But now that I think about it, the sun was about to set back then. The color should have been orange-red, not golden. Furthermore, this Xiao is very familiar with that golden color. Isn't it the yellow sand of Chaotian Tower? And at that moment, the sand of Chaotian Tower should have been submerged by the connate heavy water. The place where such sand can be found should be another inverted world in Chaotian Tower. Therefore, the top of Heaven Ascension Peak, which pierces the sky, is at the bottom of the inverted Buddhist pagoda in Chaotian Tower. Hiss. Not only did the heaven-swallowing beast gasp, but even the real heaven-swallowing beast and truth listener were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was self-evident. They had seen everything that Xiao Hua had said, but they had never thought in this direction. Although it was because Xiao Hua had previously experienced the three peaks of heaven, earth, and man, if they could not string all these details together, how could they arrive at such a strange conclusion? Humans, humans. The heaven-swallowing beast only had this sentence left. Although they had not gone to Chaotian Tower to investigate, the heaven-swallowing beast almost believed Xiao Hua's words. Actually, a bitter expression appeared on the heaven-swallowing beast's face. Taoist, you said so much, but it was all conjecture after the fact. The primordial beasts who received the news of Heaven Ascension Peak had all gone to Chaotian Tower. It's not particularly difficult to link the two together. Hee, of course. Xiao Hua said with a smile. The heavenly demon thought that what he did was strange. The primordial beasts had already gone to Chaotian Tower. In the future, when they search for the array core, they will definitely exclude Chaotian Tower. However, his attempt to cover it up only makes it more conspicuous. To the point of revealing 300 taels of silver is really not worth mentioning in this Xiao's eyes. In fact, Xiao Hua had another reason that he did not mention. This was because he believed that this array was set up by the dragon god. Since the dragon god could not move casually, then if he wanted to leave a message, it would definitely be near the array core. Since all the primordial beasts had obtained the news of Heaven Ascension Peak from Chaotian Tower, then Chaotian Tower must be at the peak of Heaven Ascension Peak.